at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking for backup. Backup initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
Thank you, Houston. We got her from here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Coming to you 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. We're up here just smoking some of that good space weed that we have up here. We've been growing it upside down. It's awesome as all hell. I'm going to put the link up in the chat first off, right off, because what we're looking for, we'd like Sean Hawkins to come up here. He somehow thinks that I'm giving him a challenge, and I'm not really giving him a challenge. I'm just giving him an opportunity to, tell me what the hell he's so upset about. He seems to be a very angry man. He did get Mandela'd. I'm going to show you that. He got Mandela'd. He was in a frenzy when, I don't know if you all had caught my stream with Vince, the honest composer, on the Vince Reacts show. And we were talking about a host of topics. And he was feverishly trolling in the chat. Sean Hawkins was. He was feverishly trolling in the chat. And we saw that he started going against the Mandela effects, going to go deny all that. And he inadvertently, when he was telling us that we're just misremembering, when it came to Looney Tunes, he actually spelled it the way that we all remember it, and why we're saying it's not TUNES. I mean, he just, boom, just did it like that. And that's what happens when you shoot your mouth off before you even stop and think. And he does that quite often. He restreamed that show. It's a 3.5-hour stream. He spent 4.5 hours on it, didn't finish any of it, the whole thing. And right now, I've got 30 people watching right now, just on YouTube. This is on Twitter and on Rumble as well. I can check over on that side and see what we've got going on there too. And that certainly beats I've got 13 watching over there. So, I mean, that's really a lot better than the 12 that he had. I don't know if I was looking at his pitiful views, and I was watching his video. I had it open on my phone, had it open on the TV, and his moderators timed me out. Now you got to figure he had 12 people at that point, and then with me on 2 devices made 14. And so he wanted to discourage me from giving him the view. I mean, he was struggling for views to begin with. And I thought that was actually funny. His moderators did that. Now, there's going to be some people that may come in here and find that they don't have a wrench. Okay. And the reason for that is that we were having some problems with people getting timed out. Too many people had wrenches anyway. And so I've just kind of taken them and left only like my longtime moderators. And maybe we'll add some as we go. So he only had 10. No, he ended up, he had 12 or 13 after I left. I mean, I was 2 of his views, which at a low view count like that is really a high percentage. So why would you discourage that person? And I didn't say nothing mean to him. I did ask him why he was angry, at everything. But anyway, the thing's open. He lied on his thing and said that he's blocked. He is not blocked. If he was, he wouldn't have been able to put comments down here in the chat before the stream even started. I'm going to, like I said, put that link. As I said, this is an open panel. People are welcome to come up. Most of you know the rules. If you don't, we can go over them real quick, but I don't think I have to do that. I'm going to put it in the pin over here, and I'm also going to stick it over here in the Rumble chat, just in case somebody's able to do it from there. Did it go? Go, you stupid thing. I don't know. It's not working. Something's happening. Anyway, here we are. So who do we all have in here tonight? I've got Whiskey Badasses over in the Rumble side right now, which is interesting. That's good. My chat doesn't seem to be working properly over there. Perhaps I need to bring it up like that. No, I don't know what's going on. Something will happen. Anyway, where was I? Got this open. So I was going to go over here and look at who the participants I got over here. I got Anson Howard, Carrie Skates. Hello, everybody. Charlie, Cauliflower Zero. Good one. A good guy. Charles B. James Sharp. Moose is here tonight. Welcome, Moose. Haven't seen you in quite some time. Hope you're doing well. Unindoctrinated is here. Viking Reloaded. Jehovah's Daughter Barbara. ZXL Master. I think I saw some more pop in. FE Nation's with us here tonight, too. He's been putting out, FE Nation has been putting out some really good content here lately. He's been paying attention, as we all should be, to some of the signs that we're seeing in the sky here. So you might want to hop on over to FE Nation's. Let me get a link for him, if that's okay with everybody. We're just kind of letting everybody pile in here. And that doesn't mean FE Nation is not iron, of course. It's flat earth. That was for you, Sean. So let me put this over here in the Chatterino. All right, so that's FE Nation's channel. So you might want to head on over there and check that out. He's got some really good flat earth info, real free thinker, puts out some decent content. So, hey. So as we said, we've got this is open up for everybody if they want to come up and join the panel. I want to show you, let's see if I can go over to my channel, and I'll just show you real quick on the community posts, because I put this up in the community post. Okay. So this was from the chat. Renee Bernays caught this and screenshotted it and sent it to me. And I was like, holy shit. I mean, he had so much stuff going that I couldn't even keep track of what the hell he was doing. Let me see here. So I can go over here and we'll go share the screen window. No, Microsoft Edge. We want that one. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Hang on, you see it? So if you can see right here, he says that Warner Brothers cartoon had many names: Looney Tunes, TOONS, Merry Melodies. So guess what, Sean? Whether you like it or not, you have been Mandela, bro. So, you know, you might want to look into some more stuff because you actually agreed with us while you were calling us stupid. So that's the very thing right now. And you never did get around to playing the Queen album with We Are the Champions, which you claim has the iconic of the world at the end, and it doesn't. I guarantee it. And that's exactly why you didn't play it. So, to you. Let's see, what have we got? Yeah, no problem, FE Nation. No problem whatsoever. And I did put that up there, right? Okay, good. Boy, we're getting them piling in, 34 in here. So if you didn't catch, I'm going to change this just for a second too, because I want to go to one other one that I found and I thought was pretty cool. This is something we run into like continuously right here, and I think this is really cool. This is what things parrots always say, man. This is what they say. I don't know if you all caught the one with Bill and Ted, and this is the same thing. This is what you get. This is what you get on Twitter. This is what you get on Facebook. It's always the same thing. Gravity, inertia, learn some physics. Where's the edge? And shit like that. And it's like, wait a second. You are going to embrace an argument. You're going to embrace a debate when you have absolutely no idea what the other side of the argument actually is at all. You know, this is why before you go into something like that, it's important you want to know at least some of the other side of the argument and not just jump onto whatever somebody told you, some authoritative figure, some authoritative source, Google, Wikipedia, or some shit like that. It's like, don't use those things. Don't. Okay. And don't show me a fucking picture and tell me that that's proof of the curvature of the earth. I don't know where that picture came from. I don't know how you took it. I don't know the focal length of the lens. I don't have any information on it, but it fits in your retarded brain that that's somehow over the curve. And what? I just can't, I can't get it. I just can't get it. Yes, they are. And this is the thing. They always want to accuse you of lying. That's what they do. They say, oh, you're fucking lying. And it's like, you know, to somebody that's a way of life to them. You know what I mean? They think that everybody's doing it because it's such a way of life with them. Now, then you've got the people that'll just reach for the most ridiculous excuses. A comment was made on that stream with Vince. And we were talking about fake shit with this, where I'm at right now, here in the space station, right? And when the Super Bowl happened, right, they'd already been up there for like months. But they just happened to have the winning team's jerseys with them up there in the space station with them. Now, let's just take a look at what does that mean? That means that those people, they took like enough jerseys from every team for every astronaut up and just hung on to them somehow up here in this mess, just hung on to them somewhere until the Super Bowl so that they'd have a jersey for whoever won that game and they could wear it. Now, does that really ring through the filter of logic to you? But to Lisa, it does, because they don't weigh that much and they're easy to tuck away. Why are they fucking celebrating the winners of the Super Bowl up there anyway? I mean, it's not just enough to be able to come on and say, hey, congratulations to the football team that won this fucking event. Bravo. Good job, guys. Make a little cardboard sign or something. No. We got to have the jerseys of that team up here with us. Really? Okay. Sure. But why the fuck not, right? They bring up gorilla suits. We've got gorilla suits up here. We got guitars, bagpipes, uh, all kinds of shit. PA and microphone equipment, mixing equipment for music, everything you can imagine as that you could possibly need. We have it up here. Little blow up toys and shit to show children that, ooh, look at us. We're really up in space. That whole thing with those jerseys was an IQ test. That was an IQ test. They wanted to see who's going to see that, who's going to notice that, who's going to even question that. And they think that most of you are stupid. And if you're not questioning that shit, you probably are. If your verification for everything that you think or believe comes from Google, Wikipedia, some peer-reviewed study of people you don't, it's already a study by somebody or a scientific thing that was by somebody you don't know. You don't even know if they existed. You have no idea anything about them, and their peers that reviewed it are also in the same category. And when it comes right down to it, you don't know that any of these peers or this guy that made the study actually fucking existed. But you'll buy it. You'll go into it because the guy had some letters after his name or claims to have some kind of a freaking degree or some shit. I mean, that's the most ridiculous thing in the world. And to use a mathematical equation as your proof of some ridiculous nonsense, that isn't science. Okay? That isn't science. This thing about being able to look at something millions of miles away and tell what it is, what kind of gas it is because of how it's burning, or you assume that it's burning, or whatever the fuck. I dare you to just tell me what kind of fucking gas I'm releasing out of a jar 10 miles away. You can't do it. Shine a light through the jar and shit, and 10 miles away, tell me what the fuck gas is inside that jar. That's a bunch of horse shit. It's always just like Santa Claus. Well, where does Santa live, Mom and Dad? Oh, he's up at the fucking North Pole. Well, let's go there. Oh, you can't go there, and it's really cold and dangerous, so you can't. No, you can't check for yourself. You just have to take our word for it. And that's what all this shit is. Even just like with the little laser to the fucking moon bounce, that's the most ridiculous shit. You saw a little spike. You saw a spike on a graph, and that was that bounce. Oh, cool. Do you know the Russians were doing that before anybody even went to the moon? So stop. Just stop. And then the roundabout way in which they go in these calculations, it's like we're trying to figure out how the distance to the sun, right? Okay, cool. What do? You observe it from 2 points. Yeah. And then what? Well, then we see Venus go by it. And so the orbital radius of Venus is, well, hold the fucking phone, man. What do you mean the orbital radius of Venus? What's it orbiting? Well, the sun, they say. Well, how do you know that? You don't know that Venus is orbiting the sun. You assume it's orbiting the sun. And even if it was, you still don't know that radius because we don't know the distance from here to either one of those things. So where are you getting that number? You can't tell me by observing an angle of something's movement at a distance is going to give you a size or distance to it, especially in space. The orientation of it, you don't know even what the orientation of it is. You can assume all you want to, but the reality of it is you see a light that goes in the sky. That's what you see. You can assume any damn thing you want to, but and then we're going to use that unknown to calculate another unknown. And so all of these astronomical units, AU, okay, each one of these AUs is based off of an assumption. You see? Because we don't really know what that AU is. It's not 93 million miles. That's ridiculous. That's retarded and stupid. I don't know, Brian. Sean Hawkins, I told him, I says, come on. He left a comment earlier that said that he said my challenge was a straw man. Because I said his Polaris challenge is a straw man because it's based off of, you know what it is. Anyway, I don't have a challenge. Okay. I'm not having a challenge. Okay. Here's what we can do. Come on. Tell me what you're so fucking upset about. I'd love to talk to you about the Mandela effect that was happened to you. That would be interesting because you were vehement. You were vehement that that was just bullshit and it actually happened to you. And don't tell me you misspelled it. Don't tell me you misspelled it. Not at all. So don't even do that. So there's that. There's that. So some interesting things going on. The sub. What about the sub? Big distraction, right? Because now the FDA is approved as fake meat and they don't even have to fucking tell you about it now. Didn't see that coming. You were too worried watching Captain Crunch. Whole bunch of shit they was pulling, man. CIA staged a fucking coup on Moscow. Didn't work. There's a lot of stuff. Who are these Mandela deniers in here and where did they come from? I don't know, man. I sent Brian Stavely an interesting picture I found of Donald Trump wearing an American flag tie with the red stripe under the blue. That's pretty cool. I thought that was an interesting little thing for his collection. Yeah, he's running a psyop on all of you guys. I'm running a psyop on you, you see. You can tell I'm working for the government. I'm up here in the fake station. You can tell. You can see all the science that's around me. I have the exact same green screen glitches that the NASA people have. You know, but we had a really good time on Vince's channel. The link is in that video. I put the link in the description of that video. He's a really good guy. I'm going to do some more shows with him. He really wants to do something with Brian. And Brian, I don't think anybody's coming up, man. If you want to go ahead and come on, I think these people are I think Sean might be afraid. He might actually be afraid. But I believe Brian's got a meetup coming in Charlotte, North Carolina. I believe it's this weekend. And if anybody's in that area, Brian, you have a wrench, so you are able to put a link to any of that information down here in the chat if you want to do that. Yeah, Vince is awesome. He found his channel a month or so ago. I want to see if I can get this working on my thing over here. Let me see. It won't let me enter. I don't understand why it's not letting me do anything in the chat on Rumble. Maybe if I refresh it. Oh, it says I have to sign in to do it. Okay. I was signed in, assholes. Let me paste this in there now and see. There it goes. Fixed it. Technical, graphical difficulties are not going to let me. What are you talking about there, Ryan? Are you talking about the Queen song? About the... Yeah, here we go. So he's having the meetup Saturday, 7 p.m. in Charlotte. There's a link in the chat to go check that out, all the information, what little place it's going to be. What you talk about? Here's Sean Swallows Hawkins is in here. Yeah, I don't think that's the real deal guy. I just have a sneaking suspicion. My spidey senses are tingling. I would welcome to have a guess that no, his probation officer won't let him go live tonight. I don't know. I think that this would have to be, as it see. Did any of you catch it? I know Renee endured watching Sean's restream of my stream with Vince, and she's the one that sent me that screenshot of the chat, and I thought that was pretty damn funny. And so, we laughed our asses off about that around here. I showed it to my wife, and she goes, "Oh my God, that guy, he just is so fucking dumb." And I was like, "I know, isn't it bad? Somebody like that, and there's a lot of people that way, that their whole basis of knowing anything depends on what someone else told them, and they don't even bother to run it through the filter of logic, like the fucking jerseys, right? They don't bother to run it through the filter of logic to determine whether or not, hey, does this shit make any fucking sense at all? But because it doesn't make sense, they figured, oh, I just don't really understand it, but I better not let anybody else know that I don't understand it. I'm going to play along, and that way I can be smart by proxy. Well, Ryan, it was the tunes part. TOONS has changed to TUNES. Let me see if I can find a thing to show you real quick. Yeah, we'll go over here. Let me see. Looney Tunes. There we go. Go to images. Pull this one up. And we can go. There we go. Got it. So, which one of those is right? The one on the left is what I remember. The one on the right is what it currently is. Now, let's not forget that there's a sequel, another cartoon thing that's based off of these Looney Tunes called Tiny Toons, and it has all of the regular characters, but they're as children, like not grown into the full, I don't know, it's kind of weird. But anyways, it's called Tiny Toons, and that's TOONS. Now, a friend of ours was over today, and another one, this is one that I'd forgotten about, but another one, it hit her just the other day. She saw listed in a movie that's out called The Picture of Dorian Gray. And she was like, "No, that's bullshit. I read that book. That's like one of my favorite books. That's the portrait of Dorian Gray." She went and got her book, her favorite book, out of the bookshelf, and it had changed to The Picture of Dorian Gray. What the fuck is going on, man? This is some crazy stuff. What's this? What was the result of your wife's black boyfriend? You guys are mean, man. I used to watch Tiny Toons. Who said that? Mr. B Natural said I used to watch Tiny Toons. Yeah. Why would it be Tiny Toons if it came from Looney Tunes and it's tunes like, music? And it was never music. The whole thing was about cartoons. And that's like I explained on Vince's show, that in that industry, they'd be going, okay, so we'll run this tune. And are you finished with that tune? These guys that are the animators and shit working on it. And that's where that whole tunes come from. It was shortened for cartoon. And if you remember Roger Rabbit, where do all those critters live at? All those weird things lived in Toontown, TOON, not tune like music. That's ridiculous, man. So, Brian, are you fucking kidding me? Are you just bullshitting, or is that for real? Did Tiny Toons change to TUNES? You're lying, man. Oh, it's Tiny Toon? It's singular? Oh my God, man. Come on. Come on. I can't keep up, man. I can't fucking keep up. And then shit changed in 2 and 3. Yeah, it did. Mr. B's uncle. Yeah, Mr. B was actually the inspiration for Tiny Toon, I bet. It's Mr. B. I haven't seen him around in a little bit. Tiny Toon Adventures. Wait. Where's he at? I lost him. Damn thing jumped on me. See? I don't know. Who else we got in here? Carrie Skate says only one of them left, or what? Elmer Fudd killed the rest. Yeah, right. Elmer killed them all, man. He went postal. You know, I lived right down the street from the first place where that term going postal came from, where dude went berserk and shot up the post office in Royal Oak, Michigan. Royal Oak is a suburb of Detroit. And I lived just down the street. It was really crazy because I was on the couch and I see this thing going on, comes on the TV, says breaking news. And I was like, oh shit. And we go remote to so-and-so. And I look and the reporter comes on and there's my apartment right behind her. And I'm like, what? Because that's as close as they were letting people get to the post office. And I went over and looked out the curtain and sure as hell, there was the news vans and shit outside the window. And I go and look on the TV and I can see myself moving the curtain and looking out. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, that was wild. There was some crazy shit happened in Royal Oak all that summer. There was a woman tried to commit suicide by stopping her car on the railroad tracks when a train was coming, and it didn't kill her. That was crazy. She was drunker and shit. Her car was full of like liquor bottles and everything, and they were all broke and spilling out of the car all over the place and shit. And she didn't get killed. That was wild. But yeah, there was some crazy shit going on in that year. Bold time. This makes my head hurt. Why does it make your head hurt, Larry? What's the matter, bro? Yeah. What you got to do is just realize, as Brian has told us before, Brian Stabley has told us, he says, man, this means that, and I agree, this means that reality is fluid. I mean, there's only so many options involved with this. You've got a statistically improbable, if not impossible, number of people misremembering all the same things. Or someone has gone around and been sneaking in people's houses and replacing their movies with complete replicas. And my friend Amanda, she must have had somebody broke in her house when she was at work, replaced her Portrait of Dorian Gray novel with an exact duplicate, but the only change being that word. Yeah. Occam's razor, man. Reality is fluid. Something's going on that's really crazy. Said that's impossible. And I think there's a portion of the deniers that are, I think a portion of them are frightened to a point where they don't want to, that's just too much for them. And they just kind of like blank out. And then there's others that they see it and they so badly don't want it to be true that they act that way. And then you've got the ones that know what's going on and are trying to detract from it. And this is what we're seeing from like the in the know crowd. And I'm not just talking about the trolls that come on here like Sean. You know, you see his shit was like so weak. Have you ever all watched a Sean Hawkins video? It's funny as hell, man. He doesn't offer anything except, dumb fuck, deny science. And then he plays like 30 seconds, doesn't listen to shit that's being said. And then he goes, this dumb fuck, one word he'll pick out or some shit like that. Never really refuting anything. Now, when he does try to refute anything, he'll ask his little knockoff Alexa that he has in there. I guess they have Obama Alexa, like the Obama phone, right? And then he'll have it regurgitate whatever the fuck it gets off of Wikipedia or Google. And it's like, so you didn't even know any of this shit. You had to ask about it. And because this authoritative source said something, then you just go with it. You see, it's like when I tried to back that guy, Hugh. You know, they try to use big words. He says, I've measured the gravitational gradient. It's like, you measured the rate that shit falls. So fucking what? What is that? What is that? There's the trick with that one too. Well, if you drop two things in a vacuum, yes, you're left with only the downward vector. What's causing it? Yeah, we have a downward vector. Let's go the other way with the medium. Let's thicken the medium, okay? And you'll find that those rates change greatly with the density of the medium in which the object is falling, okay? Some things stop falling altogether. Other things will continue. Why? Because they're denser than the fucking material around them. It's not hard. With an attractive force toward the ground between two Gaussian surfaces. It's not that difficult. The buoyancy and density fucking sorts it all out. The electrostatics causes the downward vector, and buoyancy and density sort it out. It's really not that difficult of a concept. It certainly makes a hell of a lot more sense than some magnetic molten fucking core in the middle of a jawbreaker Earth. Oh, and that started spinning the other way now recently or something. How they fucking know that, I don't know. They just make up shit. You got an asteroid the size of 28 sheep on its way. You're going to miss the Earth or some shit. That's like, they're not even trying. They know that the people are so goddamn stupid that they'll just buy anything that comes through based on their perception of the presenter of the evidence. And in these days, all it has to be is Google or Wikipedia, which is a place that anybody can go in and edit. Anybody, that's not authoritative at all. You're changing shit in there all the time. You got to go to your hard copy paper and ink. We would think that that would be a reliable source, but with the Mandela effect, who the fuck knows, man? We've got actual paper and ink copies of books, the Bible, and other things that are just mysteriously changing without any kind of explanation, but there does seem to be a pattern involved. I just realized one that's connects like full circle to the things. We've noticed these T's being gone. That's interesting. One of which that's missing comes from AFO Schwartz, which is a famous toy store in New York City. Now there's no T in that. So what? Schwartz, what's that mean? It's German. There's your German connection. What does Schwartz mean in German? It means black. And we has another instance of all these things. It connects right on back to the black. So this is some interesting stuff. You know, we even have with the change, who is Darth Vader? Darth Vader means dark father. There again with the dark. And he's not speaking to Luke anymore. He just says, no, I am your father. What? That's all. Is that to the audience? I don't know. Who will save your souls, right? So talk shit about Wiki again. See how fast I report your stream. I bet. Wait. Yeah, paint it black. That's another one, Carrie. And these instances where things are all referenced to black. And Schwartz, there again, and also with the Schwartz, it's a connection to the black and another Tom Hanks connection. Because Tom Hanks in the movie Big, he wished to be an adult. He wished he was a grown-up. The next day he woke up and he was a grown-up. And he got a job at that AFO Schwartz company. So, you know, it's just kind of freaky. It's going around and connecting different shit. And like, I just picked up those connections like Schwartz and Hanks. And then again with the missing T's. So I think as these things continue, we're going to eventually get some kind of a full message out of this. There's Plowboy 6756. Yeah, they look like weird potatoes. That's because that's probably what they are, man. They're probably in a dark room and got a potato in there with a little bit of light on it, and they take some grainy picture of it and say, oh, here's a fucking asteroid that's coming to you. Oh, what kind is it? It's Idaho. You know, what the hell, man? Hey, Sean, suck it slow from the side, Ryan said. He won't come here. He's scared. And what it is because I figured him out. He wants to be able to just talk shit without any kind of accountability for the shit talking. You know, he doesn't want anybody to call him out when he's completely wrong about something. Like one of those things in the chat too, I told what I said about Darth Vader. And he said, that's not Hebrew. And I'm like, nobody said it was fucking Hebrew, you bald-headed weirdo. What are you talking about, man? It's wow. So sweet potatoes. Yeah, my dogs, I get those bark boxes, right? And in one of them they got these they're pumpkin treats for the dog, man. And they went ape shit for that stuff, man. They were just going, they love that, man. These little, they call them pumpkin rings. And they were going ape shit for that. And it's good for their stomach too. So, oh, Dreamy Lynn's here too. Good, good, good. And as we said before, we are open. We're hoping Sean comes up, but anybody is welcome to join the stream if they'd wish. Talk about anything along these lines, you know, some of the shit that they're pulling to. Try to distract you from things. I mean, even there, the common sense thing with these people supposedly on that submarine. Let's think about that, right? So you're a billionaire, right? You could actually pay James Cameron probably a good sum of money to take you down and the shit that he uses, you know, go on that adventure. But instead, you're going to go on this untested thing. It's run by an Xbox controller. Really? You're going to go ahead and just go ahead and do that? I mean, like I say, people, run shit through the logic. Run shit through the logic. Somebody put up, who said Brian messaged me. Oh, let me check and see what Brian said. Yeah, FAO. What was I thinking? AFL-CIO. We got too many things with letters in them around now. And then and I told y'all, what did I tell y'all last year? I told you that it was going to end up where the B's and the T's start fighting with each other. And what's happened? Right? Because I pointed out the logic of how the B's and the T's probably wouldn't get along. And now what is happening? They're fighting. So that's cool. There's Brian Stavely with us. Good God. What are you in the dark, bro?
Yeah, I'm on the porch.
Yeah, FAO Schwartz.
Yeah, I wanted to come in and I wanted to correct you on that, but I wanted to add something to your NASA story about the football jerseys.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So that's ridiculous because why would they send up? They would have to send up every team's jersey, right? Because
and one for each guy, man.
Well, not even just that. They also had the football up there inscribed with the Falcons and Patriots on it, who were the two teams that actually made it all the way to the Super Bowl. So it's one thing to send up 30 jerseys, but they must have sent up a combination of like hundreds of footballs. Like 900 footballs or something. If you do the math, every combination of every team that's in the Super Bowl. Because the last time they had something brought up before that was like 4 months before. It was like at the start of the season.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Allegedly, when I say they had something brought up there, we all know like they didn't have anything.
Hey, we
all know that they're just filming shit on the ground and like, okay, hey, go grab some couple jerseys at the store. Here you go, get in front of the camera. I mean, there's not really anything going on.
Dude, they're taking crates of Aquanet hairspray up there all the time, man. Makeup, you know, these women are running out of makeup. Do you realize in real life, if the, you know, nobody even thinks about this, Them people are up there unable to wash their nasty ass, right, for months. But these people come on, their neat pressed clothes. The girls are all got their makeup done, and of course their hair is all sticking out like this. I mean, who in the hell's going to allow long hair on a fucking thing like that anyway? But it's just stiffed out like that, all hairsprayed, and they're not funky. Do you realize what that place would smell like? There's no air circuit. I mean, the same air in there all the time.
Fucking nasty, dude.
So they must have a shitload of Febreze they take up there with them too.
Yeah, another Mandela effect.
I know. That's why I said it.
I know you know. But there's people that deny it still, and some of them are even in your chat. I'll be easy on them though, because I don't know those guys. I don't know if it's been explained to them, But
well, we can bring it up.
These other people where it's been explained many a time. Tough to have any type of respect for any of them. They're kind of a joke.
Oh yeah, my peeps in here. A lot of them are the same ones of yours. So here's the controversy. Let me go ahead and bring it up.
I can't see the chat because I'm like on my phone and StreamYard. I don't know if I can see any way for me to see the chat.
Well, I'll keep my eyes open if somebody.
Oh, I gotta hit comments. Okay, there we go.
There you go. So yeah, here's the controversy. Which ones do you remember? The one on the left or the one on the right? So if you remember the one on the left, if you think that's the way it's always been, put a 1 in the chat. If you think that the one on the right is correct, put a 2. Do 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 do. So we'll do the little song, the Jeopardy music. Carrie Skate says it's the one on the right. Push Button says it's one on the right. That's what I remember because it makes sense. Breeze, because it's look at the window showing a breeze coming through. Man, it doesn't even make sense linguistically as you say it to be spelt Febreze. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You even look at the breeze part of it. And I thought it was kind of a neat name for a product, that when it first came out. So James Sharp thinks it's the one on the left. It's always been. I don't remember either one. I remember it being Fabreeze. That does sound kind of right too, because it's like for a fabulous breeze.
There's people that do remember it that way. A more than a small amount of people.
Yeah. And that would make sense.
A couple people, but there's a decent sized group of people that remember it as Febreze. So maybe, there was a short time when it was that as well.
Let's see. Do they have any?
For me, it was never that though. It was Febreze with 3 E's. Or 4 E's, right? Yeah, 4 E's total.
Yeah. Well, see there again. Now that's hit me for another, because as I was explaining that, I was like, yeah, fabulous breeze. And I said, well, where'd that E, fabulous? No. So that's, fuck, now it's got me another one. Jesus, criminally. Yeah, that's a bad one. There's a bunch of these things, man.
What the 2 biggest slam dunks I'd say in the grocery store are probably Stouffer's stovetop stuffing and Haas avocados. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Listen, that whole commercial, I remember growing up as a kid, man, hearing that commercial, and it was always like this: Stouffer's stovetop stuffing instead of potatoes. Like, wow, what a wacky, crazy thing, right? And they always said it like that. And I can remember even when I was in my drinking days that if I could say that, then I could, I was still good to go. If I could say Stouffer's stovetop stuffing instead of potatoes without fucking it up, I was still not drunk enough to not drive. See, test ourselves out with that shit. I was talking to somebody earlier about the Monopoly guy. And now Curious George, I never did get into Curious George at all. Right.
Yeah.
But this is what they're saying. I couldn't tell you if he had a tail or didn't have a tail. So let me see if I can present that one. Share the screen. So I don't know. Sometimes seeing a picture kind of jogs your memory.
Yeah.
You know. But I never got into Curious George a whole lot. I thought it was.
You look like a Curious George type of guy.
No, it was really too childish for me. I mean, at all points, it was really a very childish book. I never got into that kind of thing. It's like, I don't know. There's Talcott Clip Collection. That's one to try to say. I thought it was spelled Fao Breeze. F-A-O Breeze. Ah, good one, Talcott. Good one. Good one. Took us back full circle to my fucking up the Schwartz thing. See?
Charles M. Schultz, same thing. The T before the Z and the German name missing now.
Yeah. So what do you make of all the T's? The shit with the T's. There's also a thing in the Bible where the word plucked, P-L-U-C-K-E-D, is now spelled P-L-U-C-K-T.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Tablets changed into tables.
The T's and the L's are even crazier.
Yeah.
The one L going to the 2L is really common.
Yeah, Mandela itself changed, didn't it?
It went the other way for me. Yeah, from 2 L's to 1. Mark Hamill went from 1 to 2. Sybil Shepherd went from 1 to 2. Belle Biv DeVoe went from 1 to 2. Haley's Comet went from 1 to 2.
Yeah.
And changed pronunciation.
Yeah. Yeah, Renee says plucked. She's got that one.
And there's other ones I can't think of right now. Then there's other L's that are lost. Joel Osteen, obviously, comes to mind.
Okay, look here what Pale Horse says. He said they had a pin the tail on Curious George's for kids' birthday parties.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude. I'm gonna have to look for that. Thank you.
That's cool. Pale Horse Rider's a good. He's always in the chat. He's a good guy.
I remember that now that you brought it up, but I've never remembered it like this whole time covering this topic. That's a good one.
Yeah, man. But that's another weird one. And that one for me, it's like it could be either way. Like I said, because I wasn't really into Curious George at all.
Yeah, man. So when you don't know, you just don't jump on it. Like I don't have a Curious George.
Yeah.
I remember his tale, but I'm not 100% enough to, go all in on it. There's enough that I am, though. I have 124 videos on my short list.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Let me see. I can go to your. Which channel do you
the main channel?
The main channel.
Yeah, if you scroll down just a playlist or two, you'll see the short list.
All right, let me just do something here. Let me go to Dose of Reality. There we go. Yeah. This one says 122 videos.
Yeah, that's the one.
You got me all kinds of confused, man, with all these channels. And that's all just that's YouTube's fault, man. They keep wanting to fuck with people, and it's like they really want to screw with you for some reason.
Yeah, they hate me, dude.
Real hard.
700 videos of mine.
Yeah, that just can't get that's got me real suspect. That's got me real suspect about that because I'm like, dude, they just keep wanting to hammer that guy.
Yeah, and so much of it was for my 9/11 stuff, but they really don't want this getting spread too much the way that I'm presenting the Mandela effect, in a serious manner. I mean, the channel that I've been live, so check this out. As you know, I can't get monetized. They always tell me my content too harmful and all this stuff on every channel, right? I can't get super chats and none of that, members and all that. So the channel that I've been going live on a lot lately, you've been on a few times, the Dose of Reality Live with Brian Staveley, the one that just passed 1,000 subs not too long ago. I put nothing on that channel except my Mandela Effect shortlist and a couple roundtables that were completely just about the Mandela Effect, nothing to do with calling out any fakery or anything like that I would have thought would be like, an instant thing. And then they declined it for monetization because my content is too harmful. For that short list right there, I uploaded like 100 of them to that channel. Still too harmful.
See,
not even calling out any fake events or nothing.
They're
And there's a
vague.
couple of mine that had to do with COVID that I specifically didn't upload for that reason.
So, and they don't give you any specific.
No, they just tell me I can reapply in 3 months. They can go suck my dick. 3 months.
Yeah, that's, you know, and that's the thing with me. I'm like, you know, I'm gaining some subscribers and shit like that, but you know, my main thing is I want to talk to people. I want people to get this out. I want people to be able to see the fucking game that's being run on them at every point, you know. To you know, just wake the fuck up and realize that the little comfortable world that you thought you lived in doesn't really exist, man. You know, like this jumping on the idea that one person, Lisa, she commented on my shit about those jerseys, right? And, you know, it's like, oh, well, they don't take up much room and this, that, and the other. And it's like, dude, every pound that goes up costs an exorbitant amount of money. This is according to them. Somewhere I've got a list of how much it would cost to ship that shit up there. And it's unfathomable. And they've got at least 4 or 5 different guitars, bagpipes, keyboards, gorilla suits, football jerseys. I mean, what, they got a closet up there? They must. If we got a closet up here, I want to know about it. And damn it, Don Pettit, if you don't stop not flushing the toilet, we're going to have a
People
problem.
can like try and make excuses, and you know, we've heard all the excuses to explain away glitches in the videos, and they'll say compression errors, and they'll say this, and like one thing that you just can't get over in my book, the big one of the biggest pieces of fakery actually isn't that old. If you just look to the fucking Chris Hadfield performance with the Bare Naked Ladies, I mean, anybody that's ever had half a brain should be able to tell, how can this guy be on a space station? These people are on Earth singing, and they're telling you on other occasions there's this like 13-second delay and all this. But now they're gonna do a duet, dude. This guy's 250 miles above the Earth. They're gonna do a duet, dude.
Right. And you know, forget the fact that the microphone went into his neck. You know, just forget that's video compression. But you're right. Yeah. How did you not happen to deal with that 15-second delay or whatever the hell I got going on there? Why is it 15 seconds?
It's fucking absurd, dude. The whole thing's absurd.
I mean, radio waves travel at the speed of light.
Well, Dave, I mean, they tell you that, you know, there's people doing spacewalks on the outside of that thing, and it's doing 17,500 miles an hour. Oh, well, they don't get ripped off because, you know, space is a vacuum, so there's no atmosphere. It's unbelievable, dude.
And it's somehow pushing against the layer of air on the very outside of our atmosphere to cause pressure.
Science fiction, and it was cool. I still enjoy Star Wars, and
I do too.
You know, classic Star Trek. That's cool, man. Whatever. You know, you don't have to fucking hate everything you liked growing up. But let's be real, we were lied to, we were deceived. You know, you know, it's pretty obvious once you have a look.
Well, of course, because when you start catching them in their contradictions, and oh, do they ever have the contradictions? You know, and I mean, at some point, somebody's got to wake up. Hey, what's causing that curved shadow on the moon? Oh, that's the shadow of the Earth against the moon. Oh, well, how come I can't make a round shadow on another ball like that myself? Right? How are we getting this half moon then? Is somewhere there's the shadow of the Earth is straight? Oh, no. When you see it like that, that's because the light is shining on it from the sun perpendicular to your view of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I still can't recreate a straight Terminator line with a light source perpendicular to me on a ball. What's going on?
Well, I mean, I go out today in the daytime and you look up and the moon is out, the sun's out, they're both in the sky, there is not in between them, and the moon isn't fully lit. So obviously the sun isn't what's lighting the moon. I mean, let's get real.
So what's this Cheese Buds High Time Stanley? Stanley's is where I live in Virginia. 95 Cheese Buds.
Hey, Dave.
I think I know who that is.
People's Bibles are being supernaturally rewritten retroactively all throughout the fabric of time, and people think that this isn't important and is stupid, and I've gone too far.
Right. And here it is, and the worst ones on it are the Christians.
Yeah.
The worst ones about it are the Christians, and this is exactly pointing to what you've been preaching and waiting for the whole time. And they're unable to freaking see it. It's like it says right there before it, right at the very end of what's going to come about, it says that these things are going to take place. And they don't see it. They'll still say it's like that. Some of that shit that Sean was throwing out in the chat there the other day about here's this excuse and here's that excuse. And it's like, no, stop with that excuses shit. There is no excuses. And there he saw where he got Mandela himself. And I don't know, you know what? I feel like I'm interviewing somebody in witness relocation.
Who, me?
Yeah, it's like, here's our
imagine all my videos are like this. I'd be like a total shill, dude.
you're an undisclosed whistleblower. That's what's going on.
I'm like fucking. I don't even want to put a name on them because they're all fucking gatekeepers.
I know.
It's me. I'm just fucking creepy tonight. Well, I just got out of work. I took a shower and came on the porch to smoke, and I figured I'd jump in for a few. I'll hang out for a few more, but I'm gonna jump off in a little bit and eat. Maybe I'll come back after.
Yeah, man. I'm a little bit like a fish out of water right now because of I rearranged my whole little setup here and I'm not quite used to where everything's at, so it's kind of freaking me out a little bit. What I'm wondering. Let me look at something here real quick. I'd like to invite anybody to come up because
also the land masses of the earth are in the wrong place.
Oh yeah, and you,
it's kind of a big deal. It's a little bit more than Curious George's Dale,
I was talking to my friend who had the portrait of Dorian Gray change on her, and I was talking about the changes in the geography, and of course I've got a flat earth clock in my front room, and it's set up perfect so that wherever the hour hand is at is where the sun is on the earth. And I says, look at that, look at South America. And she's like, what the fuck? She goes, I'd send that back. I says, no, that's how all the maps are now. I says, come here, look at the Gleasons. She goes, Jesus Christ, look how big it is. Like, yeah, look at Cuba. It's bigger than Florida. She's like, what in the hell is going on? I said, reality's fluid, man. The Panama Canal goes north and south. She said, shut the fuck up. I said, oh, man.
Yeah, we've gone too far for talking about the biggest thing like ever.
Yeah. I mean, God, it just
glad I'm not a Mayan denier. I'll just tell you that, because they don't look too good right now, especially after 5 years of me doing videos.
I know. and all they have is this misremembering. No, I can't.
They look like Sean Hawkins, ultra globy. Huge globy tendencies of these Mandela effect deniers. Denying their own reality and denying their own senses. And actually lying to themselves and to others on many occasions.
Here's why he can't come on tonight, Sean. He can't come. Sean can't come on tonight because he's got his own live stream and he's looking at frauditors. Now, don't you think that it's awful damned funny that every one of these channels, damn near, that goes after flat earthers also goes after First Amendment auditors? How are those things even connected? How are those things even connected? But there's a lot of channels that they're the people that want to bash flat Earth. They
I know.
also,
I've seen them. They go after those guys too. Yeah, they hate anything outside the box, dude.
but it seems to be those two things in particular, which have no connection whatsoever to one another.
No, but the way they look at it, it's like you guys are such a spit in the face of the authority figure that they love. You know what I mean? Because they're all bootlickers. So I
Yeah,
can see
man.
how it could tie into their mindset, right?
Yep. And I guarantee you, I've just through my interactions on Twitter, every one of them, man, they're all in. They're all in on everything. If they're a Glober, they're all in on everything. They're
Oh, they
all
got
in
a
on
lot
the
of vaccines.
plague. Yeah, they're all in on.
They
I
got a
crack.
lot of boosters, dude. How many boosters do you think that dude Sean has?
Oh my God, every one of them. I bet they can't make enough for him. You know.
He's double dipping at the line at CVS. He's like putting on a mask and shit, coming back to the line.
I cracked these two ladies up at the grocery store today, and I didn't lock them in. No.
Dude, listen, I am gonna make a video eventually. I was gonna do it this week, but I am gonna do my grocery store video just so, like, because you guys have all heard it a million times, but I need to have a video so people can pass it around and think about it.
That would be good. Well, these two ladies, we were talking, and there was something. I forget how we got on the subject. I was talking to the cashier, and there was an older lady behind me. And I don't know. I just kind of went into a thing. I says, hell, I says, you know what the biggest problem our military has these days? And they said, what? I said, they can't find anybody that's not fat or stupid to recruit. And it's like, now they're just taking everybody. Sure, wear a dress, chop your wiener off. We don't even fucking care. And they just busted laughing. I thought it was funny as shit. All the people around the checkout just started laughing their asses off.
I'd hate to disappoint the won't be removed my penis, Dave.
Well, you should though. I mean, for myself, I was like, what? No way, man. That's like crazy. But then after I thought about the prospect of, chopping off my wiener, drilling a hole up into me, and, continually having to keep that from healing up.
Dave, you look like you could host a pretty nice vagina.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I checked it out first. I did a little bit of tuck. I talked in the mirror after a shower and sang Barbie Girl into a hairbrush a little bit, and it worked pretty good. I figured, hey, wait, I might be onto something here. What the hell? Why not? Oh.
I'm a Barbie girl living in the Barbie world.
Oh my God. Yeah. That song, that is like, that's one of them. That's just dumb as shit. You hated it when you first heard it, but now it's just was nauseated, pumped at you that you just go, oh yeah, that song. I remember that, and it's now they're going to make a Barbie movie. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
And I think it's Ryan Gosling supposed to play Ken.
I'm so bad with celebrities. Who's Ryan Gosling again? What's he known for?
Oh shit!
Fucking dick in Hollywood.
Yeah, probably most likely. He was kind of an it guy there for a little bit. He's been in some pretty good movies that I've seen. But he's got like something about him. I don't know. I want to punch him for some reason. There's certain people I see their face and I want to just punch their face. I don't know why. I just don't know why sometimes. So that's just how that goes.
Yeah, there's some people like that.
I don't do it, which that's a good thing. But yeah, I see some people like that guy, that David Hogg. That guy, he was there at the park.
I know who David Hogg is.
Yeah. He's just got a face that I just want to punch. I don't know why. I mean, I wouldn't do it really, but I mean, it's just that urge to want to punch his face is there. And it's not really, he wouldn't even have to say anything. It's just the way he looks to me makes me want to punch him in the face. I don't know why. No, not the Deadpool guy. That's Ryan Reynolds. Okay. Yeah, we got all kinds of Ryans. And we even got some in the show here in the chat tonight. It was a popular name about 30 years ago. My son's name is Ryan as well. I don't know why that all of a sudden became popular at that period of time. There are certain names you don't want to give people, I would imagine. Bertha is probably not a good thing to name your daughter. That's
No.
you know what's going to
Right.
happen, right?
Bertha, Big Bertha.
Right. And if you name your daughter Trixie or Coco or something like that, they're gonna.
You shouldn't name your fucking child Richard because everybody's gonna call him Dick.
Oh my God, yeah, yeah. As soon as kids figure out Dick is short for Richard, that kid's life is over.
It's a big joke, you know. He
Yeah.
is just a dick. What's up, Dick? Hey, Dick.
Yeah.
Dick got no dick.
But if you name a kid, a little girl, Trixie or Coco or something like that, they're probably going to make their life on a fucking brass pole somewhere. You know what I mean? So you gotta, and don't name a kid Tiffany. Tiffany's are always bitches, man. They always are bitches, little snobby bitches.
Yeah, I knew one. She was a fucking cunt.
Yeah, it's like there's certain names that carry a kind of personality with them, I mean, that's not absolute. It's just an observation I've made over my extensive period of time on this really crazy fucking place we call the world, man. And it's just is it getting more crazy, Brian, or are we just noticing it? I mean, did you ever think that maybe these Mandela effects had been taking place for a long time and we just took the downloads as they came and then all of a sudden we started going, no. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think they've been going for a long time.
Because I'm already under the idea that there's some kind of a like a firewall that takes a few years, not even in a lot of cases now, just within because it takes over from the time you're born till you're about 2-3 years old. I mean, how far back? What's the earliest memory you actually have? How old were you?
It's not like you, man. Way back as a baby.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah, that's what most people say. And I wonder, that's what it just blows my mind. It's like, how did your mind not record anything up to that point? And another thing that points to it is this. If you've ever been around little infants or had any yourself, they do this really cool thing where you'll see them like look up into the air and smile and wave like they're interacting with someone. And you look and there's nothing there. And it's like, whoa. But after about 2 or 3 years old, they stop doing that.
Yeah.
So what like some kind of a firewall that takes place and blocks everything prior to that out so you don't know about it. And I wonder if it's, who knows what kind of alchemic shit they're running on us, man. We already know our reality's fluid anyway. So we can't really count on anything. I don't know how to even deal with that. How does one?
Yeah, we don't even know what time is now. I mean, because there were people that were, like I covered, looking for the lion and the lamb, and for them it had changed to the wolf, and that was in the 1950s. But we also know that not only did it change much later for people, it's not just that people didn't notice it for half a century, because when it changed incrementally, and it wasn't changed in all the versions right away. So,
right.
What the fuck's going on with that?
Yeah, I see. There's like no explanation to it. It's other than something supernatural, and for it to be something so specific,
even deeper than just supernatural. It's like fucking with the fabric of time. Like that's fucked up.
Adding historical events. Perhaps our Civil War never really happened. It's just another one of those things that got put in our historical timeline, like the Black Tom incident or Torpedo Alley, right? And it used as a cover for the destruction that did take place of the old world shit that was here. You know, we do have a tendency. They have this, oh, this such and such a place. Everything was built in the 1800s. And it's like, oh, it was founded in 1846 or founded in 1880. And it's like, what do you mean founded? Found dead. Found dead. Right? It was found dead and repurposed. Freemasonry, so to speak. Right? I don't know. Food for thought. What's in a word, right? Jeez. But yeah, the thing about these changes, though, Brian, is the specific nature of them, the patterns. There's patterns. You got that. That's what gets you, is these patterns, and they seem to they interlink. Because, like I was saying, we've had all these changes with black. Another thing that was black that changed was Schwartz. And there was with that Tom Hanks thing, it comes right back full circle again, man. And it's like, why is our attention being drawn to black? Why is our attention being drawn to missing T's? What does the missing T represent? The absence of the Christ in people's lives? The T is representative of a balance. The taking away of balance.
We almost forgot one of the biggest ones, the tea and Skechers, which they just made a commercial to mock us.
Yeah, we mentioned, we were talking about that earlier. I believe I mentioned it. Maybe it was on the other show about I was talking to my friend Amanda about the tea and Skechers, and she's like, "Man, what the fuck is it with the teas?" And I told her about that commercial, and she goes, "Oh, they're just fucking with you now."
Oh yeah, well,
I said, yeah, absolutely, man. That's what they do.
The media is fucking with us. The truth community is trying to gaslight us.
Yeah, listen, there's some in there that I'm not really too sure. You know, I take them. This is why I don't like go all in. I take it as it is and how it is at the time with any of this, because a lot of times, unfortunately, and they know they can play on this, people get caught up in a cult of personality.
Yep.
Okay. They like the things that Donald Trump say. They like how he snaps at the press and he's off the cuff shit. Yeah, you're supposed to, man. That's part of the act. Do you think he's really like that in real life? Do you think you really know what that man is like outside of being behind a podium or on camera? You don't have a fucking clue. You won't bother. And because they get into this big cult of personality, they're going to overlook the fact that this guy was hanging out with the same guy that Ghislaine Maxwell was hanging out with, and Bill Gates was hanging out with, and all these other people you're ready to hang from the yard arm, but don't touch Donald Trump. No, he was just playing 5D chess. Come on, bro.
Hey, listen. I gotta bounce out, but I might be able to come back in a little bit, in like an hour if you're still streaming. I gotta do some things because I gotta get some shit done around here and I gotta eat and stuff. But I'll try and come back, okay?
Hey, sounds good, Brian.
All right, man.
All right, thanks for coming up.
All right.
So as we said, we got the link is up in the top of the chat. We're kind of still hoping that Sean will show up, but since he's doing his own live on something completely different, he's really trying to draw his audience away from the idea that I've went ahead and cordially invited him to come up and tell me why it is that he's such an angry little troll person. But I suspect that it's because they took his windowless van and his free candy sign, and now as part of a probation agreement, he has to go on and do reaction videos to auditors and flat earthers. So, you stupid son of a bitch. Deny science. I'm Sean. Hey, Google, tell me an answer so I can tell it back to the fucking people on the camera. Anyway, is that a good enough impersonation of him? No? Yes? What happened? No, now my phone is fully charged. Good. We get extra fast stuff going on up here on the international fake station. I have found some really interesting stuff on this on Twitter here. This is another real good one right here, showing perspective. I wanted to share this with you guys tonight too. Let me bring this up. Let's see. How do I? Oh, there's this little thing. It's hidden. All right, let me go here. So, tell me if you think that this airplane, which is on a runway, is coming over the curve of the Earth. Okay, okay. Now watch this. Oh! Circle of despair. You see how that you get that reflective line right at the horizon? Oh my God, what the hell here? Well, it might not let us share shit here tonight. Let's see. I restarted my modem before this broadcast did. It's all right. The circle of despair gives off time to hit the bomb. That's right, Brian. Atmospheric lensing, or refraction, if you will. That's a refraction line. Now, I do not understand why I'm having this trouble. But you get the gist, right? So is that aircraft actually coming up over the curve of the Earth? Or do you think that perhaps it's... Let me see if it'll play again. No, I won't do shit. Hold on. No, it won't do nothing. Hang on. I don't know what happened there. Everything went the fuck away. Everything went away. Now I gotta find it again. Damn it. Well, I guess I have to go over to me. So if I go like that, go here. There's us right now on this thing going live. Oh, yeah, great. Yeah, that's kind of off color. We don't want that. So many memes about the sub. So many. Has anybody seen any of the memes from the sub? They're terrible. Is that the one? This video should be approved. Oh, yeah. Let me play this. This is what we want right here. Let me unmute and push this back. And I think we shouldn't have any problems with this. I'm going to share the screen. All right.
I just took a flight from Atlanta to Toronto.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And I specifically picked the window seat because I knew I'd get a chance to see a sunrise. As you can see, I'm looking very...
All right, just a second. I know what to do. Got too much going on. Close that one. Close that. Now see if it does it. I'm just going to see if it plays.
Touristy with my P900, but what I recorded was 100% proof that the sun is not 93 million miles away. So check it out. So here's the video I took. As you can see, the sun is about to start rising, and it's not even past the horizon. You can see the horizon in the background, and the sun is going to start rising through that thick layer of clouds right there. Now, if the sun is 93 million miles away, it would be rising at the horizon, not in the middle of the clouds. right there. So I was at about 34,000 feet when I was recording this with my P900, and I don't see how that is possible if the sun is 93 million miles away. So once again, this is where I was heading from Atlanta to Toronto, looking east at the sunrise. And this is me wondering if anybody else in the plane saw what I just did.
I'm muted. My bad. My bad. So what I was going to say is this thing had this controversy with the sub has actually brought into light and been a good opportunity for people to be putting out a lot of information about the controversy of the Titanic versus its sister ship Olympic, and how the Titanic was actually the Olympic painted up as the Titanic, part of a big insurance scheme, as well as the kill off a couple of bankers that were coming in support against the Federal Reserve Act. So that's an interesting little rabbit hole to go down. So there, I think being there, we're getting ready to have the a lot. You think the deception's bad now? Hang in there, because with these AIs, okay, the deep fakes that they're able to do, along with holographic technology, okay, holographic technology is going to blow your mind. So when they get the alien invasion, I mean, I just want you to watch this for a second. This is crazy. I mean, how do you do this, right? What's Dark Watch got? Why would he come on? You never debate, you overtalk, mute, never let anyone finish. That's not true at all, Dark Watch. That's not true at all. I think that your opinion is biased, rude, and pedantic. And if you'd like to challenge me on that, go ahead and come up. You're free to leave any fucking time. I also want to make note, Dark Watch, nobody made you fucking come here either. Okay? Just saying, you know? Just saying. There's Lucky Haskins. Caught your video today, Lucky. I thought that was pretty good, man. I liked it. I always like your videos, man. Yeah, no more lying, Dark Watch. Dark Watch is a douche canoe. All right, that's all there is to it. I've seen him on another shit. He's all in. Shut the fuck up, Dark Watch. Go get your goddamn booster, you retard. Look at this crazy shit. Imagine seeing fucking whales flying around. So that's pretty fucking crazy. What the hell, right? Whales flying around and shit. They can make that shit look real, but we all know that it's not, because whales don't fly. Or maybe they do now. We have desert penguins. Why the fuck not, right? This stuff is so gay. This stuff is so gay, he says. It is. But it's still Pride Month, so we can show it. All right. We got to do the Pride thing. Oh, this is really good. I don't know if you've caught this, but it's been this has been floating around by Woody Harrelson. This is pretty good, man. Y'all got to check this out.
The habit of buying junk fast foods that have no actual food in them. We buy gallons of poisonous household cleaners when one degradable soft soap will do. We are poisoning our homes and wasting our hard-earned money for no good reason. Why? Because the advertising industry tells us to. They just want you to buy stuff. For example, if a company pollutes the environment or uses bad business practices, you don't buy their stuff, they will change. If you don't want food with chemicals or GMOs in it, then don't buy it. The minute we start taking responsibility and spending our money wisely, every politician, every corporation, and leader around the world is going to know that we have woken up.
Look what happened to Bud. Bud Light has lost, I think it was some unfathomable amount of billions of dollars. I think it was $100 and something billion that they've lost in just because of the Dylan Mulvaney thing. So the consumer can have some power.
Oh yeah, I think so.
21st.
Yeah, I mean, they did it with the Bud Light and it worked.
We shut a grocery store down when we lived in Texas because of the way the new company said they would keep all the Safeway employees. And then as soon as they bought it and everything, then they turned around and cut their paychecks way down, treated them crappy, and forced them out of their jobs. So we just shut them down by not shopping there.
Yep. Well, that's how a volunteerist society would work. If somebody's a shitheel within the community, people have the freedom of not engaging in a contract with that person. And eventually that person will have no other recourse but to go resettle somewhere else.
And think about it. We didn't even have the internet back then. It was just everybody in town heard about it and didn't like what was going on because a lot of people worked there. So they just made that choice themselves. And their parking lot was empty.
Well, let me finish this video here real quick.
Century. If we use our resources wisely, there's no reason why anyone shouldn't have what they need. There's no reason whatsoever why people are still starving to death on our planet. And the common man or woman, whether they are Israeli or Palestinian, Protestant or Catholic or Iraqi or American, the common man just wants to live in peace and justice in a clean environment. When we look around the world and we see that that is not the case, we know that the will of the majority is not being listened to. That's the first sign that our system is broken. Government won't make these changes for us. Yet again, it is down to the common man. No company will continue a practice or a product that you, the consumer, will not buy. It's vitally important that you understand this because this gives you ultimate power to change the world you live in. Companies are extremely sensitive about you buying their products because if you don't buy their stuff, they go out of business. That's not something any company is willing to consider. And by choosing to spend your money wisely, you can promote those companies that do business in a socially responsible way.
So yeah, that's absolutely true. He is an actor. Yabba dabba doo. He is an actor. However, does that in any way invalidate what that man just said? I mean, would those words not ring just as true if Charles Manson said them or if Adolf Hitler said them?
Like they say, don't shoot the messenger.
That's right. That's right. So is that what you cannot measure things by that? You take the information and process it yourself. Okay. So yes, he's an actor. He's in the, a lot of people would say he's in the club, right? However, does that in any way invalidate the words that came out of his mouth? No, not a bit. See, we have a tendency to do that. And so if a trusted news guy, or if Tucker Carlson came on and said that exact same thing, people would be, you know, lining up to hold his balls, right?
Right.
But see, that's the whole thing. You cannot go by your perception of the individual giving the information. The only thing you can do is run that information through the filter of logic and truth and come to your own conclusion about it. Okay, that's it. And you got to get out of that fucking programming. People are just people. They're just people.
Well,
Don't
also,
matter.
go back and listen to some of the songs in the 80s and stuff where they were talking about all of this stuff going on. And people just totally were brain dead about it all, you know, and you'd say something to someone and they'd go, oh, that's not true. And it is true. You can go back and listen to them. It's exactly what's going on. But they were trying to tell us, but nobody listened.
Right. I'm looking for this thing. I thought I retweeted it so I would have it. And it really summarizes up what was going on with, you know, what you got distracted from by this who is that? Oh, it was an echo or something. Distracted by this whole submarine thing. And maybe I downloaded it instead. I'll have to look real quick, because yeah, there's the Woody Harrelson thing. Because there was a lot went on during that period of time.
Right.
FDA approved that they can use fake meat and they don't have to fucking tell you. What? Yeah, see, I must have done it that way. So I'm going to have to go down here, open this up and look in here. I'll go under downloads. Got lots of stuff in here. Death, a friend of mine on Twitter, sent me these, and I want to share them with you. He said they were inspired by the stream where we had Conspiracy Smasher. You caught that one. Yeah, you came on right after he got off, Dreamy.
Yeah.
And of course, he has the militarized penguin for his avatar and on Twitter. And so this is what Death sent me, these 4 pictures he had that were, he said they were inspired by that broadcast. So here's the the militarized penguins crashing the wall, man. Then you got these guys having their dark council. He said that's what was happening. They were trying to fuck with your stream. So look at that shit. And then, of course, with the black cube. I love the one with the black cube. I'm going to have to put that up as a background one of these nights, man. That'd be great. That would be great.
That one's funny right there.
But yeah, these some of the shit that I found. Oh yeah, I was going to look in there. Damn. I can't keep my shit together here. Having a good night, though.
Wonder if those are AI generated pictures.
Yeah, I think they are. I believe they are. Oh, this thing says, this was cute. Somebody had put a thing out and said, everyone who is making these submarine memes, how the fuck you go to sleep at night? And some guy replied and said, with oxygen and a working game controller. I was like, oh my God, that's just so wrong. That is just so wrong. Let's see. I thought I may have downloaded that onto here. And because they really did, they distracted. Did you guys see God? Did you guys? Oh, let me show you this real quick.
There were very few vibrations.
Stop. All right, so this was during a launch of a satellite from the space shuttle. And this is really cool because God makes an appearance. Pay attention. You'll see him.
There were very few vibrations.
Oh. You see him?
The inside the spacecraft. You can see that the deployment very
Yeah, around there.
Even to deploy, there was a large.
He's back there walking. Oh, quick! Switch to the other camera, quick! Check that out. Look at this guy. Ah!
This is just
I know you-
actually being deployed from the spacecraft.
And people ask us, why do you all deny that we go to space and shit, man? And it's like, are you kidding me? Look, this is why. Come on, y'all. What the hell? You can't see that? Oh my God. I just can't with sometimes with these people. Is that the one? Is that the one? No, it's about underground. You guys heard about Operation Underground Railroad? Where they're actually putting money to this Tim Ballard guy. He's been rescuing a lot of these kids. That movie, The Sound of Freedom, that's coming out this weekend, is about him with Jim Caviezel. Did you see about that movie, Dreamy?
No, I didn't see it.
It's not out yet, but it's put out by Angel Studios because they couldn't get anybody in Hollywood to do it because so many people in Hollywood are in it. I mean, in on that trafficking, right? And so this guy, Tim Ballard is an ex-CIA guy, ex-FBI and CIA. And he now spends his time full time going into these fucking hellholes and rescuing these kids from traffickers and shit.
Yes, I've heard about that. I just didn't hear about the movie thing.
Yeah. You're not going to see a lot of publicity about it because it's not going to get the same thing as the Hollywood production, but it's going to be really well done. Mel Gibson was involved in the production. Jim Caviezel plays Tim Ballard, and he worked directly with Tim Ballard. Requested that he use him, and he said, "Who can we get that's good enough to do this?" And he said, "Jesus Christ!" And he's like, "Well, I'm sorry, he's not around right now for that." And he goes, "No, the guy who played Jesus Christ in the Passion of the Christ."
Yes.
And Caviezel was like, "Hell yeah, I'll do it. Hell yeah."
Passion of the Christ was a powerful movie. If people really, really got what its message was. And Mel Gibson took a huge hit for that.
Yeah, listen, this is the whole. I watched the thing the other day. Caviezel was actually talking about one of the scenes where they had to shoot it 5 times, and it's where the Roman guy's got his foot on his head, crushing it into the dust, right, crushing him into the dirt. And right before that 5th take, Caviezel said that he prayed. He says, I don't want them to see me. I want them to see you. I want them to see you.
Right.
And so during that scene, he actually got his lip bit from the pressure of the sandal on his face.
Yeah.
And he was already hurting from having to shoot the scene, and he actually, that blood coming out of his mouth in that scene is actually his.
Yeah.
And he says, "Whoa, yeah, you want to see me, you got to go through the pain." That's the whole thing. And I was like, wow, that's powerful as hell. That is so powerful.
Well, he let us all know that was exactly what they were going to do to us.
Yes.
And Jesus referred to himself as a brother, not God, not a Lord, not a lady, none of that garbage, that so many people are confused about.
Yeah. Hang on, what's that?
But that's cool. He's going to be in the next movie too. Awesome.
Yeah. This is supposed to come out this weekend. It's called the Sound of Freedom, and they've been having a thing where people are actually gifting tickets to people. They've got their theaters have been sold out for this.
That's what we did with the other movie. Mm-hmm. I bought 10 tickets and passed them around, and a whole bunch of us went and saw it. And you want to know what was really funny? When we all walked out of the Passion of the Christ, everyone that walked out of that movie, it was just people walked out silently. People that were coming out of the other movies were all laughing and talking and everything. But everyone that came out of the movie Passion of the Christ was silent. They didn't say a word all the way out the doors. It was kind of, one of those moments where you could just feel it in the whole theater.
It's a very powerful movie. It really is.
Yeah.
I have it here on Blu-ray.
I bought a
And
copy of it.
I want to, you know, and the weird thing, the last couple of days, I was thinking, you know, I'm going to watch that. I want to watch that again, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's very moving. It really puts it into you. The gravity of what that story actually is. And it's like, wow.
Right.
Yeah.
Very, very, very deep spiritual enlightenment in that movie.
Which I think that more people need that. They're so immersed in the gratis persona, you know, and gratifying the self. And what is that really?
Space station.
I mean, I want to show you something here in just a second, but I mean, but they're putting the worldly material things above their immortal soul, you know? And that's like the total opposite of gratitude.
Yeah.
It is like the total opposite of gratitude for even having this experience. They just take everything for granted,
Right.
you know? And if you were, as a parent, how would you feel about a child who takes everything that they're given just for granted and doesn't really appreciate it? It makes you feel like shit, right?
Right.
So, kind of the same thing. Oh, look at there.
Hey, there's an alien's hand getting you.
It is. We have these aliens that look like hands up here.
It came through the space station.
Stuck its damn hand right through the wall.
I saw that.
But what you got to understand, though, Dreamy, is that, you know, we're doing serious science up here. You know, we are. Look, we're doing serious science. Now, listen, Don will tell you about it.
Space station is a serious place.
Serious, man.
Well, astronauts get music too, you know.
Well, think about this now. It's they're being serious, doing serious stuff. They wanted to hear what a bagpipe would sound like in a weightless environment, right? And so they spent a lot of money packing that fucking thing up and putting it in that rocket ship to take up there with them so that they could do this for people and show this serious space stuff that they're doing.
I think they should have took the Eagles with them instead.
We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research.
So they took a microphone and a guitar. They got that up there. And that's in addition to their gorilla suit and beach balls. And I want to know where the closet is up here, man. That's what I want to know, where they're keeping all this shit.
I told you in the last time in comments that it's Mary Poppins. You know, she's got that bag and she pulls everything out of it, remember?
That's right. That's right.
It's magic. But yeah, about that movie, when's it supposed to come out?
Which one?
The Freedom movie.
July the 4th.
July 4th. Yeah. And it's going to be on Netflix?
No, it's going to be in movie theaters.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
AMC movies theaters are showing it. I know. I don't know. Check your local listings, I guess. That's right. That's become a foreign thing for me as well, going to the movie theater. That, you know, because you do have the streaming services and shit like that. A lot of things, they come out right to DVD or right to stream. But no, this one, listen, they got a lot of pushback from the mainstream film industry on this, and that would include like some movie theaters as well. Legion is going fucking wild right now. They pulled out all the stops. Did you see the video of the trans or whatever the fuck they were, the LGBT community had this parade. They were marching down the street going, "We're here, we're queer, we're here for your kids. We're coming for your kids."
I heard a little bit about that, but I try to stay away from that scene as much as possible.
They're not even hiding it, man.
Oh no, they haven't, because we've had to deal with that up here with the libraries and the Spokane especially, where they brought in trans storytellers that were all dressed up and everything. And believe it or not, it was the Christian churches that said they had the right to do that, not with 5-year-old kids and young kids.
20 years ago, so that would have been a death sentence.
Well, it's child abuse.
Parent would have took you down, beat your ass, man. That's all. You can't be doing that. They're riding around on bikes with their balls hanging out of their little banana hammocks and shit. Little kids out there. What's wrong with parents that they're taking their kids to that crap anyways, man?
Yeah, that's the sad part. But we'll go back to when Trump was being voted in the first time around, you know, and all those women were there wearing those vagina hats, and their kids walking beside of them, and the things they were yelling. It was nasty. It was disgusting, and they should have all been ashamed of themselves. But they have no shame.
They're obsessed with sex and genitalia. They are really obsessed with it.
Who is?
Well, I'm talking about these people that are pushing this shit. The whole establishment, NASA. I mean, look at the first diagram of their moon lunar orbit and back to Earth. If you look at it, it's just a big fucking dick and balls. That's what they drew.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Every bit of it's a joke. So you've got what I was going with, the being able to drink out of a cup in space, right? They had this recently. And this cup, if you look at it, it's shaped like a vajayjay, man. And it's like all the time, the little rocket ships, they show it going up and they'll purposely make the camera so it thrusts back and forth and shit. Everything about them, they're just obsessed with it. And right on down, this is the demons, okay? Whatever's possessing these people, they're low vibration entities. This is why they concentrate on the root chakra of vibration. Keeping people's minds, and their mind is constantly there. That's all they think about. And it's just it's just sick. And people are allowing it. And those that won't allow it get in trouble by the establishment for not allowing it. Woe be to those who call evil good and good evil, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for real. And that's where we're at. I want to see if I can find that. That's on here.
So you're up here spitting some facts, and I appreciate that.
Right on.
Now, I've heard this theory before. I don't know what to believe, man. Like, I'm still caught up in the Matrix a bit, honestly. I'm slowly beginning to understand the whole NASA is fake thing. But here's my thing. Like, at any point in time, I believe that they can change our reality. And I believe that they try to tell us that with the movies that we watch, like with the Mandela effect. Have you heard of that?
Are you talking about the Mandela effect?
Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier in the stream.
Right. And that's where I was, because I've been following along.
Brian.
I'm a big fan of the show. I've been watching, but I like what you talk about, because, like, for the first time, like, you're kind of the first channel that's really got through to me, and just stuff you talk about on here. And
well, I appreciate that.
Because you're not ignorant of the subject, you know the skepticism behind it.
Yeah. Well,
when you start doing things and questioning it, that's whenever you're starting to open your eyes and really start to see what's going on around you, and not just going with the flow of things.
Right. And and you got to be careful, because they always try to pin you back onto something, part of the programming. Like a lot of times in the debates on flat Earth versus globe, the globies like to point to this guy Aristophanes, right, who did this experiment with sticks and shadows and figured out that the Earth was round, and but for some reason everybody thought it was flat until the 1500s. I don't know how that works, but anyway, he did this experiment with this, and well, it works on a flat surface, so it's really not proof of anything. So here's the bigger question: how the hell do you even know that this guy even existed and did this goddamn experiment? You don't.
Well, basically, in case you didn't notice what the people who believe that is, they believe in anything that's written in history, even though history has been provenly, most of history, well, I would say over half of it has been changed, it's proven up through the years. And people I say the Mandela effect because I'm like, they're controlling this. Now weed is legal. Now they're saying aliens are real. That the whole thing with the 2020 thing, I'm not going to say. And all this, and all the whole the T word people, the T people, I'm not going to say. So the T people, none of this existed before the year 2020. None of it. Not a damn bit of it. I don't care. Like, you can go back in history. 2019 was a different world than 2020 because we shifted, like, they shifted their matrix, their programming over to this, because that's what I really believe, because my life was changed. Like, I was poor and homeless. I shit you not. I was poor and homeless on the street. Now I live in a 6-bedroom house because the matrix shifted me into this reality. Whatever this is, like, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, it's as Brian Stavely said, and I agree. This shows that our reality is fluid. Somehow it's fluid, and something is supernaturally changing it. You could go with, okay, let's try to find a logical explanation how people's Bibles have changed in their home, how copies of movies that they had, even on VHS, have changed to the new.
Hey, someone mentioned 2016, dude. That's the year Donald Trump got elected. Guess who predicted it? The Simpsons. Guess who predicted those submarine people that died after the Titanic sinking? The Simpsons predicted it. It's no longer a prediction. It's a spoiler. So, ladies and gentlemen, they're fucking with you. They're fucking with you with the Simpsons. They're telling you they control everything, and they're making cartoons out of the future, and it's coming true.
Making a mockery of it. That's why they use a cartoon. That's my opinion.
South Park does it too.
Hey, Nabs.
What's up? So something that I was just popped into my head as you guys were talking, if I may. Have you ever heard of the theory that DMT, the stuff that's made in our mind, not the stuff you smoke to get to that place, but the stuff that's naturally produced, actually controls our realm? And a collective of DMT is what makes the world, quote unquote, go round?
Are you talking about the pineal gland? And
dimethyltryptamine.
And the milk and honey being like the Bible. Yep. Yeah, that's the only way that it makes. That's the only way the Bible actually makes sense, to be honest.
And that would also explain the Mandela effect in some manner, because if we are all having an experience and it's generated by the DMT, the mind would have some residual goo, for lack of better words, that would extend into that new creation as the DMT produces in our own actual minds. I could be very, 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 very fucking wrong, but it's an interesting theory I've heard of, and it merited looking into it.
Well, see, that's that. But how do you get everybody on track with the exact same things?
Because we all create that manifest, or we all create that DMT trip per se, collectively.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is that we have See, we have residue that exists to like the way things actually were. It's almost like little Easter eggs. You find them all over, but there's specific things. And it's almost like a puzzle. Why would the T's be fucking crazy? Why would there be all these missing T's? Okay. Why is there such a German connection to this stuff too? There's a huge heavy duty German connection to this. With names, events, all kinds of things. The name, the FAO Schwartz is now Schwarz. We have all the shit that's turning black that wasn't black. Why are these things? Why is our attention being brought to these things? The black, the missing T's, the German connection. There's like all these things that are like a pattern, and they're very specific. And when it comes to a lot of them that are taking place, like in the Bible, they turn things to where it's actually a blasphemous statement as far as concerned to the scripture. And like, for instance, the leaving out of a word. In Leviticus, it talks about what's proper for sacrifice. And now it says if you don't have a lamb, you can bring 2 turtles.
What?
Yeah. Well, it used
turtle
to say
doves.
turtle doves, but doves is gone now. And we know that through the cleanliness laws of Leviticus that turtles would be unclean.
Yes.
Okay? So
you bring an unclean I get you.
Right. So now we've got, and what's really crazy is some of these things, they're reflecting what we're seeing. Since the date range mentioned, like what Asylum TV said, and I think you brought it up as well, we have now instances in the Bible, in Job, and I believe it's in Kings also, references to men with breasts full of milk and nursing fathers.
What?
Yeah.
I think maybe some of that is forecasted within the
You're echoing, Dreamy.
What's that?
You're echoing, Dreamy.
I am?
Yeah, you were just now.
My other thing's muted.
It echoes when I talk, but apparently not anymore.
Yeah.
See, what I try to do, I try to communicate with it. I try to let it know what I want, and sometimes it give it to you. Sometimes it's like God, right? Like it is God. Like
Asylum,
God's
let me ask you
it.
this. If you are in want of something, do you have it?
No.
Okay, so if
no,
you don't
like me, I have a deficiency in my brain. Like to me, I have yet to acquire money, so I want to acquire money, and then I want to see if that is a good call. I want to see what it's like to live with money, and then if that's not good enough, then I'll.
Are you familiar with the ginkgo tree, ginkgo bola?
No, but sometimes I wonder if it's even worth a pursuit. Like I don't know if money will make me happy.
All right, let me just put this like this though, just real quick, and then tell us about the ginkgo biloba or whatever. Okay.
Ginkgo biloba.
You have to understand the differences between needs and wants. Okay.
Right.
Now, you want the things that you need, but you do not always need the things that you want. You have to keep in mind sometimes God says no. Okay, he's not a magic genie that's just going to grant your wishes. It doesn't work that way. Now it goes right back to another parable that has changed, and it makes it blasphemous. But I'll go to that again. Consider the sparrows. They neither toil in the field, nor reap, nor sow, but my Father provides for them. Okay? You're always going to have what you need, but you're not always going to have what you want. I think even Mick Jagger did a song about that. But that scripture's changed now because it says, consider the ravens. And that's crazy because ravens eat carrion.
All right. So that's not what the alphabet movement's saying. The alphabet movement's saying you can be whatever you want to be.
Well, who's the alphabet? Who's the well, that's not true.
Well, I can tell you.
Yeah,
out of
but
both of
according to
England-
them, it is. So you have to understand the world you're living in.
Yeah.
Those are your overlords, and they will ban you.
No, they aren't.
Oh,
No, they aren't.
No.
Not mine.
They're only my overlord if I give them power, and I give them no power.
Yeah, I know. Like it's a joke I make. Like I do some funny shit. Like I just do funny shit on my channel. Like I burned a barrel of poop. I shit you not, and people actually watched it. And like dog shit, right? Like it was retarded. Like it was stupid. But anyways,
people will watch retarded shit. Look.
And I just
make fun
like
of this retard. I used to make fun of this fucking retard, man. This Chili de Castro.
yeah.
People love that fucking shit, right? But I got tired of it. You know, I was like, no, I'm not TMZ. I'm not this. You know, I don't want to be a gossip shit. You know.
Hell yeah, dude! I could see you as TMZ hoes. That'd be cool as hell.
So what do we got? Jeebus Crisp is up here with us tonight. How you doing? Give us a mic check there, Jeebus Crisp. Come on, Tim.
Oh.
All right. Fucking flat earth retard. You tried to do a Sean Hawkins.
So become much and put all their time, effort, and energy into it too. So if you want to be stupid, put your energy into it. If you don't, then don't put your energy there.
Well, Dreamy, it's like this, man. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Right? Garbage in, garbage out.
Right.
Okay. I've had a hell of a lot more time now. I don't have nearly the subscribers that I did with that fool, but I don't care. I've got a much more intelligent audience.
Right.
You see? And that's
what do we talk like? I'm sorry, we've derailed, but is it because this is guest here?
What now?
I'm confused. Like I'm sorry. Like I don't understand what's going on. You know,
I don't think any of us do, man.
Well,
I've been smoking a joint, and I'm kind of like.
Well, you were talking about the ABCs. Well, I don't put my energy into all that.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you're smart. Yeah.
Hey, whatever you put your energy, then that becomes okay to you over time. That's what brainwashing does. They repeat it enough to the point that finally people start accepting it, believing it, participating in it, and it just keeps going like a train off the rails.
I know.
Yeah, Dreamy, you know, it's like that
like
song. It's like that song that always plays on the radio, and you really don't like it, but you always sing it because they play it so damn much. Because they tell you that that song is popular by playing it all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just find yourself singing a song that you really can't stand.
So here's just along the lines. Now I'm telling you right now, Asylum TV. Here's the thing: Legion is loose, and Legion don't give a shit. They're not even trying to hide it no more. Okay, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. This was just recently. Okay, listen to what these people are saying, and pay no attention to the boobies that are out on this one. I guess it's something, but it's okay right now because after all, it is Pride Month. So anyway, here, watch this. This is not.
It ain't my Pride Month. Pride goeth before the fall.
Pride is one of the 7 sins, seven deadly sins. Man, come on.
So we're on the 6th one.
So check this one. We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children.
That's super fun.
Can you believe that?
And it's a black flag.
Oh, dude, that's super fucked.
We're coming for your children.
Sadistic.
We're coming for your children.
That's an open threat. That's a threat of violence as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
I mean, they're fighting it every turn so that they can have this crazy shit in the schools. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if your children are in public school, take them out immediately. Homeschool your children. You can do it with just a couple of hours a week. You can do it on the weekend, man, and teach them 10 times more than what they're ever going to learn in one of these crazy mills that they call a school.
Yeah, I agree. It's dangerous in public school. People get into fights and get stabbed and all kinds of stuff.
Yes. Yes, and it's not anything about knowledge. Let me tell you my definition of education. I hear these idiots talk about you're not educated. No, I'm learned. Okay, there's a difference. Educated means I took my brain out, I put it on a shelf, I let somebody fuck with it, and now I'm retarded. That's what education means.
Someone in the chat said nuclear weapons were not real. Is that correct?
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think
Even
they're
them
fake.
can't
I went
stop
to
the time.
Hiroshima and there's no evidence that there was ever any huge amount of radiation in any of the places that they said these things exploded. So what's that about?
I visited Trinity, New Mexico, which is where they tested it at, right? And there's people live around there. There's no radiation signs, none of that fucking bullshit. You know, come on.
Well, there is a lot
Dare
of
you?
people that ended up with cancer in New Mexico that worked in the uranium mines. So I know that firsthand because my mom and my grandparents both worked in the mines.
Radiation is real.
Entire families, they weren't supposed to come home and wearing their clothes. They were supposed to leave them and have them washed at the plant, at the mines. But they didn't tell the people. They didn't tell them about the safety stuff they were supposed to wear. So a lot of them got cancer. One was a family. Dad got sick, and then mom was getting sick. The children were getting sick. They all ended up with cancer all the way down to the 4-year-old. A family of 6. And this was before my mom passed away. And she was telling me, plus she took care of some of her friends with it.
Did you ever hear of the Radium Girls?
Mhm.
The Radium Girls.
No.
They were these women that would paint for the military. They had these women working where they'd make the gauges on bombers and other instruments, and they'd have the glow in the dark radium. And their job was to paint the numbers and shit on the gauge dials with this radium. And they started that stuff was getting into their system, and they would actually glow in the fucking dark.
Oh wow!
So we got Boltonator has joined us tonight.
Well,
How are you?
Rocking along. Oh, sounds like I'm echoing. God damn it!
You're not echoing on our end, not on my end.
God didn't do it. It was the fucking beavers.
Damn paddle tails.
Yeah, and paddle.
No, not those
Close your
beavers. The
YouTube
other
window
beavers.
It's the penguins. It's always
the
the
original
penguin.
woman beaver.
So what's your thoughts on
So-
how long have you been watching what we were talking about, Boltonator?
Well, that's what I've been trying to figure out where the progress was going.
Oh, we're like
It seemed to be jumping over the spectrum.
It is, and it all relates to how
So I was trying to
people
hone
are
in before I
duped.
opened my mouth.
Sure, it's pretty much
We're
how we're being
ADHD here.
duped and distracted on every level. That's where we're at, with deceptions. With deception. I mean, it's constant deception. And as we go back to what William Casey, head of the CIA, said, he said, we'll know our job is complete when everything the American public thinks is true is a lie.
Exactly.
And we're there. I mean, we've got some people that are like all in on it all. Get your booster. The space is real. The Earth's a globe. You're a conspiracy theorist.
Sorry, man.
Russians are going to nuke us, and China's the bad guy. And
Vote for Brandon.
Yeah, but
Let's go, Brandon.
Oh my God.
Even better.
We were just talking about radium, though.
Yeah,
Have you guys seen how apparently in our
Radium
history,
is
people
helium.
were drinking radium-infused water and stuff?
Yeah. Because some
guy radium was apparently a huge health industry before.
Well, there's 2 types of stuff out there because, like down in Florida, there's natural springs that have radium in it, and it's good. It's legit.
lithium.
Right.
Lithium.
That's
Now,
one
we've
of
got-
them.
Okay, so
Lithium, man.
right
Lithium Springs.
right near us is a place called Bear Lithia Springs, and you can go there and get some water. And I'll tell you what, it's some happy water. It really is. I mean, that stuff you drink it, and you're in a great mood, man.
You can make a battery out of that shit.
Yeah.
You
Listen,
can
that's
make a
what we have.
battery out of a couple of
Actually, ain't
rods and some dirt.
Well, yeah, or
Yeah, I got a friend of mine that does that. It's pretty neat.
I've got a little schematic on how to make batteries using copper, zinc, and magnets stacked in a certain way with the poles all in the right orientation, and you get it'll make a battery, man. You can set them up in series and get a whole bunch of power out of them.
You can make a sand battery too.
Potato.
There's lots of ways to
I
contain
was just
power.
about to be like, you can power a clock with a potato.
Yeah, man. Well, everything's electric, man. Everything's electric. This whole thing works on electric and magnetism.
It's electric.
Okay, it's all everything is. Everything. You're electric. Your thoughts are
Everything, man.
yeah.
And then
I
if
mean-
you follow your dog around long enough, he'll be Labrador electric.
Another Cheech and Chong fan. All right. I love it. I love it.
So hey, Sovereign, I was watching there's this new Flash movie that just came out, right?
Oh God, yeah. How is it?
And,
Oh my God, I won't even do it.
they do a lot of like Mandela effect type of stuff in that movie. Well, besides, there's a lot of other Easter eggs that are really kind of subtle, but
I can't
if
bring
you actually pay
myself to
attention.
watch it. I'm a big Marvel fan. I watched everything, but that dude, they're freaking having played Flash.
Yeah. I mean,
Heard.
when I watch a movie, I don't really focus on the actor, focus more on the character. But on this one in particular, I watched it. I watch these movies for the Easter eggs, and there's a point in the movie where, they're referencing Back to the Future, and he's like, some guy plays Marty McFly, and he doesn't catch on at first, and then finally he's like, wait a minute, like Michael J. Fox plays Marty McFly. He's like, oh, you mean the guy that plays in this other movie? He's like, oh, no, not the Terminator. And he's like, no, you mean that's Stallone. And he's like, wait a minute. He's like, I fucking broke reality. So
he went into an alternate.
basically, he changed one little thing, and it just messed all this other stuff up, right?
Well, isn't that the cataclysm that's going to happen if anybody actually ever does it? One change.
How do we know they
able
didn't?
to change it?
Well, that's the point I'm
Right.
getting at. So that's a
domino
possibility,
effect,
right?
man.
Because they're missing
Right.
with these.
What? I mean, travel into the past or changing something in the past, not a person traveling into the past. That seems feasible. Like a whole person traveling in time.
But
is
you
weird.
change anything, it's going to either split or cancel a reality.
Yeah, it creates a new reality, a new branch, right?
A branch, yes, exactly. It's either going to cancel the original one or it's going to create a branch. I don't know. I'm not that fucking guy.
So my
Well,
thoughts
and it
on-
depends if a multiverse concept makes sense. Like where
But they're
the
doing a
Bible
lot of,
talks of a universe, not a multiverse. But
Right.
go
But
ahead.
they're doing this theme in a lot of movies, like all the major box office hits, for most of them. They're touching on this multiverse.
Well, like
theme,
what
right?
what are some other ones? Because I mean, I don't watch.
It's not even
movies
just
at all,
movies,
so
man. You can get this information from various scientists.
I mean, all the
I was
superhero
going to be an
movies are
ass
one of them
and
right now.
and mess his name up, but I'm not going to do it. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Mhm.
That's Neil smoking the grass Tyson.
That's
Yeah.
right, man. He's smoking the grass, man.
He
Yeah.
don't smoke no grass. He's on that meth.
Dave's not here, is he?
No, if you really think about it, though, with them messing with the reality of everything is related. So that means that, like, for instance, the oh gosh, I want to say the Philadelphia experiment. If you look into the Philadelphia experiment and then look at the winter of 1791 or something like
Yeah.
that, it was the potato famine. There is so many fucking interesting things that have happened as a result of those two major incidents in time. And there's a lot of shit that has changed.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
well,
fucking deep,
there's-
actually.
There's some
Never
other
thought
shit to
about
look
that,
into
but-
like that too. I mean, I was just came across another copy of the
I would think
1587
Sovereign is going to
Monty.
have the ultimate enlightening thoughts just because he's out there in the space station doing the hard life.
He can't even plan it. He's gonna starve.
He's got it planned.
He
I was going to
he
show
knows the
y'all
secret.
something real quick.
He's over there tapping the little hammer on the moon going, yep, that motherfucker's ringing.
Yeah, right. Oh, listen, we can hear it ring. This
No,
is
you can't tap your hammer up there, or you'll short out the electronics.
well, no, we
No,
got
he's
hammer-proof electronics, specially devised by.
It's a
by
special arm attached to the space station where they're tapping on the moon, knocking. Hey, bitches, come to the door.
Sovereign. Is that you that's hired to clean those mirrors from all the space debris so we can shoot our lasers back and forth?
Yeah, right. That's Here's it with the
That's
one
only
thing.
dirty
that-
because of the Russians and their potato diet.
So we tell us it's like the most common sense shit that they can't ever answer about like that. Like, okay,
they choose not to.
Here's Mars. Here's Mars. I can see it with my naked eye because it's like a bright red star in the sky, right? I can see it. It looks like a red star. Now, somebody please tell me how in the fuck a dusty red ball is not only receiving enough light when it's that much further from the sun as the Earth is, and then reflect it back with the intensity of a star. What in the fuck is it reflecting off of, man?
The Mars Project has put many mirrors on Mars so we can get accurate measurements, and that's why it twinkles like a star.
But it doesn't, though. It's solid.
No. Just ask me. I'll tell you the truth.
And how did they get the mirrors there?
I mean, I'm looking at Mars out the window right now.
It was no. See, you're looking at a laser beam, and that because lasers are red, when they shoot the high powered laser at the planet all the time, it's perceived to your eye as red, but it's really purple or black.
And how many years did it take the laser to get there and bounce back?
Well, see, lasers move faster than time-space.
I want to share a documentary about the Mars.
I'm sitting here not wanting to offend this guy by telling him I don't believe him, but then okay.
He's just joking.
He's pulling your fucking chain, man. He's
telling you that it.
But you know what? Like I was going to say, explain Venus.
Has the magic possum penis.
He's playing.
Right now, I'm looking at Venus, and it looks red. It's got a red hue to it lately. I don't know if
I'm
that's
pointing
just
a laser currently at it.
It's all.
That's why it has the weird
And
hue.
it also has the reflection of your rose-colored glasses.
We have a lot of these fires going on. So
that's why my cat's trying to play with it. Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, Nubs is playing. That's his globe. He's acting globe-tard, you know.
No. There's
job.
no acting. I really believe this stuff. It is all true.
This is all. Here's what happened. Nubs was on our team, man. And here's what happened. I'm going to show you. This happened
and Nubs
to him today. I don't know if y'all caught this or not. This guy filmed some kind of an orb that was flying across the sky, and then it blew up. And it's like, what is this? Like a chem bomb?
Oh,
it
Vegas.
like blew up right over a house.
Vegas?
A whole bunch of shit. Watch, I'll show you. This is fucking crazy.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Vegas. I saw that one.
No, this one. Watch this.
No. I had my laser out earlier.
Boom.
Oh,
See
that's
that?
the balloon
And
over
all
Montana they
this,
shot down
I
today.
mean, Lord only knows what's in this.
No.
I show you a few
No,
views here where I
Did
change
nobody
the
hear
color,
about
I
the
slow
balloon
it
over
down.
Montana they weren't talking about that they shot
Yeah,
down?
I heard about that, but that's not what this is, man. He
It
tracked this
looks like
thing
that
going
balloon
along.
getting popped.
It was controlled. Let me show you. It was actually controlled because it was going against the wind. Watch this.
Yes.
See, the
Yes.
chemtrails are
And
going to the left, and this round, I'll call it an orb, it's not an orb, is going to the right, almost like it's being controlled somehow. It's going against the breeze that's pushing the chemtrails to the left. Now,
See the trails.
watch this clip until 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You have to see what happens here. This
is a
was
new one.
done over solid houses, miles and miles
I
of
love
solid
the one over
houses.
Vegas, though.
And I
That one
tracked
was
it all the
pretty
way down to the roof of my house, blocked me from seeing any further. And I edited this down because I have 15 or 20 minutes worth of footage of this falling. But anyhow, in a second here, you're going to see what happens. Here it comes.
we were shooting an arrow. Look,
Boom.
bow and arrow.
And all this, I mean, Lord only knows what's in this. I show you a few views here where I change the color, I slow it
Does
down.
it say where it's over?
I zoom in.
No, it didn't.
Now,
See the part they
here comes again. And it looks like it got shot or something, but I didn't hear any bullet or anything like that. It just blew up. I tracked the
Lasers.
container that held this crap
that's
that they
definitely
blew
a
up
laser.
over houses. There's a red thing that you'll see in the following footage. This picks up again right at the explosion. The lowest thing you can see here is like a red ember. And I was looking
Yeah,
in
I
a
saw that
3-inch
drop
LCD,
below.
so I couldn't really tell. So I picked up the brightest thing, which is that white thing, which I believe is just the container that held this
When did this
crap,
happen? Was
whatever it is.
Today or yesterday or something?
This came out just like today or yesterday. Yeah. It was
Okay.
brand
Do we
new.
know anything about the author of the video?
No.
Is he a whack job? Does he know that the world is not, spinning at 93 million miles? I mean,
Is he against getting a whack
spinning.
job?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Sovereign.
Videoed
I'm
it.
about to share a video with you.
Or
Okay?
what he believes. The fact is he's showing it. Don't.
I'm just saying, if it is an it, like if we're going to define it as an it, then that means that he's a reputable individual that puts out reputable videos. Whether he's a good person or not, I don't care.
It's stunning and brave, and
I
that's
don't
all
care
that
if he's
counts.
an idiot or not.
I'm just curious to what where it happened.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something on it right now. Let me see if I can do a.
That's a new one. I love the new Vegas shit though. Come on, that shit is kind of hard to fight with right now.
You're talking about
I'm
that
just-
family that had the thing land in their yard, and they
Yeah,
said
no,
that
but
they-
it was even on a cop's body cam. They saw the
Oh,
fucking shit.
yeah.
fall.
Well,
you don't find that.
They
sus
never
at all?
showed the body cam.
They showed the body cam.
Yeah, they did.
Oh,
They showed
did they?
body
When is
cam,
the
they showed
government
the
honest?
family, and then all of a sudden the family is shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
When is the government honest? Ever?
Ever, never, ever.
So
That's
why
a
would
big
they?
like the
I'm
great
gonna
song
share
they
something
sung.
with you
When
on
is
Messenger,
the
man.
government honest?
It's
Never.
a video from
Never.
the channel.
Never.
So if they can evaporate buildings back on 9/11, allegedly, what makes you not think that they don't have much more advanced shit now? And what better way? Okay, so they did that whole little get the little death clogging shit in your veins, and that worked for some people. But there's some people that just didn't buy into it. So why don't we come out with aliens? A lie in. A lie
They didn't
in
just
this.
come out with it though. This is been
No. I'm not saying that they just came out with aliens, because obviously I've watched Star Trek too.
Yeah.
I get that.
and more.
Nevertheless, it's rather convenient timing is what I'm saying.
Well, it's always convenient timing. Think about this. Sub going out to see the Titanic suddenly disappears. What's going on at this time?
Check that out, Dave.
Adam
I
shit.
will in just a minute.
Freaking budget shit. All kinds of other shit. Distraction.
Yeah.
Look at my nuts in the mirror.
Give
That's
them
what they
cakes
did.
and circuses, and
Well,
they
like,
care
hey,
not
my
the
test
rules.
rules.
The FDA went behind our backs, and while we were all looking at the fucking sub, right? And they approved fake meat in restaurants and shit. And they don't even have to fucking tell you.
There was like 5 different fucking things that
Yeah.
everybody just didn't pay the fuck attention to.
Yeah.
The thing is they told everybody they were full of shit when they took the toilet paper and just stopped allowing it to be sold. And stores were only allowed to buy so much. It wasn't there was no shortage. They told everybody. So if everybody couldn't see it from that point on that it was a bunch of BS, then, you know, I lost a lot of friends taking that stupid thing.
Well, what about...
They were afraid they were going to die. Well, guess who's still here and guess who ain't?
Yeah. Careful, we can't go there.
I know. I didn't say the word.
I know it don't matter. They'll still try to find any fucking reason, and we don't even acknowledge the plague.
So let's talk about
wrong because I consider this a big comment.
Let me tell y'all why I think the Las Vegas UFO thing is bullshit. It's staged and set up. The first big red flag is how quickly the police released the body cam footage.
Right.
They never give you the body cam footage without, you have to pull their back teeth out to get body cam footage. Secondly, the behavior of the people in that body cam footage seemed completely staged, including the way that the cops are. Cops don't act like that. They're not nice. They would have really showed up and shot those people's dog or some shit like that. That's the reality. Okay.
Especially Vegas PD.
Here's the thing about it too. You've got everybody has a phone. Everybody has a camera. You mean to tell me there's 10-foot fucking aliens walking around in your backyard and you don't snap a picture or get no video? Bullshit.
I saw the video.
That wasn't a video from that. I saw that video like years ago. That's just some fucking monkey on a game
when you
camera.
actually see the family going out through the fence. I've seen in analyzations where they're showing through the fence to where you can actually see the fingers come through the fence and you see the eyeball.
So how long did that come out after the body cam footage and everything? How come they waited?
A day or two.
Yeah, yeah. And they got a Netflix deal out of it too.
Oh, did they? I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Didn't know about that.
So now Blackwater's involved.
It's too fucking convenient. Okay, and it falls right in line. Werner von Braun said that they were going to fake a goddamn alien invasion, for crying out loud, man. And this is exactly what they're doing. But you and I all know, everyone here knows, hopefully,
another distraction.
There's no such thing as creatures from other fucking planets. Do you want to know why? Because there is no other goddamn planets. There's nowhere else. This is it. You are the universe, man.
Why?
Hey, Dave, one more thing about that is that, like I was talking about that Flash movie earlier, right? The CGI in that movie is shit. Like, you can tell it's computer generated. And I know I've seen, you know, way better CGIs just off of people's YouTube channels that look real, right? So they're putting out this CGI on these movies that looks like total shit, so that when you see the good CGI, you actually are going to make, oh, wow, that actually looks real. You know?
Wow.
Bad.
Some of these deep fakes are getting really bad, man. They've got these deep fakes so bad that they're making deep fake porn of famous people and shit. And it's not
I totally agree with you on that. Lately, it's like, what the fuck's going on, Facebook? I know that is not a fucking picture of Scarlett Johansson.
Right.
You have a radio voice.
Why do I talk too loud?
No, you have a radio, like you have a broadcaster's voice.
Oh, well, I do kind of do that a little bit, but I'm a little buzzed right now. I had a little bit of whiskey.
Even so, nevertheless, that's a profession that you can definitely have a little bit of whiskey and still be all right.
Well, everyone.
Meanwhile, on the Isle of Misfit Lesbians.
All right,
so
wait.
I do a music show at 10 p.m. Central.
Okay.
It's all promoting local musicians, or no, not local, because local is very wide on the internet these days, but unsigned musicians and their
Oh.
shows and get them on there. Band members pop up.
So
I do it
you
every
do kind of like conspiracy. Have you ever seen conspiracy music? They
Yeah,
do
I know
like their
Clay,
roadshow.
Clay jumps on with me occasionally.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, him and Doc Danger. I've been on there a couple
Yeah,
of times.
Doc was actually my first co-host.
Okay, yeah, I've been on that show a few times when he was on Ironton Auditor. They featured a couple of my videos of music I play.
Oh,
Jeebus Crisp sent this
what do
in.
you do?
I play guitar.
I know, but what's your band name? What's your?
Oh, I don't even have a band or anything. I just do it because I like to play. And
Okay,
sing.
well, if you're featured on there, how did they find you? Was it by Nubs?
No,
No.
actually, it was because I was on Ironton Auditor, hosted them, and had their road show on his channel, and I was co-hosting with him. And then they found out that I play and shit, and wanted to see some of my stuff, so I put it on there.
Well, how would I find you for my Friday night shows?
There should be a couple of those videos right on my main channel. This one right here, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. And they'd be under the videos. I think I've got Nobody Home. Pink Floyd is on there. I did
Okay.
Eve of Destruction.
Sovereign, you're the one talking, right? I can't
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
small windows, dude.
Yeah, I'm the one talking.
All right. Okay.
So anyway, Jeebus Crisp sent this in, and this was some shit that they filmed after a bunch of the contrails went by, and some crazy shit in the air. So
This is this year. This just happened last week. I've got two others that were last.
Jeebus
Okay, it's
Crisp
playing
filmed it,
now.
or
Yeah,
Yep.
Guys, it's raining
this
particles.
was
again.
last weekend.
Yep. Seen it.
Once again, it's in the middle of the summer.
But
that's weird.
it's all together possible. And, yeah, man, they're hitting us on every front, man.
I mean, it's coming down.
Hey, y'all. I got to bounce. It's getting late for me. I'll catch you guys later.
all right, man.
It's all
Thanks for
accumulated
coming.
on my windshield.
Peace.
You can see little specks of
Nubs.
it landed on my windshield.
Nubs. Peace out, yo. Don't do
Peace.
any fucking evil stuff before we see you again.
Oh, I do my best to do the next right thing.
Shit looks like it's fucking raining, man.
Those
It
snow
is.
looks like a snowstorm, like crazy. Wow.
It actually reminds me of Louisiana with bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does,
Those
man.
love
I
bugs.
grew up in Bogalusa.
A swarm of gnats to me.
Yeah, those love bugs, man. They'll
Thanks.
block
Have a
your whole
mask on?
windshield. You hit them.
Bastards, dude. They'll hang out in big old pools.
Your house can't be in order until your chakras are.
Get the advice you really need.
There you
So
go.
that's just one of three. I've got two more from last summer and the summer before that. The same type of thing going on. And
Wow.
it lasts for like 2 hours, and then it clears up. You can see it blowing off the road like snow. There's a guy who has a YouTube channel named Jim Dillinger. Somebody from another hooked me to him, and he films this in broad daylight. You can barely see it, but when he puts his camera up toward the sunlight and then blocks the sun, and you can see this shit flying everywhere. So he catches it like I did in a petri dish. I haven't had a time to actually look at it with a microscope that's worth a shit. I had to sell a very good microscope that I had, but what he filmed was these little fibers that fly around in these little particles and these fibers. They look like tiny little cat hairs, but metallic, and they reflect light. And when he put it under a magnifying glass and filmed it, and it was moving around. He called it the baby cobra is what he called it, right? And when his dog barks, this thing jumps from one arm hair to the other and curls up in a ball like the dog's bark actually startled it, like it was sentient, right? So I don't know, it's pretty freaky shit.
This is what we were talking about with that sub, right? What Boltonator had put up on about this.
I'm the botinator, man.
Yeah, the botanator, dude. I've used that term because I've there's so
I
many.
made a grow room and it was just so profitable, man.
But this is what you were distracted from.
Yes.
This is right here what you were distracted from with that
Well,
stupid
that's what I was
fucking
talking
summary.
about. It not only me, it was many people distracted by this situation.
Yeah.
While other situations, of course, are hanging out in that freaking boundary box in the behind.
Yep. So check this out.
Sheep are eating up the latest mainstream psyop, which, by the way, The Simpsons predicted once again. I'm going to tell you what's really been going on this week while everyone's been distracted by this mainstream media bullshit. Perhaps the biggest thing that they have distracted us from is the JP Morgan and Epstein emails have been released, and they just mistakenly deleted 47 million emails. The FDA has just given the green light on lab-grown meat. There was also an immigrant boat that was capsized and around 600 people have died. FBI whistleblowers are going missing left, right, and center. The Pentagon gave Ukraine $6 billion and is fueling the war with Russia. And they're also introducing bills to remove children from their homes without their parents' consent. This is all around if their children don't agree with their parents or if parents don't agree with their child's new gender identity and all this nonsense and garbage. Everything that you see in the media is all a distraction. It's all a psyop, and they're just putting these things in front of your face to really distract you from what's really going on. If you watch the media, you're being programmed. The truth will always set you free. Peace and love. While all the sheep are eating up the latest mainstream psyop, which, by the way, The Simpsons predicted once again, I'm going to tell you what's really been going on this week while...
So, anyway.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yep.
And he ain't lying because I remember that Simpsons episode.
Yeah.
It's very close. It's not exact, but it's very close. But the Simpsons get very close on a lot of shit.
They do. I mean, and that's kind of scary,
a lot
man.
of shit.
On a lot of shit. You're right.
Well, in 2015, whenever they came out with the Jade Helm 15 thing, and that was, they even went to the Supreme Court or whatever in Texas or to the House or whatever. They went up there and they wanted permission to do these exercises within our cities. And since then, you see what's been going on our streets. A lot has changed.
You're in Texas?
I grew up in Texas, but no, I'm in Washington State currently.
I'm here now. I'm here living the dream, baby.
But I like Texas. But the thing is it was as corrupt as hell whenever I was a teenager. Before I ever got
everywhere is corrupt as hell. I
Yes.
will enjoy the fact that it's not falling for the woke bullshit as fast as other places. There is places like Boston.
But the thing is the people just keep going through life like nothing's going on around them.
Well,
you know, and that
I do like to say that I see people waking the fuck up lately.
yeah, me too, more and more.
And, you know, they should have woke up like 2-3 years ago, but they're starting to wake the fuck up.
Damn it.
And that's a great thing.
Yeah, it is.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
But we also have this thing now that everybody's focused more on freedom than how they treat people. And that has me really bothered. Just because we have a right to do whatever in public doesn't mean you have a right to go around naked, doesn't mean you have a right
Oh my God. I saw you guys talking about that earlier, and that shit fucking pissed me off to my core.
I'm just saying, you know, I see, you know, people totally, it's like gender, they're misconstruing the word. And they're doing the same thing with freedom.
Yep.
They're misconstruing the word, what it means. When you go out in public, you're supposed to be...
They're twisting it.
Right, yes. Because to me, when I'm in public, I can't do the things that I have the freedom to do in my own house.
All right.
And that's out of respect for my fellow neighbors.
Dreamy,
Hey, Dreamy, have you ever had a cop tell you you're being disorderly in your own house?
No. I tell them it's nuts anyways.
Okay, Dreamy, has anybody, and this is a total compliment, has anyone ever told you you sound like Roseanne Barr?
No one other than my ex-husband, and he hated her.
Oh,
Because one time, see, I'm very sarcastic like her, and I just loved her when she
I
came
think
out.
you sound like her. That's what I'm thinking.
Well,
She
my
really
ex,
does.
same thing.
All right. See, okay,
But-
I'm not just crazy and high.
But what happened is, I had been sick, so he went to the store and he got some groceries. One of the grocery items he picked up was ketchup. And we didn't have any in the fridge, and we were out in the cupboard. So when he comes home, he asked me this dumb question. He goes, "Where do you want me to put the ketchup?" So I told him, "Oh, just go put it in the bathroom on the back of the toilet. When we take a piss, we can squeeze some in and make it look like we're bleeding to death. Where else would you put the ketchup?" And it was funny, and he got mad as hell at me for it.
You're even more Roseanne.
That's what I just said, man.
Although,
the more
although I
excited she
thought
gets,
you were
the more
about
she
to
sounds
say
like
you
a
were about to tell him to shove it up his ass.
No.
Pretty good.
No. I just get very sarcastic at times when people ask me stupid questions. It's like, where's your brain? Use your brain. Stop using mine.
When
Roseanne has a she has a YouTube channel now. She's been podcasting.
I have her. I listen to her. I don't always agree with her, but I do listen.
Her son's really he runs the show, but it's still funny listening to her.
I mean, I don't agree with everything she says, but I do like her for saying it.
I worked up
Don't
at
have to
the
agree with everybody to be a friend or liking them.
right. I just love her to death.
Wrong with a lot of shit.
I worked up here in the park from at Skyland. It's a concession. It's a really nice restaurant up on the Blue Ridge Mountains. And you get tourists that come there and they stay. And I was a waiter up there, and the people come in there and they ask the stupidest shit questions. I mean, it's bad enough you're trying to get to work and these dumb fuckers stop. Oh, a squirrel. And wildlife for the first time in their life they've ever seen wildlife and shit, So you're trying to make it up there, and they'll ask some of the dumbest shit, like, what do you do with the leaves after they fall off the trees in the fall? And I'm like, what the fuck?
We make nests and we make cocoons and we body snatch all the customers.
I said I told this lady, I said we rake them up and bag them, and we save them to put on the trees for next falls. What time do the deer come out? I'm like, what do you mean? Like they're on some kind of a Disneyland schedule or something. The next deer sighting will be at 5:06. I'm like, holy shit, are you kidding me? So I had this lady come in, and when you come into the front door of that place, the restaurant's just beyond that, you can see into it, a hostess desk. And then there's also the front desk for the hotel, and everything is right there. I was standing there talking with the hostess. There's an elevator right there. We had a woman come in one time, and she says, "How do you get downstairs?" And I says, you take the elevator. And she goes, "Oh." Now she's standing right next to it. Both of us are looking at the fucking elevator. She goes, "Where is the elevator?" I said, "Okay, what you want to do is go out this door right here, go down to the end of the building, make a left-hand turn. When you come to the other end of that building right there, make another left turn. On your left-hand side, you'll see a door. Come in that door, walk about 10 feet, and it'll be on your left."
You're an awesome asshole, by the way. That's funny.
She did it. She fucking did it, man. I couldn't believe it. When she came in that front door again, and saw me standing there with a smile on my face. She was mad as shit, man.
You run into that shit on every service, no matter what.
You just it
No
never.
matter
What
what.
time does the
No, but there's something.
I did.
But there's something weird about that phenomenon, though. Like it's extremely common to ask where something is when you're like right next to it, and I've done it a million times. It happens all the time at work. Like there's something weird going on with that.
Well, see, here's the funny thing. is
Here's your sign.
You start getting a little bit kind of short of patience because around the fall, everybody comes here to watch the leaves change. Okay, we have beautiful fall colors here. And so, of course, they're all up on the Skyline Drive for the autumn colors. And many of them are what we like to refer to as Turons. It's a cross between a moron and a tourist. And those are the ones that we're talking about right there. They go, oh, they have these cabins. They're rustic cabins that you stay in, right? Somebody will say, oh, my God, I saw a mouse in my room. My wife worked front desk up there, and she would tell them, say, shh, be quiet. We don't allow pets. What the fuck do you think, man? You're out in the goddamn Shenandoah National Forest, man, in a cabin. You're going to have wildlife, man. That's just how the shit is.
That's more like a mouse had a human in its room, honestly. The mouse was probably there first.
If you want to see something, this is great. We've seen cops fuck up before.
Oh,
but this is really fun.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get all the videos of them not fucking up. But
this is the worst SWAT raid in history. This is fucking hilarious. Watch these guys.
Is this Waco?
All right, guys. We know what we've been trained for. I'll just leave the guns there. Don't worry about them. Would you leave the flashbang too? I think so. Okay, good. All right. I'll watch the hallway. 1, 2. Come on, Mike. Come on. I got this, guys. We believe in you. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2,
fuck,
2.
Why is it
2?
so low?
Wait, it's open. I'm gonna count that as 3. Okay, back at you. We're gonna hit some stuff over here real quick. All right, we'll get it through the wall. If you guys hit that and it works, you let me know. Okay, we're in. Nope, maybe not. I'm still hitting the wall. Does anybody know why Roger's still in the truck? Geez, we can't really get through this wall. Maybe if I push on it.
Why we keep the
let
couch
me
in
take
front
this.
of the door?
Yep, we're in.
I just lost a long.
Okay, what now? Hold my hand. No, I'll grab the flashbang.
Try to grab it on the top.
Okay, I hope this shield protects me from the wall I'm standing in front of. Hey guys, come back over here. All right, I'm so lost right now. Let's just regroup, okay? Roger!
Did you realize Batman's
Roger,
in
what
charge?
are you doing? Roger! I'm just gonna set the shield down.
Regroup.
Point the gun at the wall. Okay, because I don't want my legs to get hurt, okay? That's what matters. Wait, what do we do now? I don't know. Does anybody remember day 2 of the class? No. Anybody? Roger, you got the manual in the truck? I don't know. I'm kind of hungry. Yeah, let's go get lunch. Oh, this guy will come out eventually.
Wow.
Dude hit that thing with that battering ram
and
knocked himself right on his ass. I thought that was hilarious. It's like, what the
That
fuck are you
was
thinking,
so
bro?
good.
Hey, Dave, I shit you not. The cops right here in Raceland, Kentucky. I have a neighbor over here that I guess the cops have been watching them for like 2 years. They're always posted up at the end of the road watching this house. They've pulled people over, company that they thought were parking going to that house. And just, so they finally decided to raid this house. And the people that they were trying to raid had moved out like 3 months prior. And some other guy from Texas bought the place and he was fixing it up.
Oh,
well, when this guy was out of town, they decided to raid his house. I got it. I filmed the whole thing. It's on my channel.
I heard about this. Yeah, there was
They
a couple of channels
they came
covered
back.
that.
They came back 2 days later and fixed the locks on their door, and the guy never knew they were there. I showed him the video. I was like, the cops raided your place while you were out of town, right? He's like, no. It's like, yeah, they came and fixed your door and everything.
Jesus.
Needless to say, he put the place up for sale just about a month ago.
I posted,
Imagine that.
I posted this just to keep the fact checkers off my ass. So They're
Quit
also
sucking dick.
I didn't have room to put that they were stunning and brave as well, but you know, hey.
And don't forget beautiful.
Yes, brave, beautiful, stunning, not perverted, not coming for the children.
No, not coming for the children.
No,
They're not
no, they
marching
would
naked,
never.
coming for your children.
They would never do that.
Never. Not
Even
in a
though-
million years.
Even though they're marching down the road, actually saying that that's what they're doing.
Although we love you, comrade.
Yes. Oh my God, it's exactly that. The destruction of.
Checkers, we love you, comrade.
What did Khrushchev say on the floor of the UN?
Will somebody please tickle my nuts?
Yeah, right. Besides that, that was a hot mic. Come on, you can't hold that on you. No, I mean, he said that we won't have to attack you. We'll infiltrate you from within, and they did, man.
Oh, they're a lot of fronts working on that, and I'm gonna say, U.S. is not innocent of that either.
Oh no, listen, it's all
the leadership around the world, they all work together.
They're all
There's no one out of the loop.
bullshit from the same program they've been pulling forever. I felt like I was about to start dancing.
No, I just found something along the line. Somebody just said, "Oh, anyway, let me see. We got Sacramento Truth."
Oh shit, we lost somebody.
I was just getting ready to give him a shout out here, and he popped out. I don't know where he went. Come on, Sacramento. Come on back up. Don't be like that.
Hey, Jeebus, what happened to your old photo?
There he is.
There.
What's happened in Sacramento Truth Movement?
Truth Movement.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. How are you?
How's it going?
Oh man, just
We're trying to contact you about your car warranty.
We're finding frog hair split 3 ways up here. How you doing, Sacramento?
I'm doing good, man. Have I been up here before? This popped in my recommendation. I'm not sure what this is.
I don't believe you have, man.
I don't think we know what this is either.
We're a group of individuals that have open minds and freely think and talk about true Earth. How we're under a spell of deceit at every level, and you know what may or may not be
Very
responsible
eclectic
for such
board.
things. So we're glitches in the matrix, Sacramento Truth Movement.
That's a good way to put it.
It is. We're glitches in the matrix. This is why the system hates us.
It's a widespread phenomenon, man.
We don't see it the way they see it, in other words.
So what's on your mind, Sacramento? We was talking about Mandela effect, flat Earth. We was talking about the impossibility of space travel. I'm just getting ready to show predictions.
I know we talked about Mandela.
Oh, we was talking about
I'm
flat
still
Earth,
trying to
too.
figure out how I'm subbed to this page. I'm trying to remember.
He's doing the same shit when I got up here. I was like, how the fuck did I find y'all?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, I've seen this guy before. He was on Pineal Powers channel, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right. Okay.
How's it
Yeah.
going?
Oh, it's going great. I was just getting ready to show a thing. Somebody had brought up how The Simpsons always is predicting all this shit that happens, right?
Hey, you got to give a spoiler alert. It's porn.
Yeah, no. That right there, that's crazy. That'll make you impotent, man. No shit.
Make you impotent?
Yes, it will. Porn will make you impotent.
Oh yeah, so
That's what it's designed to, man. And it gets to where it's worse and worse and worse and worse. And it's all it. Listen, there's a
I think
reason.
if I went down to look at the Titanic and my sub blew up, I'd be impotent too.
Hey,
I mean,
so will
think about this.
microplastics too, right?
Have you ever thought about this? Why is porn free on the internet?
Well, it's only halfway free, but it's good enough.
I have no
I ain't
idea.
gonna pay for it.
I mean, it is. It's part of that destruction. It's part of that destruction. Just like with the "we're coming for your kids" thing. Just like pushing every time you see something on TV, they always gotta throw in shit from the agenda that they want to push.
But how many commercials and ads do you have to deal with? I mean, I don't watch this stuff, so I wouldn't know. But how many ads and commercials and all that garbage? Making money somehow.
By the way, Sacramento, Dreamy is actually Roseanne Barr.
No, I'm not.
Interesting.
Well,
You're Hebrew?
she claims she's not.
I'm not.
I don't believe it.
Are you Hebrew like the real Roseanne Barr?
No,
Oh,
not that I know of. I don't.
You really
I'm
think
not a
she's gonna come forward?
religious institution kind of person.
I'm a Virginian.
I'm just me.
I'm Virginia.
I'm a Virginian,
What's your
man. That's me.
Metaphysical Rex?
I'm a vagina in Texas that identifies as a penis.
Well, you can do that. You know, last week I had transitioned into a African American lesbian, and then into a horse, and now I'm back to my regular self. I detransitioned, so it was cool. People looked at me being,
Don't deep transition; it's gonna hurt you.
well,
He's such a trooper.
I'm brave and stunning.
I know this
I mean, did you
actor
fully
Murphy got
detransition
Austin
from a
Murphy in the
horse, or
chat.
you keep anything?
What's up, man?
What was that? Somebody talked over you.
Do you know Austin Murphy in the chat? He's a pretty cool guy.
Yes, I do know Austin Murphy. Austin Murphy's been a follower of mine for quite some time, probably
Wow.
right from the beginning.
I had not turned
So
on
yes, I know Austin quite well. Well enough as you can over a digital platform, I would imagine. But
there you go.
you know,
He can't
so
tickle his nuts, but he can compliment him to where he gets a Woody.
there you go. That's what we're after on here. So this is
Well,
some of
there
the-
is one person online, ANCAP Cop Watcher. He's seen me in person. I met him in person. So if you want to know if I'm Roseanne Barr, you have to go ask him. He'll tell you I'm not.
Oh, you probably paid him to say you're not.
Not that it
Hold
knew-
on, Dreamy. Wait a minute. You
We're
said
not-
you met Ironton
Let that
Auditor?
laugh go. You almost
You
didn't
came
even
up-
laugh perfect.
I met ANCAP Cop Watcher, ANCAP Gamer.
Okay.
He has 2 channels.
I loved your
I
stand-up
was going
on
to say, if you
Fox.
came up here, we might have met you too. I just didn't know.
Well, I'll tell you why I don't have a cam. Back in 2008, I was learning. I was just
I was
learning.
fired from the Connors.
No, I was just learning the computer. And so I did have a cam on it, and I had some friends on, I guess like Yahoo or something like that at the time. Well, anyway, this guy was talking to me, and he asked me if I had cam, and I said yes. And being very naive and stupid, I give it to him, and he appears naked on my screen, and my grandchildren were playing beside me on the floor. So I yanked the thing off, I threw it in the trash, and I haven't had one since.
Was it DJ's kids?
No, they were no, they were my grandchildren. I am not Roseanne Barr.
DJ's or the lesbian girl or Becky.
No, they were just a 1 and 2 year old.
Oh.
So let me show this thing here real quick. This is some of these predictions, like we were talking about. This is amazing.
I know the Simpsons fucking nail it all the
They
time.
do. Watch, here's a conglomeration of them
You've
all.
probably got a plethora. Oh shit!
I just thought that was a real cute little, just a little.
Lisa's way cuter than fucking Kamala.
No, come on.
No. She's way cuter than
But
Kamala.
look at who they're directing all this energy and attention to.
Oh, Trump.
People, and you don't believe that they're coming after our kids? It's directed at our kids.
Well, no, I see a front trying to go that way, and I see a front opposing them. So
Right, but I'm saying it's the children they're trying to influence.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
And social media / fucking government, all of them together are running that program, and I hate it. And I love that my kids are not falling for it.
Yeah.
I've got 3 of them in the soup of hell right now. None of them are really like my pronouns. No, they're not. None of them go, hey, my pronouns are this. No. In fact, they are like, I have kids from the 80s, 90s. Even my oldest, who just moved out and left me. I'm joking. I'm proud of him. You know, hey, move out on your own, get your shit going. It took a lot longer than it should have, but he's doing it now. Proud of him.
So check out this thing on the screen that I got.
Oh,
that's messing with my head. What?
This is how you get pregnant.
Okay, so when your mind is stressed in any way, those things will move. When your mind is completely calm, they'll stop.
All right, they're not.
Well, try this, Sovereign. Keep your eyes still and try to look at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And then move your eyes around and look at it, and then it'll be moving immediately.
No.
Look at a
But
central
if you stare directly at it and don't move your eyes, it doesn't
screen
move.
3 seconds later, or look up at the roof.
It's hard to hold still, but you can do it. That's a pretty trippy thing. I just ran across that the other day. I was like, that's fucking bad.
Most you can use that to practice calming your mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We used to have this game where you could move this little thing around with your thoughts. And I don't know whatever happened to that damn thing.
Well, even the box, when you just draw the box, the outlines of the box, and you put an X in the middle, and when you look at it, it looks like the X is inside the box, and then another time you look at it, and it's on top of the box. We've always played those kind of silly little.
I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys how big Moon Shadow has become.
Did you take him up in space?
Oh, that dog is gorgeous.
Does he have a helmet?
Yeah. He's up here with us. That's Moon Shadow, and she's full grown now.
Pretty colors.
Yeah, she's a little pest.
I got a couple for you right there.
Oh, yeah.
Kirby Coco.
Oh, you're a Star Wars fan, Boltonator.
Floor, yeah. Maybe.
Well, let me ask you something.
Hey, I just figured out who's
Coco
been
and Cena.
showing us pictures from outer space. Boltonator's been filming from outer space. Did you see that on the?
You got that steampunk shit going on over there, man. So Boltonator, regarding Star Wars, and primarily the droid C-3PO. Okay, what about his leg, man? Has it always been silver from the knee down, or was it gold?
No. Now think about it. Even though the prequels sucked a little bit, they kind of explain that. He was a naked ass bitch. He was a naked ass bitch forever. That was put together with other parts, and the only problem was.
But in the
they had to be the silver one instead of the gold one.
Yeah, but that don't make sense, because in the movie, the very first Star Wars movie that ever hit, and that was called A New Hope.
Yep,
right?
I know. Well, it wasn't called A New Hope when I was a fucking live.
Yeah, it's always been called
Star
that.
Wars.
It goes Episode 4. It says
Episode 1,
4.
motherfucker.
No, it's called that.
1977. I was in the theater.
Yes, and it starts out with the word coming across and says Episode 4.
It was never called A New Hope until they did the sequels. It was called Star Wars.
No, it was always called that.
They showed the title of it right before they show the big long line of words that you read.
I have the VHS where it just says Star Wars.
Right. Okay. So now just listen to me and stop.
I'm listening.
All right. Okay. Listen to me.
I got offended for a minute, and then
I'm not here to offend you. I'm going to point out something, and it's great. It's great that you have the VHS, because my best friend's mom was a multiplex manager when I was a kid, when that movie came out. And that was cool because we got to go and see all the movies at the multiplex for free. We'd stay there all fucking day. We watched Star Wars like 4 times in one day. right? And that was just one day. So this was 1977. The first opening scene is that huge Imperial battleship coming up over top of that little ship, and it's getting shot at, and they come on board, and there's all this panic happening on the ship, and this is where you're first introduced to C-3PO and R2-D2, right? C-3PO was completely all gold.
He was.
Okay. So if
But-
what you're saying is true, then that change should be reflected in what is called an episode 4, the very first movie. All right.
If you think about it,
now when you go back and you look now, C-3PO is not gold anymore. He has a silver leg from the knee down on his right leg. It was never that.
Dude,
I had the action figures even, man.
I did too. I even
I
had the
did
little
too,
Darth
Silver.
Vader head
There
where
was
you
those
get all the
silver
little
legs.
fucking action figures in.
Okay, so now in that episode, in that
Got a
movie,
feeling we might be in the same kind of generation.
we are. So in what I'm saying is that your VHS tape has now changed to reflect that silver leg.
Not the new
It
one.
has the silver leg now, whereas it did not
the old
before.
one.
What?
The old original movie didn't have it.
It does now.
Not the old one. Not the
Yes. Yes, it does now. That's what I'm trying
It
to
does
explain to you.
now is what you're saying, and I'm agreeing.
No, your tape that you
Go
own
back
right
and watch your
now.
VHS is what he's saying.
Your tape that you own right now, I will bet you money that if you put it in your VHS and watch it, you're going to see that it's changed. He has a silver leg now.
I'm gonna see that it changed.
Yes.
The original one.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what this
I'm not-
Mandela effect is. I'm not shitting you, man. Look, I can bring up a screenshot from the
Oh
very
shit, we
first
circled around,
movie.
dude. He's like the ultimate comedian. Look, the Mandela effect, motherfucker.
No, for real. I'm not pulling your
got
fucking
you.
chain. Let me see. Let's see. Star Wars episode 4.
Fuck. Episode 4, which is originally episode 1.
No, it was never episode 1.
It was always episode 1 because it was the first one put out.
It's the 4th story in the
I know,
entire
and they
6-story
always were
thing.
like,
I'm
"Oh,
telling
we're
you
gonna
right
make
now.
more," and then they made more, and I was like, "Oh God, why did you make more?"
Look, here's the movie poster. Okay. What does this say on it? Look. Oh, that's the wrong
It
thing.
says,
It
"That's
says-
gorgeous dog."
Hang on, I forgot to do it. Hold up a second.
Damn, C-3PO is a handsome shepherd.
So this is the movie poster. No, I don't want that one. I want to go share
Look, I'm
screen.
gonna have to go back and take a picture of it. Anyway.
Okay, so look. What does that say? A New Hope.
It's not the original movie poster.
Yes, it is the original movie poster.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
I'm telling you, bro.
All right.
No, he's right, Sovereign. Dave, that's not the original movie poster.
I'll be right back.
There were several. Okay. There were several. I'll even be more specific and put in the search. I'll say original. Original.
Dave, just to clarify something, when I was a kid and I went and saw Star Wars for the first time, on the title of the movie, it never said A New Hope. Only when you watch the movie at the beginning, when it does the little caption and tells you the story and what's been happening and what's about to happen or whatever, the words get smaller as they go down.
Yeah.
type of thing.
When the
It
things
says
are
it
coming
there.
through right, it does. The name of the episode is A New Hope. Okay,
They didn't start putting it on the movie covers until after the other ones started.
I can show you a million different movie covers that are from all around the world, too. So they had like a different artworks and shit. Let me pull this up.
God damn it! I have to go fucking email this shit to myself.
See.
Can I just say something real quick? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt this show. I've heard somebody
that one right there. That's
reference Mandela.
Yeah.
I've heard someone reference the Mandela effect. I just want to throw something out there.
Yeah.
Brian Stavely is a Mossad agent.
Is he? Brian Stavely.
Leave it
Brian,
like
did
that,
you hear
yeah.
that? You're a Mossad agent, Brian. You're a Mossad agent. Yeah. I've been doing some shit with Brian Stavely. Let me see. So let me see here. C3. So how do you know he's a Mossad agent? Mossad
He gives off those
agent?
vibes.
Oh, that's got me convinced. Hell. Yeah. So here I just want to show you Boltonator real quick. This is from, I put in my search criteria was Star Wars, right? I put in Star Wars C-3PO original. There it is. First time you see him on the ship. And what do we see here? A silver leg from the knee down.
Yes.
It was not like that. It was all gold.
No, not on the original. That's how.
Yes, on the original. I went out and got the action figures right after I saw the movie, man. Brand new on the screen in 1977. I had shirts and every fucking thing. I had shirts and everything.
Well, yeah, I had that too.
And it's like, and so you see him, that's the first time you see him. And his leg is silver. And it was not silver. And I guarantee you, Boltonator, when you watch your movie, your copy of it, you won't have to go far into it. Just at the very beginning, you'll see that. You'll see that he's got that silver leg now. And it's like, what the hell is going on? How does that occur? See, I know where you immediately went, Boltonator. You're muted anyways. You immediately went, oh, well, they've remastered it or re-released it. No, what I'm saying is that it's supernaturally changed on your copy. Your Bible has supernaturally changed if you have one. It is not the same as it was. There are things in it that have changed. And in everybody's. I'll bet money on people.
Fucking StreamYard. God damn it.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, StreamYard won't let me share.
Let's
God damn it.
I mean, so that's some scary shit right there.
He showed the other one, but I've got one of the original posters. He's all.
Let's ask him about the. Hey, Boltonator, do you remember the iconic line that Darth Vader had when he revealed his relationship with Luke?
It is not Luke. I'm your father, by the way.
It was.
No, it wasn't Luke. I'm your father.
Real quick, I wanted to ask Jay something from Sacramento. Curious about this Mossad thing. You're serious, right?
I am.
Yeah. Okay. So, you said it was just a vibe. What is that vibe?
Correct.
Like? And what's that vibe like? I mean, what is it that indicates?
Search your feelings.
How would I phrase it? Stavely, Brian Stavely, him, along with many other YouTubers, give off, that vibe that you would correlate that with. You know what I'm saying? How would I explain it?
Is it singing Ave Nagila, or I mean, is it?
No, not at all.
It's like
no, you can look into the eyes.
Exactly. Stavely,
Zuckerman,
for example, we'll throw in Zachary K. Hubbard, are one of the many YouTubers that give off that vibe, that shield vibe, pushing that narrative, or that Psyop planted stuff to the community.
Well, what's Psyop? What Psyop?
Mandela effect.
You think that's a Psyop?
Totally.
Why do you think that's a Psyop when there's several hundreds and hundreds of people that are having the same memory with the same thing worldwide? That's
where can you find that biblically?
What do you mean, where do I find it biblically? You find it in Amos, it's in Daniel, and it's in Revelation.
Can you read those?
Until they change it.
Can I read them?
I can. I've got them all bookmarked in my Bible.
I can point you out to them.
Oh shit, I'm
look them up yourself.
But in the Ten Commandments in in Exodus, it always said that you worship me because I am a jealous God. It always said that in Exodus 20. Since I've been alive and reading the Bible, that is.
You'll want to check out Daniel 7, verse 25. Write these down. What
am I doing?
You're looking for Daniel chapter 7, verse 35. Is a reference.
You would have to know the original. I mean, to be able to reference it.
No, these aren't
know that it's
changes,
changed.
Judas. These aren't changes. These aren't changes. He asked me where in the Bible did it say this stuff was going to happen, and I'm pointing it out to him. Also, check out Amos 8.
Daniel 7 what?
Oh my God! Write it down.
25.
25.
And also Amos 8:11.
Oh, Jehovah already got it down.
She's already got it in there? Yep.
Okay, well, then I'll look that up real quick then. Let me see real quick right here. I got it pulled up.
Hey, can I just say something?
In the New Testament.
I just want to say something really quick before I go, Dave.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people said a lot of things about you. There's a lot of people that have said a lot of things about me, other people on YouTube, right? That you give off a vibe or something, right? I've heard things said about you that you give off a vibe of this and that because that person particularly felt that way because he got that vibe from you or whatever. But then I know you personally, and I can honestly say that that's not true. So you got to have receipts, you know, when you say things like this, because if not, you're spreading negativity, man. It could be, you know, you could get other people to fall into your ideal, your you know, what you see, and then all of a sudden they're going to see it too because you told them to look for it, right? Seek and you shall find type of thing. Just saying.
I would say,
but I got to get off here, guys. I got to hit the sack. We got early day tomorrow.
Good night.
Peace out.
All right, God bless all you guys. Peace.
So it also in Revelation said that we're not
shit about you
let no man change, but it also said that it's to not to stop Satan from doing it, from changing. It says no man is to change the words of the law and the words of these prophecies, but it also states that we're not supposed to stop. You stop men from doing it if they try. And if they do, 7 times the plagues of this prophecy will fall onto them and then will be taken out of the book of life. It's like a curse. But we're also, it says that we're supposed to not try to stop Satan from doing it because God allows Satan to do that in the final days. My people, it says, I will send a famine into the land, not a famine of thirst or food, but of hearing the words of the Lord. Men will travel from north to east looking for the word of the Lord and shall not find it. And we're seeing that happen because there's a lot of shit that's changing in here. Now, it's not just this. It's statistically impossible. And what would be the end result? What would be the end result? The coup de grace, the reward of such a psyop, Jay?
I didn't hear half of that. I cut out. I was sending my friend the stream link.
Okay.
But like, how would I explain it? The Mandela effect, along with many other off-the-wall theories that entered, you know, the truth community.
Wait. Hold on.
It's not a theory.
You're starting with a false premise. You're saying that this is a theory, and we have absolute fucking evidence that this shit has changed.
Well, I mean, a lot of people can claim a lot of things. You know what I'm saying?
No, we're not claiming nothing. We have actual fucking printed goddamn shit that shows that, look, this is how it was, and this is now how it is.
Right.
Okay. That's the thing that we've got. So it's not a crackpot theory, or there wouldn't be so many people. You think this just came about because word of mouth and people said, "Oh, I think I'll believe this," or do you think it's like, "Hey, I remember that being fucked up too. I thought it was just me."
Brother Sovereign.
Yo.
I think you should let Jay talk about his side of what he's talking about.
Sure. I'm just saying, but before you go on and say it's a crackpot theory, you know, that's going right off the bat with a false premise.
Let him express it, and then we will do a great debate. He might have another side, and we might learn something. We might not. Who knows?
All right, Jay, go on. It's you.
All right, howdy. How's it going? By the way, my name is 2 Liter J, or you call me Jay. I'm from the Sacramento Truth Movement. I'm not sure if you're familiar with who I am or what I do, but I join streams from time to time. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Hebrew youth. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, my own channels. If you want to check me out, you can. Shout out A Call for an Uprising. I'm his nephew, if you did not know that. But yeah, no, Mandela effect. Along with many other, well, you didn't like the word theories, but we'll topics. I'll say topics. The Mandela effect.
You do your expression, and we'll all talk about it.
Okay, the Mandela effect, like many other truther topics, are planted operations set in by the government to diminish the mindset of the community, to make us all look like what you said, crackpot theorists. It's a tool to control. It's to dumb down, or not necessarily dumb down, to give off that kind of presence that like we're loony. You know what I'm saying? Schizophrenic to the non-truther community, the masses in society. This is one of those operations, Psyops, set in by the government, and there are people that push this narrative, whether if they're planted or shills themselves. That is up for debate. But one thing I can conclude is that Brian Staveley definitely pushes that narrative, just like the whole like Zach K. Hubbard's gematria wins and stuff like that. That was for that money gang, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of truthers out there, like Richie from Boston and his Bigfoot theories. I mean, there's a lot of off the wall shit that people are pushing, and that's all about them. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really have a presentation to say. I didn't come in here to debate
that's fine. That's
Mandela
fine.
effect, so I'm unequipped with stuff. So that's all I have to say. It's just a statement.
Right. All right. Well, I'd like to address a few points you made on that. Okay. First of all, what you'll find in true truther communities is that we tend to be a group of people who could give two shits what someone else thinks, if we're fucking crazy or not.
Yeah, that's fine.
We don't care.
Neither
And so
do
we're
I.
not driven by public opinion. Non-truthers and NPCs are driven by public opinion and their perception. Okay, their earthly character is their whole fucking life, or so they think. All right, so that doesn't really work. It doesn't really work. Secondly,
Can I say something to that when you're done?
Yeah, you can. Secondly, for a psyop to actually work, it has to actually have an end result, which if that were the intended purpose, it isn't happening, because there's more and more people are realizing this, along with other things. That's not adding up.
That's the mission in itself.
Right. What do you mean? What's the mission in itself?
The mission is to spread the psyop. The mission is to
then
make
How
Mandela provable.
do you explain?
Spreads like a virus.
What you mean? These changes actually happening are the fault of the people saying that they're happening?
No, I'm just referring to the concept of Mandela effect in itself.
Well, what's the cause? What do you think the cause of it is?
A narrative.
A narrative? So you actually think that there's just a lot of people that, against statistical probability or even possibility, are all misremembering the same thing worldwide? For instance, the monocle with the Monopoly guy, right? Supposedly he never had the monocle. And the detractors try to say, oh, you're just getting him mixed up with Mr. Peanut. Well, there's a problem with that. People in other parts of the world who remember him having the monocle don't even know who the hell Mr. Peanut is. That's an American thing.
Okay.
For instance, the thing about the lion and the lamb in Isaiah 11:6, where it says that the lion shall lie with the lamb, now says that the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. And they've also added a leopard in there for some reason.
I do also believe that.
Hold on,
media programming.
Let me get to the point I was making on that. Now, if it had never been the Lion and the Lamb, why would we have so many stained glass windows depicting that? So many works of art, hundreds upon hundreds of ministries around the world naming themselves Lion and Lamb Ministries, Lion and Lamb Christian Youth, all these different things. Why wouldn't it just be a bunch of stained glass windows of a wolf and a lamb and that type of thing, and wolf and lamb ministries and shit like that? We don't have that. Okay. And people that know this and have had this scripture in their heart for their whole life, they go back and they look at 11:6 in their family Bible that they've had their whole life. They've looked at Isaiah 11:6 probably 100 times through their religious upbringing, and now it's suddenly changed. Did someone sneak in their house? Did Brian Stavely or the Mossad sneak in their house and change their fucking copy of Star Wars and change their copy of Legally Blonde and change my friend's copy of the portrait of Dorian Gray so that it now says the picture of Dorian Gray? Is that what's going on?
I
Come
don't know,
on,
man.
There
I'm
is
not sure.
something happening.
But let's just say if that is actually happening,
It is
what is the
happening.
cause of that? Why is this
Okay,
happening?
there again,
What
that's
is
a
bringing this in?
great question. Great question.
I think it's a spiritual warfare kind of thing myself.
It's
I'm
supernatural.
gonna have to go back into Star Wars and say it's the
Oh, and
Mandalorian
somebody
effect.
in your chat says
This
Vase
is the
Snitch.
way.
He says he explains the globe like this: gravity. No, I'm actually a flat earther. I don't believe in the globe.
So
See, you're
no,
halfway there.
you're halfway there.
And
Listen,
somebody asked how old I am.
Well,
I'm 23.
So there,
do you believe or do you not believe that that supernatural events that mortal men could not be capable of happen?
Correct, if they align
Okay.
biblically.
Well, it does.
But the spiritual realm goes both ways. There's good and
It
evil.
does line up biblically. It does. It tells us that we're not allowed to try to stop Satan from doing this. Okay. And that God is going to give Satan the authority to do this. And what's really interesting is because things to do with God have changed in the Bible. For instance, in Exodus, it now says that thou shalt have no other gods, for God's name is jealous, and he is a jealous God. What? His name is jealous, and he's a jealous God? All right. So
But in Exodus
what's the
20
Greek?
said that they were jealous, but then later on, you're right, they changed that other verse.
What's the Greek? What's the Greek for God? It's logos, right? And what else do we see changing? Logos of companies. Logos. It's sort of like it just went across the board. So we've got brand names that have changed. The Vito and this German connection. This is what the thing is, Jay. It's almost like there's a puzzle embedded in this shit because there's common themes. There's common themes, things turning to black that weren't black before. The missing T's, the German connection. There's a Tom Hanks connection. And it's really crazy because it comes back around full circle with all of it. And then I'm talking about stuff that people know for a fact was not that way. Like one of my wife's favorite movies is Legally Blonde. She thinks that's so funny because Reese Witherspoon is like almost a real life Barbie doll. Everything she owns is pink in this movie, right? Even her convertible. Now the car has changed to black. And it's like, no, that girl would have never, it just doesn't, it's wrong. And here's the weird thing now, because even though it's changed on people's copies and everything, you can watch that movie, and in the scene, she pulls up the car's black. She gets out and goes in a store, and in that scene, she's talking to a person in the store, and there's a mirror behind that other person reflecting back toward the door. And if you look in that reflection, you can see her car parked out front, and it's pink in the reflection. That's what I'm saying. There's little residue. The Thinker statue by Rodin, right? Used to be like this. Now, here's the cool residue about that, because now he's like this, and it's changed a couple more times now with the position of his hand. But now it's like this, and here's what's crazy is people go to see the famous Rodin statue of the Thinker. Hey, honey, kids, get over there and pose like the statue, and we'll take a picture, right? And so you've got hundreds of people have taken pictures of their friends posing in front of the statue, and they're posing like this, but the statue's like this now in the picture. This is like so it's crazy supernatural shit, historical events being added into our timeline. The
So there's multiple timelines, is what you're saying?
No, I'm
sorry,
saying
but I
our
must
reality is fluid. Our reality is malleable, and that something is changing our reality.
Thank you for having me. I'm gonna have
Jay,
to cut
don't-
out for the evening.
See you later,
Take it
Bolton. Thanks
easy.
for coming on, man.
Don't you feel like you're gaslighting a bit, brother? Jay from
Love to the world.
Sacramento?
Not really, no. There's nothing to gaslight.
Here,
Because
let me really quick.
earlier you said, you started saying, well, what's causing it? Let's say it is happening. But earlier you already told us you believe it's a narrative.
Right. But no, I'm asking
So
a
why
question.
even
I'm
ask the
getting
question?
I'm
You already
getting
know it's a narrative.
theorized. I'm getting familiar with the ideals that are on this the mindset of the panel and the panel host.
Right. Well, you
Getting
got to
familiarized
keep this in mind,
Whose
Jay.
narrative is it? Is it mine and
I
people
don't know.
that believe like it, like Dave's? What's our goal
That's-
here?
I don't know.
Conquer
That's
the world or
it is
enslave
what it
the
is.
children or what?
Don't know.
Well,
Or
see, this
there's
is
some
the
real
thing,
devious
Jay.
people for you to gaslight all day,
a
don't
lot
you think?
younger than us and don't have the
my-
memories or the experience we have. So he's coming from a completely different point of view at this point. So we need to take.
He said it's a narrative. He's got his mindset.
It's healthy to
Who's
be
it?
Correct.
skeptical.
Let me ask Jay a question. Let me just ask Jay a question. How much actual research into the Mandela effect have you done?
None.
Okay, you do realize that condemnation without investigation is the epitome of ignorance, right?
I've never heard that before, but I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, that is an unequivocal truth that investigation without condemnation without investigation is the epitome of ignorance. This is what a lot of globe earthers do. They come in without a single idea of what the flat earth model is, nothing, and then want to argue about it. And it's like, how much have you even looked into the other side of what you're arguing about? And it's like, well, if you don't, then you really can't make any argument about it, because I guarantee these changes have affected you in some way too. They have happened to you. And
how did you come to the conclusion that you've come to?
What, Flo?
What up? I was asking Jay how he came to his conclusion.
I mean, it's pretty simple, man. I mean, there's not much to grasp on the reality of the Mandela effect.
There's not.
So that really wasn't an answer.
Well, I mean, how else would I phrase that for you?
Well, how did you
He
come
doesn't
to the
personally
conclusion?
observe any of them.
This is what I want to understand. How did
Have
you
I
come-
observed the Mandela effect? No, I haven't.
I bet
Am I
you really
familiar with it in some degree? Yes. Have I watched Brian Stabley? Correct.
Okay, so what was how did you reach the conclusions? And I'm going to.
Were there any steps in your thought process, or was it just like white noise and then wrong?
Boom. Government psyop.
Because I mean, I'm sort of on the fence, like, about the whole thing. I'm not necessarily against your conclusion, but I don't know. It doesn't sound like there was any method of getting there.
No, I decided this all of a sudden.
Well, I mean, there's not really much to get out of it. The whole idea of the Mandela effect in itself, there's not much to derive from that. It doesn't accomplish anything. It's just from what people would perceive it to be. It's just coming to the realization that shit's changing.
But if it were true, don't you think that would be a significant event in your paradigm?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out necessarily what it is and what's causing it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you want to know what the relevance ought to be,
Who's doing it? Is it the government?
2 Thessalonians 2:8 says, "And then shall that wicked one be revealed." That wicked one is doing it. even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them the strong delusion, that they shall believe a lie. So it's God allowing people to believe what in the end times will be Satan's lying signs and wonders.
Right. Yeah. No. Can I add something to that though? I don't mean to cut anybody off, but can I get a moment to bring an idea into that?
Sure.
Okay. I don't necessarily believe that the devil does stuff on his own necessarily. I believe actually the devil is a woman. I refer to it as pseudo-religious. I can't necessarily prove that, but that's just my own take on it. You can leave that as is. But as he, her, if you want to refer to it as that, from my interpretation, I don't think the devil as a character and an entity does stuff on its own. Necessarily, it's more of a direction from the God. Isaiah 45:7 says, I create peace, I create evil, I do this, I the Lord do all things. So necessarily I would say it's the God doing it, or God doing it, and not giving credit to another entity. More or less
Well, wait a second.
they're doing something
we
that he
are.
wants them to do.
I look, here's the it says it. What part of that you didn't understand? That he will be given the authority to wear out the saints to speak great blasphemies. Where did you miss that part? It said
Given
that
authority.
God allows Satan to do this. He allows him to do it. Why? Because this is it. That's why. Okay, so the thing is you have to have a little bit more for, it's a government psyop. Wait a second. Or what does it matter that things are changing? Are you shitting me? The fact that your reality is actually fluid and is being supernaturally changed, that doesn't intrigue you at all?
Not really,
Come
no.
on, bro. Come
I'm
on.
just being honest. I don't see no
What if that's
logic within the
reality?
Mandela effect.
What do you mean no logic to it? That's precisely
Where
what we're talking about.
other than off-branded references to movies, I don't really see any relevance in the Mandela effect.
exactly perfectly
Well,
the same
I'm sorry
relevance as
that you
flat
don't
Earth,
see any
which is that
relevance.
your whole paradigm is completely different than you think it was.
Yeah.
Right. It's the fact that we're being deceived, and now we're seeing where and how we've been being deceived.
Well, I mean, I would say people are being deceived, but in another limelight to what people are thinking, what people think they're being deceived by. I think it's the government deceiving people into thinking certain things are going on. The American
who is
government,
the government, Jay?
the elite establishment.
The elite establishment, just the United States, or how's that working?
UN, globalist ideals. I can get into individual groups, but necessarily it's all the same thing.
UN's a good one. UN's a good one. You know that there again, going back to the Bible, about the 22 watchers.
Correct.
Right.
Book of Enoch.
They fell onto Mount Hermon. They gathered on Mount Hermon, right? Okay.
Correct.
Did you know that today there is a UN disengagement observer force stationed on Mount Hermon?
I've heard of that.
Isn't that crazy? Observer, watcher. I don't know what's in the name, right? But the thing is, what I'm trying to get at is what would be the advantage to this? I mean, if people are realizing that, okay, we're seeing signs and wonders, we're seeing signs in the heavens and the earth for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. All these things are coming together, and this is another piece of that. Another piece of this. I'm sorry that you don't see it as significant. There are a whole lot of people that do, but for it to be a psyop of some kind or a distraction, what you're going to end up finding is that, like on a channel like mine, we talk about all of these things, not just one. Okay, we're talking about the flat earth here. We talk about all of the deceptions that are placed upon you by said elite, who I believe are controlled from a higher source.
Nice.
Okay. There's I even tie that right into what I think the control system is actually in what we call Antarctica. So
in case our disinfo agent.
But the thing is, this is to throw an aspersion that someone is a Mossad agent with no more evidence to it than other than it's just I feel it. I mean,
Correct. It's an assumption that I've developed.
It's well, assumptions aren't developed.
Wait,
People
who's in
make
Mossad? Dave, are you in Mossad now?
I guess. I guess. But I mean, that's really kind of a wild dart in the dark assumption. Really, why Mossad? Why not CIA?
I don't know. He has that aura about him, that Kabbalistic aura about him.
The Shekels aura.
There we go.
What is
There
he?
you go.
What have you seen him do or say that would indicate that? So that like the rest of it,
He has that mystical vibe about him. That real elf on a shelf type vibe. You know what I'm
the
saying?
artificial space scenery, I think, because we all know that Jews like to film fake space.
Well, are you accusing me of not really being up in the International Fake Station?
All I'm saying is that if it smells like Mossad and it walks like Mossad and it has shekels, you're probably an agent.
That's what I'm trying to get. That's what I'm trying to pin down. What does a Mossad agent? I don't know. What do you feel like? I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at.
He's saying he has a certain energy that's putting him off from what his
correct
is.
Well, then say that. It doesn't mean he's with fucking Mossad or some shit. That's quite a reach, man.
Who are we even talking about? Who's with Mossad?
Brian Stavely.
Stavely.
I thought we were talking about you, Dave.
No.
Everyone comes to the table at a different point with different experiences, and not everybody is having the same experience at the same exact time.
I'm having. I'm an agent from.
You're from the space station high.
I'm from the Lux.
You don't exist, so
I'm Luxembourg intelligence. Okay,
You're from Nambla.
I'm the whole fucking department too.
He's from Mars, and you don't count.
I mean, I'd be a skeptic too if I hadn't witnessed like dozens and dozens of different things change over the course of my lifetime.
Right.
I still am a skeptic,
When
but
you're
I find that
you're not as into certain things, but a lot of the younger people are starting to see things, but from a different point of view, even though they're not necessarily up with us, because we've had those experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Things.
For instance, we have anchor memories, Jay. They're anchor memories.
So are we agreeing that Jay's a whippersnapper?
Okay, so for instance, an anchor memory.
Jay's only early 20s.
So, for instance, Jay, an anchor memory is like this. When I was a kid, my mother, I remember she was folding clothes, folding laundry, and I decided to help her. And I picked up the underwear, and I remember looking at the tag on it, the Fruit of the Loom tag, and I remember asking about that weird looking basket. You know, and my mother said that's called a cornucopia, David. And I was like, oh, that's a cool word. And she goes, it's also known, you know, as a horn of plenty and shit. But I thought cornucopia, that's such a cool word, man. And so I started telling my friends what a cornucopia.
Were you already smoking pot back then?
And I said, I didn't start till I was 12. Okay. So, so I'm like, you know, telling all my friends, you know, that's called a cornucopia and shit. And I was like, oh, you know, that's cool. And I remember that vividly. Okay. And now it's that cornucopia has never been there, never in their logo before at all. I know for a fucking fact it is, because that's how I learned the word cornucopia. I mean, it's shit like that you know for a fact. A buddy of mine, he's a Volkswagen fanatic. Lives in a ghost town.
Can I say something real quick when you're done with that? I don't mean to cut you off.
So yeah, real quick though, he's a Volkswagen fanatic. I told him about the change on the symbol of the Volkswagen. He says, no fucking way. We went out, looked at his 69 microbus, and sure as fuck, the logo had changed on it. But his keychain didn't. It's like, what happened? Did somebody roll up into this ghost town in the middle of fucking Death Valley?
It was a ghost that did it.
Yeah,
Well,
replaced
it's Brian
his
Stabley.
caps with altered replicas, without him knowing. For why? What would be the point?
You can't go anywhere without Brian Staveley wanting to put his nose into everything.
Okay.
Isn't that the truth?
So what's he trying to put his nose into?
I'm just joking, man. It's I'm not serious. I don't know.
Your vagina.
With a joint in my ear. No shit. No, I didn't start smoking weed until I was 12. So.
But can I answer a question from your chat real quick?
Yeah, who was asking?
Okay, so I'm not necessarily sure who this is. Let me get the name real quick. Rock E. Shepard. He says, ask him, does he cut his sideburns? He says something about Khazar, disinformation agent. He said he was Hebrew. Yeah, no, Hebrew youth, not necessarily pointing to a certain where Messiah's based out of. No, necessarily that word can be defined by many references. Christians necessarily can be considered Hebrew. More aligned, more in depth.
What is Hebrew?
Kind of.
Messianic.
Yeah, you could say that. I do have friends that are Hebrew Israelites, so I kind of stem a little bit from that, but necessarily on my own thing. I don't necessarily share most of the ideals, but loosely associated with. So I just throwing that out there. I'm not what they're throwing in the
So
chat.
you don't
because
completely
that's the only.
disavow all of Jesus's teachings, which is what they do.
Not at all, no.
So it's a religion,
Okay,
not
good.
a race or a gang or a
You
nationality.
can on different people. It doesn't matter what they believe in.
But no, I'm just saying in the chat because when people think of Hebrew, they think of certain people like that. They're some people are how would you say ignorant.
Is it like trying to emphasize keeping the commandments more, that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay.
Christ taught his people to follow their commandments. But no, I actually shave my sideburns. I don't look too good with long sideburns. I shave the side of my head. I have my own take on that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too.
I took that from Now You See TV. Now you see TV.
Too, man.
Shout out John Hall. If anybody knows John Hall, that's my brother.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying too, man. It's like because I started to put it, and he goes, "Oh, you forgot the E," and I was like, "What the fuck? You got Mandela too, bro." But that was funny because here's another one too. One of my biggest detractors, which I think he's got a man crush on me, but Sean Hawkins, he was in a chat of a stream the other day, and one of the things one of the Mandela effects is the changing of the logo for Looney Tunes cartoons, right? It now is TUNES, like music. And it was always TOONS.
What?
Like tunes.
God damn it.
Yeah. Okay, so he was.
Oh, I got another question in the chat, but sorry, man. Sorry.
So he went to give some shit. He went to give shit about it in the chat, and he says, "Oh, they've always had these different stuff, merry melodies," and he wrote Looney Tunes, TOONS. And I was like, I know that's how it was supposed to be, but it's not like that anymore. It's Looney Tunes, TUNES.
I mean, that doesn't even make
this
fucking
is
sense.
pertaining to the Mandela effect?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now here's the thing. One of the residues to that was the one where they have Bugs Bunny as a kid. They're all small, Tiny Tunes, right? Which is spelled TOONS. And Brian informed me earlier that that's now changed to where it's just Tiny Toon. There's no S on it anymore. And it's like, what the fuck? So cartoons, and even like Roger Rabbit, where did he live? He lived in Toon Town, TOON town, right? Because they're cartoons. A short form of the word cartoon is tunes. And now it's Looney Tunes with the music word, TUNES. And it's like, that doesn't even make any sense. It's not a show about music, it's cartoons.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The other one, I think I remember Tiny Toon Adventures.
I will watch that.
Yeah, so that's TOON. What happened? Why not TUNE? See, this is some weird shit, man. And that's what I'm saying. And there's specific like connections to these changes that are occurring, like a daisy chain or some shit. Like one of the scriptures. Okay, so you're familiar with scripture, I'm sure. Jay, I want you
Correct.
to fill in the
No,
blank.
I don't have a photographic memory,
Well,
but
no,
I
this is
am
a
familiar
common
with
one.
stuff.
This is one they always use. I'm sure you've heard this one. Where two or blank gather in my name, I will be in their midst.
I've heard that before.
Okay, well, what's the blank?
What I don't know the verse though off the
where
back.
two or more gather in my name, I will be in their midst. But that has changed now, and it changed when they started allowing limited gatherings to church. It now says where two or three gather in my name. And it's like, oh yeah, but no more than three? What? It was always where two or more gather in my name. Now Moses doesn't care. What did Moses bring down from the mountain when he went up there? What did he bring down? Jay?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to refresh me real quick.
I thought you said you were in the. This is Old Testament shit, man. It's like in the
Correct.
Okay, and you're in this movement, but you seem to be woefully uneducated on the Bible. So Moses went up on the mountain. He talked to God, and what did he come back down with? He was carrying something, and it was right before he found these people.
You talking about his rod?
No, I'm talking about a stone tablet.
Oh, I'm stupid.
Right? Stone tablets.
Okay, yeah, right.
Commandments on it and shit, right? Okay.
Right, yeah.
They're not tablets anymore. Now they're stone tables. Go look. Yeah, they changed. The T is gone now. They're stone tables.
Let me look real quick.
Yeah. Exodus, hang on a second.
Beer pong tables. You got to win on one side and then shift to the other side.
When I Google it though, it says stone tablets.
You're not talking about Google. Fuck Google. You're in the truth movement and you use Google. Are you shitting me? Come on, bro.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? Google's a piece of shit.
What am I supposed to use?
You're not going to get anything out of Google. Okay, so
what do you use?
What do I use? I use Yandex.
I'm not even sure what that is.
Yeah, try it sometime. You'll get.
I use Google and I made awesome monkey bread today. I just want you to know that it turned out spectacular.
Don't you have a paper and ink Bible?
Do I? Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. So, do you have it? Grab it.
Across the room.
Go grab it. It's across the room. It's right in the front of the book. We're going to go to Exodus 34, verse 29.
Hallelujah.
Give me 1 second.
Sure enough. Yeah, you go. This is the thing. You can change anything online. I'm talking about paper and ink, hard copy shit that's changing, that hasn't left my house.
Whippersnappers, am I right?
I snuck in there and did it when you're sleeping.
You must have.
I'm just kidding with you.
Yeah, Google's a crap. Google it lies to you too, man. If you go in there and just do a search,
for sure, man.
Just do a search for anything. I don't care what it is, and it'll tell you got you like 40 billion fucking results in 0.2 of a second or some shit like that, right? Yeah, see how many results you actually really get.
So
and
what did you want me to bring up? Exodus 31, you said?
Exodus 34, verse 29.
I did a video a little while back where I compared search results from DuckDuckGo and Google.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty staggering.
Yeah, Yandex is even better. Now, here's the thing. You can go on Google to bypass their little filtering algorithm. If you put your search criteria in quotation marks, it'll drop from giving you all the ads and other shit. At least it used to. But I don't use Google. Google is gay.
Can I share a sentiment, Dave, about something I've been picking up on lately?
Oh, yeah, it says right here, 2 tables of stone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So go back just a little bit more and look at 34:14. 34 verse 14. I'm going to tell you God's name there. Exodus 34:14.
Give me 1 second.
It's on the same page in my Bible anyway.
Well, no, I flipped the pages. I was looking at something else real quick.
And then I'm going to let John Thomas give his piece here. Did you find it? 34:14. Yeah. Go ahead and read that.
For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God.
Is God's name jealous? Of course not. How'd that get in there?
Well, in Exodus in the Ten Commandments, it said it was a jealous. Said
He
to
always said he was a
Said he
jealous
was
God.
a jealous God. It didn't
Said-
say his name was jealous and he is a jealous God, did it?
no, not that I can recall.
Well, it
But
does
I
now.
do know it said it in Exodus 20.
If you want one to look up, I look up Isaiah 4 verse 1, Jay. That changed while I was in Jerusalem in 2014. And there's residue in X-Files.
So
An
what is it,
episode
Isaiah
called
what?
The Field Where I Died. Look up X-Files, The Field Where I Died. You'll see the man has 6 wives.
What is the verse?
What is it again, the verse?
Isaiah 4 verse 1.
Let me look at this. Isaiah 7.
And go to X-Files. Watch that episode. You'll see 6 women get arrested. There's 6 mug shots. Scully will tell you she has 6 wives to interview. They quote Isaiah 4 verse 1. It now says 7. You're going to tell me that the producers and the editors and everybody said, oh, this guy needs 7 wives. The verse we're making this whole episode off of says 7 women.
Isaiah verse 4, 1.
Chapter
4 verse 1.
Gotcha. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach.
And that changed on me, brother. In 2014, I was celebrating the Feast of Tabernacles in Jerusalem in the New Swedish Hostel. I've got proof of it. I've got witnesses. I looked up that verse for a guy in the hostel because I always quoted that verse. I told him 6 women. He said, I ain't never read that. And I said, let me get my Bible because I knew my Bible. And I pulled it out 7. I just now looked at it. It says 6. And then I walked over to show him 7. And people don't believe me. They say, you're the biggest fibber. I'm telling you, that happened. And go look up X-Files. The season, I don't remember what season, but I think it's season 2.
You want to see?
I
one
later found that.
Jay?
I didn't even know it was in X-Files.
Jay, you want to see one that's really funny? I can show you. Let me see. Go to Jeremiah chapter 24, verse 2.
And here's the deal that I get the sentiment. This is what I was wanting to say, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
The sentiment that I get out of the truth movement that really bothers me and people that believe this is happening, it's kind of like we're kind of being told that you people are messing it up. You're muddying it up. You're murky in the waters. We're over here about truth. And there are usually a lot of come latelys. No offense, Jay from Sacramento. You know what I mean? But I was looking at
I'm not sure if I comprehend what you're saying.
Well, the sentiment I pick up is like, if you believe in this, we've got a bunch of crazies in the truth movement that kind of need to move on.
That's how I feel about the Mandela effect and people who believe Project Bluebeam. But then again, it all depends on religious ideals. Most of those.
You're 24.
Have you not?
You're 24, and I was following Flat Earth since 08. You're 24, and I was following Flat Earth.
I'm 23.
Holding up the banner. I know people well inside the group, legends, Math Power Land, all of them.
All shills.
It doesn't matter. All stuff that you
David Wise, Jeranism.
All stuff that you
No real truther gets a Netflix documentary.
So what component of truth do you abide by?
And then it's time for us to move on.
Have you realized?
And it's kind of like, hello.
Hold on. Let me say something,
That's
Jay.
backwards.
Let me say something,
in
Jay.
my mind.
Let me say something, John.
We had discernment in the beginning, back before anybody was even thinking about it.
Okay, so Jay, check this out. Have you realized that there is a spiritual war taking place right
Correct.
now? Okay. And you are familiar with as above, so below, correct?
Correct. Duality.
All right.
Yes.
All right. All right. So, as you have been perusing through a book filled with supernatural events are occurring. But because for some reason these things only happened in those times and can't happen now. You understand?
That's not
the
right.
thing-
There's a lot of stuff that's
what
supernatural
we're
happening
saying.
today.
That's what we're saying. So how does this not, as I've pointed out, that is as prophesized, how does this not correlate to truth and that spiritual battle that we're in here in the below as the same as above? It's right there with it, man. It's part of it because it's another level of deception that is being placed upon us by the shaitan, man. Okay, the globe is a lie perpetrated by the
Correct.
shaitan. Okay, these things have already been prophesized that this was going to happen. Okay, it says that there are going to be signs in the heavens and the earth for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. Now, given that it was prophesied that God was going to give Satan the ability or power, authority to do these things and to speak blasphemies against the saints and against the Most High, which is exactly what we're seeing happening in these scriptures. Okay, that's a book. Okay, the word of God is sealed in heaven
from the chairs, as they called it.
So it has to be written on your heart. And this is it right now. People are going to go and see that shit's happening. They're going to panic and go, "Oh, I better go and look for the word of the Lord because I'm seeing this shit's really real," right? And now they're not going to be able to find it because it says a bunch of shit in there that never was before. For instance, Luke 19:27. Jesus is telling his disciples to bring his enemies before him and slay them. Now, when do you ever hear about Jesus telling anybody to kill any fucking body? Never.
Never.
But now it's in scripture. And so those that are not familiar with it and those that have not sought counsel of those that are familiar with it are going to pick up that book and it's not going to be there what they're supposed to find.
Wait. Phrase that again real quick. Can you say that one more time, please?
Is which part? I'm not going to say the entire.
You mentioned the part about Jesus real quick.
Yeah, I said in 1927, Luke chapter 19, verse 27. Jesus says to bring his enemies before him and slay them.
Luke what?
1927.
1927. All right.
Jay, you're saying mass power land is a shield. I came.
Well, no. I'm referring to
Bowden, brother.
I'm referring to logistically a lot of flat Earth people may have. I necessarily don't know too much about Matt Powerland, so I won't make any statement. But I was referring to a lot of them are. Him, I don't really know too much about.
Okay. But can I tell you something that might interest you? In 2018, I told him about the Mandela effect. He agreed with you. It's all it's all online. So if he's a shill, what's he pushing?
I don't really know. I don't know too much about.
He's pushing Mandela effect, didn't he?
So
to get it out of my head.
Good Lord, why the attacking sound, tone in your voice and all that?
You're saying he's a shill.
You're coming.
I know David Weiss and Jeranism are. Other than that, that's really.
How do you know that? What evidence do you have? That's the thing. It can't just be a feeling. I feel like you're government. I feel like you're government. Hold on.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
What if the vibe I get from you is a disingenuous one because you come on here and told me.
Well, I mean, your chat thinks I'm a troll, so you know.
Well, I'm not paying attention to my chat. I'm just saying. So if I had this vibe that, you say you're related to this other guy, that call for an uprising.
Shout out a call for an uprising.
Yeah, great channel. He's covered this as well. So, do you guys at odds with that? Are
I
you
mean,
guys
not
at
everybody
odds when it
believes
comes
in the
to
same
that?
thing.
Well, still, nevertheless. So, is he a shill? Is your uncle
No,
a shill? Well, then
not
what
at
the
all.
fuck? So, what do you think? People just don't have the ability to think for themselves, and they just glom
I've
on
never
and
said
think?
that.
Well, then how would
There's a
there
lot
be
of people
shilling?
that believe in the Mandela effect. There's a
Right,
lot of people that believe in blue beam. Necessarily, I don't believe in any of those.
well, that doesn't mean that it's not true, right? I can
That
not
may be the
believe. I
case,
can, what
and
if I
I just
didn't
don't believe in
believe?
it.
What if? Oh, I don't believe the
Right.
sky's blue in the daytime. I really
Gotcha.
don't. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Does that make it so?
Not at
No,
all.
Do
not at
you
all.
do
Not
you
at all.
not do you not believe what you're hearing because you haven't witnessed it yourself
That could be the
personally?
case. That might be it.
So am I a shill?
I don't know. I barely even know who you are.
Well, let's take a look.
But you
Okay.
mentioned David Weiss. How is he a shill? No real truther would get a documentary on an elite RAN network known as Netflix.
David Weiss didn't get that. Jeranism did.
Well, same shit.
Yeah, no, not
They're
the
both
same
bud
shit.
buddies.
Okay, well, see, I think you have a predisposed dislike for these people and now want to find a way to slander them. That's what I think.
If Russian Vid says they're a shill, they're definitely a shill.
Secondly, the highly edited Netflix show that they put out, it wasn't them. Netflix put it out. It was highly edited, and they cut out a bunch of shit that actually showed that the Earth was level. The Netflix documentary was cut and edited to make it show that they had failed to prove it. Okay, so it wasn't to anyone's advantage, and especially theirs, because a lot of globe trolls like to point out that movie from Netflix. Okay, so that wouldn't have been a good move at all for them. Secondly, the whole idea of this idea of well, I just don't like this guy, or I feel this, or I haven't looked into it is really, dude, I know you're young. I know, I can tell. And I'm
Got
just
your
gonna
head
give you
twisted,
some, I'm
brother.
gonna give
That's
you
all
some,
it is. I forgive you too.
I'm gonna
forgive you.
give you just some advice, bro. I was
And
was
you
young
said
too.
you said Luke 19.
19,
It doesn't matter
20.
who's a shill right now. You need to get ready for what's happening. Things are changing.
Yeah.
We're
So
all in the same
I
boat
just want to
together.
leave you with this idea on it, Jay. Is my channel is not
It's
monetized.
happening.
My channel is not monetized.
Neither's mine.
I don't receive a dime for what I'm doing, else unless somebody cash apps me a couple of bucks or something like
Same.
that. Okay, so I'm not in it for the money. I'm not selling shirts. I'm not selling cups. I'm not selling mugs. I'm not selling anything. Right?
There's nothing wrong with that though. If somebody does.
Right. So are you somehow then where in error? How am I shilling then? And how
I've
am
never
I
said you're
damaging?
stealing though.
Well,
You're
you
putting
said
words in
Earlier,
my mouth.
you said that
earlier you said it didn't matter to you.
you said that the Mandela effect was hurting the truther community. Now, if
Correct.
I'm somebody that
Leading people astray.
leading
No.
people astray, how's that
You hadn't
possible?
had
My
time to think
show
about it.
incorporates all of it. All of it.
That's good.
Even tonight, we talked about stuff
Everybody's,
regarding flat Earth, regarding
have their own
Psyops,
mindset.
the whole nine. Well, yeah.
Let
So
me ask you this.
so that means part of my show is shilling, and the rest of it's cool. It's like cafeteria.
But when
Like
did I say you were shilling though?
Well, you said that information was a psyop to shill people. How am I shilling people?
Well, I mean, you would be falling for the psyop. Necessarily, you
I'm
wouldn't be
falling
shilling for
it.
itself.
I've actually had these experiences, yet I'm falling for it because someone else noticed these same things.
Well, I'm willing to listen to what you have to say and watch what you have. I'm not denying. I'm not saying that I
exactly what I'm
won't.
telling you. Did you
Would
find
you pinpoint me to your evidence?
Well,
That'd be nice.
I just showed you a couple of them in the Bible. Now you're about ready to see Luke 19:27, I believe, right?
Right.
Those are Jesus's words. Read them out loud.
But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me. See, now this is funny though, because I've listened to my buddy. His name is Andrew. He has photographic memory. He's real familiar with a lot of this, so necessarily I would refer to him when I have questions relating to something I don't know. And he's read this before, and this is what he's read.
Okay.
So what are you trying to say?
Well, so Jesus is saying to kill people.
That's what it says.
Well, wait a minute. What happened to turn? You see, you're falling for the psyop, bro.
But what about when Jesus comes back, though? He's going to slay his enemies? Our Revelation, he's coming back with the sword?
Jesus never said he was going to slay anyone.
You're
In
on
fact,
to
he
something.
said he was absolutely a pacifist, my man.
What do you think these changes are? What do you think these changes are, Jay? You remembered that there's going to be wrath and there's going to be slain.
Well, I've always known Jesus as a priest king, a warrior poet.
Right.
Put it like that.
Okay, you feel like you've got.
I'm using linguistic words.
You're using what
priest, king, warrior, poet.
Yeah, Christ is the high priest, lineage of David. He's a
absolutely not.
Troll, my final answer.
Where did he say he's the high priest, the line of David? Where?
Christ is of the lineage of David.
No, he never said he was the son of David.
Adam.
See, nobody here knows their Bible. He said he is not the son of David. He said, how can he be the son of David? They kept calling him son of David. They kept shouting, Hosanna to the son of David, Hosanna to the son of David, because they want him to be the king that was going to take the throne.
His mother was a virgin that nobody did anything with and magically got pregnant? Come on.
Turns out Joseph was the only virgin.
If you start going back in history, you will find out that Jay's right. He's a priest. Yes.
Jesus was given priesthood by John the Baptist. He's the high priest.
You're getting that from the book of Hebrews. That's not the gospel. That
Christ.
Come out of Jesus.
Oh, okay. So you don't follow Paul then?
Came from the Greek.
Not.
Okay, so that's where the difference draws in at. You need to state that you don't follow Paul because I follow Paul's teaching.
I've said that for years.
Well, I'm not familiar with that because this is my first time up here, so I follow Paul and what he says.
Why?
Necessarily. So you guys
You're worried
need to
about
state
shields.
that, though. You know what I'm saying?
You don't smell a rat there. You don't see.
Not
a
at
shield?
all. No. Not at all.
You don't.
Created to control people that the government, whenever there was a war and a new king came and just took over that country, like the war between Greece and Rome. Then, in order to keep the people calm,
I'm not really arguing that. I didn't come to debate if Paul's a shield or not.
They
Paul
allowed
said his credentials as a
keep their
blameless was because he's a Pharisee. I'm sorry, Dreamy. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's all right. I'm not getting into
we can say that I'm blameless in matters of the law because I'm a Pharisee. He can say that.
Here. There's other things in here too. Are you
scribes and Pharisees were the writers of laws and the law keepers?
No, those were the Levites.
Enforcers.
That was the Sadducees, ma'am. They were the at the time that was the Levites. The Pharisees are Jews that want the priesthood. They want to walk around saying the priestly blessings, carry the ephod like David did, impale people's children for their sins that their fathers didn't commit.
Exactly. The scribes and Pharisees.
Eat the bread that Christ said was illegal for
when you
David.
walk in a courtroom, who's sitting up there?
Here's another one real quick.
Dreamy, your mic is cutting up.
Yeah. Hey, Jay, here's another one for you, too, to look into. Exodus, right? So we know the Passover, what that's about, right? Because one of the things that the Lord did was they had the Hebrews put lamb's blood over top of their door to mark their doors so that when a certain entity came through, it would pass over their homes. What was that entity that came over them?
That was the Spirit of the Lord, or it was an angel in some texts.
It was the angel of death, but now it's the Lord. Now it's the Lord. Now it's God.
Well, I've heard both, so I necessarily.
No, it was never both. It was
simultaneously
always the angel
one
of
in
death.
itself.
That's the point. That's the point. See, these. I'm sorry, Jay, but
Jay, you sound like you know your Bible better than you made home earlier on.
Woefully uneducated.
I've never stated that.
You are woefully uneducated on the Bible for these two actions.
Well, I mean, you guys don't follow Paul, so I can draw the same conclusion.
I was just talking about Old Testament. This is Old Testament. You not realize that's Old Testament.
Don't listen to nothing.
Everything is the one in itself.
Don't listen to nothing David says. Don't listen to nothing of Paul.
I don't think this dude's a good faith actor, to be completely honest.
No, I don't either. I'll tell you why. Because he says that he's a messianic.
I've never stated that.
or
You
you're a
meant that.
Hebrew Christian or some other shit like that, but you don't know anything about the Bible at
I
all.
want to hear what truth components you adhere to. What
Can I ask you
Do
something?
you
Jay?
want a
You're into
rundown of what I
Psalms, right?
believe in? And I can give that.
Yeah, I mean, you say you're from the truth movement, but you poo-poo everything that since I've been up here. So what is the truth that you believe in? Run through it, some bullet points.
Okay. I believe in the truth of Jesus Christ and his necessarily return into the new kingdom. Necessarily individually, that's a long discussion to get into. I believe this whole alien agenda that's been going on is to bring in and mask the second coming of Christ, to pinpoint it as a quote on alien invasion, if you want to put it like that.
Shout out to Blue Pac.
So you do believe in Blue Beam?
Not at all, no.
So you think these UFOs are real and shit?
Correct. Those are chariots. Those are the angels of the Lord.
Well, they haven't got here yet, so why do you think that?
Think what?
Don't you
keep
think
going.
that you could wait to? Okay, yeah, keep going.
Let's hear more of them. Like chemtrails. Are you down with chemtrails?
I am, yes. Chemtrails that they spray on you in the sky, chemically, that's poisonous. Okay. That's a long discussion to get into. Am I well versed with it? Necessarily, somewhat, Barium and aluminum, I know that statement, which is true. What else? 9/11 was to mask the real birth of Jesus Christ, when necessarily he was born between maybe a time between September and October. I'm sure people have already heard that. I believe necessarily
that's
from
the
Rob
most whack
Skiba.
job theory that I've heard tonight.
Oh, I mean, Rob Skiba says it, so I mean, you could
I don't
get it
know who
from
that
that
is.
as well. Okay, well then, you need to
all
look
right,
into
so,
who Rob Skiba is. Jesus was actually born on 9/11. Most of these religions nowadays have quote on central worship. They all worship Saturn. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. And that's a star god, so we can correlate that back to flat Earth. I believe in flat Earth. I believe there's a the dome above us, outer waters type situation. I don't believe in hell. I think hell is actually an event, so I don't believe in eternal fire, as some
So you're
people
mostly
might
just
do.
like a wonky Christian, an eccentric Christian.
If you want to put it like that.
If you're in the Messianic movement, brother, then
I'm not in the Messianic movement.
Well, I thought you said. What'd you
I
say?
am
That was my mistake. He's
Hebrew youth. That's the term.
Hebrew youth. So okay, Hebrew youth. That means you probably got a lot of roots back in the Torah, right? Studying. Do they do that?
Because that would be Jewish.
No. Paul's a
Hebrew
Jew,
Israelite.
right?
If anybody's familiar
Paul's
with that.
a Jew.
Yes,
Correct.
I've heard of them.
Romanized. Oh, okay, so you would understand where necessarily some of my beliefs would derive from with the UFOs. I believe in reincarnation and stuff like that as well.
Man, you're depriving yourself, because if you don't understand what happened back with Moses and the Canaanites, you don't understand history.
So
nobody does.
Straight, Jay. Hold on, let me get this straight. I'm kind of having a problem running this through the logic mill.
Go ahead.
So you don't think that Blue Beam is real?
Not at all. No, it's real, but necessarily what people would claim it to be isn't.
Let me finish. Okay.
Sorry.
Let me finish. And whether or not these are actually using real crafts that we've had, or whatever the case may be, so that they're going to try to fake an alien invasion, which they've already begun to do that with this Las Vegas story. You think that those are angels of God instead of these just man-made craft that they're using?
That's a possibility.
All right, wait a second. And that because that's a prophecy, but when it comes to the prophecy about giving the authority to change the times, the laws, and all this shit, no, that's not possible at all.
No, that's possible.
So you said it was a psyop.
But what people claim Mandela effect to be, necessarily, that would be.
What are they claiming it to be, other than the fact that things that once were one way have gone to another way? How is that? What do you mean?
How would I phrase it differently?
Yeah, I mean, there should be some indication. Now, granted, there are some people out there that have some real problems.
What people who believe in the Mandela effect and present it to be necessarily isn't what those verses are referring to. That would be my statement.
Like what? You mean actually God's name is jealous? And you mean that Moses really did carry down tables made of stone, and that it was never putting new wine into old skins? It's always been bottles, which would make no sense because it's a parable regarding putting new information, new ideas into old people who have been firmly seasoned into their old beliefs. Well, a bottle would make no sense because the fact that you can put piss or acid or any other goddamn thing in the bottle and it won't break or burst from the contents of it. So it makes no fucking sense, but now it's Bible or it's bottles, right? We've got a woman in the Old Testament opening a bottle of milk. Yeah, Old Testament times, opening a bottle of milk.
Did Samson have a
Jesus telling people to gather up your couch. Gather up your stuff in your couch. A couch came about in the 1800s. There was no such thing. Why is that in there now? John Baptist instead of John the Baptist? Bringing his head on a charger to the damsel? These aren't words that were there before.
Do you know that Samson's name has changed and his words have changed?
Oh, yeah. Who cut his hair off anyway, John? Who cut off Samson's hair?
This is what I know for a fact.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Everybody knows that Delilah cut off Samson's hair that took away his strength, right? Now it's
John.
Now it's her servants cut off his hair.
What was Samson's name? Was it Samson or Samson with a P?
With a
No
P.
P. No P.
Well, I know it as Samson, but necessarily I don't know what it would, say in here. But you're referencing a P, so I'm assuming that's what it says.
No, there's no P now. His name had a P.
Okay, I'm not familiar with it with the P.
Okay, well, everybody mark my words. Yeah. Samson's name had a P.
Right.
And his words had changed.
Well, it's not just that.
His words used to be with the jawbone of an ass. I've slain 1,000 men.
Some of the changes were changed.
Of an ass. I've made asses of men. That's changed.
Well, it changed on my shelf from Delilah cutting his hair off to her servants cutting his hair off. Because now it's her servants that cut his hair off, not Delilah.
So see how that makes me feel when people don't even know Samson's name had a P, and I grew up knowing how to spell Samson and knew his words.
I don't ever remember it with a P though, John.
Well,
I do.
There's one of the rubs. That's one of the biggest
evidences out there.
Some of them.
Google Samson option, and you'll get Seymour Hirsch.
So check it out. This is what we're talking about right here. Even Grant Rogers puts in here the whole brand name of Samsonite is from his name, from Samson being strong. Don't care. Right?
That's
part of the all right, you have a memory.
Was I still explaining my beliefs, or was that it?
I'm not disagreeing, John.
Had any other questions?
I'm not hating on you. I'm just saying.
I know. I'm not disagreeing. You don't have to keep repeating it. You don't have to keep telling me it had a P in it. I know you remember it had a P in it. I myself don't remember a P in it. Now, there's one of the weird things, because some of the things maybe I took a download.
Maybe that's what people are remembering. So
see, is it? Do I got a narrative here that I ran on Dave just now, or
ideas, memories? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I really don't know.
There's no agenda here, brother. There's no agenda.
How do you explain that?
We're fractured inside of the group.
How do you?
But the residue is not just our memories. It's also physical. Right. Like Brian Stavely had somebody send him avocados.
Stavely.
Yes, the Mossad agent himself.
Now wait a second.
But he had somebody send him in the Haas avocados bag. It didn't say Haas.
Yeah,
I remember.
I'm not even sure.
I really want to ask you a question. I want to get down right to the root.
I don't eat avocados.
I want to get right down to the root of the matter. Okay, and I pinpointed it. You told on yourself. The moment that Brian Stavely's name was mentioned, you went, Brian Stavely. So apparently Brian Stavely has pissed you off or done you wrong somehow.
Not at all. No, I like trolling Brian Stavely every now and then.
Dude. You came on here with wild-ass accusations about fucking Mossad and all that other shit.
That's funny. I have a deja vu moment. I feel like I've recountered this moment before.
Wow, cool. Maybe it's a turning point in your life because you realize at this point that your entire ideas are based on an emotional response that you have. Do you realize how ridiculous that is?
Not at all, no, but I can see where you would come from with that.
Why wouldn't that be? Why wouldn't that be? If you had an irrational feeling.
Brian Staveley is like, how would you say,
Jay? What did he
the
do?
blonde guy in Dumb and Dumber. You know, he's just that guy. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Just not
I
allowed
really
to sit at your
fucking
table,
don't.
brother. That's
Correct.
That's a sign of immaturity.
I mean, I'm 23.
Yeah,
God has
that's
chosen us
immature,
to see
dude.
these
That's
things. It doesn't
immature.
matter if you like us or
You
not.
ain't even, your brain ain't even got close to being done till you're around 30 years old.
That's mine.
27.
Okay, you're a kid. I'm sorry.
I am a kid.
Yeah, and I think you're coming from a place of pathos without an even balance of logos.
I think that's bad for the truth community.
It is absolutely. You're kind of
Divisive.
making some kind. Well, I just feel like it, and because he
not
talks
him.
this way.
Well, no, I have my own
I-
beliefs on it, but it's a lot to get into.
No, we got it. Go. I want to hear this.
Well, it goes back to a statement, and I'll summarize it in a very simplistic way.
Mm-hmm.
But I can hear myself in somebody's background echo. I'm not sure who that is.
I'm not getting an echo.
How would I say it? Stavely, along with many other truthers, demonstrate the shillness about them. They push certain narratives. And then I go back to what I said earlier.
Hold on a second. Please digress. Shillness. I'm still not familiar with what that means.
You understand that shill has a paid component to it.
Correct.
Okay.
And Brian Staveley is paid to push the Mandela effect.
Paid by who?
Who knows?
Yeah, well, he's not making any money. He's not making any money
Brother,
on
they're
his
not paying
channel.
to push the Mandela effect. You're
Hold on a
delusional.
second, John.
Now, you don't know that, though. Jay, I'm not sure who John is.
All right. So here's the thing, Jay. He's not making money on his channels. He's had his one main channel with the major amounts of subscribers on it taken down. He's had to go on several backup channels. Okay. He's gotten restrictions all over the fucking place on his channel. All right. So he's not making money on his channel at all. He had to recently, just so he could make ends meet as a result of that bullshit, has to go and back to work. So he's not going to be able to stream as much. So he's still streaming though and not making any
Yeah, I know.
money
I've catched
for
a few of
doing
them. I
it.
popped in his
So
chat a few times and told him he's a
how would-
Mossad agent.
Yeah, I know. That's really cool. So you come into people's chat like a troll.
Correct.
Because you
I
have-
troll people. So does the
Why
Call
do
for an
you-
Uprising.
Why do you troll people?
So does Russian Vids. I'm not trolling you. I came up here to have a
Hold on.
genuine discussion. I wasn't trolling Sean Source the other day when I was doing his
is an
stream.
asshole.
We had
okay?
a decent conversation.
Listen, Russian
He is.
Vids is an asshole. Okay.
I wouldn't say he's an asshole. I would say he's very sensitive.
I would. That crazy motherfucker thinks that just because somebody scratches their nose a certain way, oh, that guy's Illuminati, you can tell. Look at that.
That's
He's as
Masonic
bad as you are.
gesture.
He's as bad as you are. with
Can
it.
I propose that people that don't believe in the Mandela effect aren't even in the arena enough and a level of discernment to know when there's a shield? Because
come on now,
if you don't hold on, the only thing that you could be looking for, Jay, is someone pushing the Mandela credited. That's the only thing a shield
Like Brian Staveley.
Like,
okay, so that would mean you believe it. You believe that the bad guys are trying to hide the truth.
I believe that the bad guys are trying to make themselves seem like good guys.
Well,
No,
I don't think you're part of the truth community at all. I think that you're part of the,
somebody mentioned that Brian Staveley lost his page and his views dwindled. Now we can say the same thing about Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian whistleblower. He lost his page, and look at him. He told me to get an audience. Now I have an audience, and now he don't have an audience. It doesn't matter. It's to make themselves seem legit. So them losing an 80,000 sub channel, that's just part of what has to be done.
That doesn't sound like
You've
a very
got to
good
have an
strategy.
idea of what the agenda is with this
That
thing.
sounds-
to
yeah,
control
Nobody
people.
knows what the agenda is.
No,
That,
you can't.
that's
You can't go
it's
show
why
unless you
it's
got an
in
idea
operation.
You're
what the
so.
agenda
Let me get
is.
this straight, John.
First off.
John. Let me just handle this here because this is.
I'm
fucking
not
nuts.
sure who John is. Are you referring to me as John?
No, I'm talking to John Thomas, the guy that was just fucking talking to you. His name's
Oh, okay.
right on his window.
Well, I can't really see that. I work
Well,
on.
then, if I say John, you know I'm not talking to you, so it doesn't fucking matter, does it?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're talking to me, but
No.
sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get at is this idea that you're basically, and this is obvious, because out of all the people that talk about the Mandela effect, you've got a severe problem with Brian Stavely, and that's evident. That's evident.
Well, no, I don't have a problem with Brian Stavely.
I'm not
You
done.
mentioned
I'm not done.
Mandela
I'm done.
effect.
Yeah, I know.
So if we mention gematria, I would target Zachary K. Hubbard because that's
Okay,
the
well,
shield
I
that
don't
pushes
put a
that.
lot of I don't
Hebrew
put a lot of faith in
Israelite.
gematria.
Correct. Loosely
So,
associated.
what other Mandela effect creators?
I follow some of the Quran too, so does that make me a Muslim? I follow
All right.
Christ.
What part
so
of the
does-
Quran do you
Christian.
follow?
Jay.
The part where the Solomon's not a wizard?
Not
Are
at
you
all,
into
no.
Solomonic
Solomon was a
stuff?
wizard.
That's the part of the Bible you like, isn't it?
You
Proverbs?
pray to Mecca?
Not at all, no.
Okay.
Are you a trans?
God damn it.
Are you? What kind of question is that?
Takes one to know one.
So Jay, once again, what
All
I've been
confusion
No,
is
but
not the point.
like the literature that I follow is the entirety of the Bible, the Apocrypha,
You put
the
just
Book of
everything?
Enoch, Dead Sea Scrolls, the parts of the Nag Hammadi that don't
How come
pertain
you
to a
don't know
mystic
anything-
side,
How come you
and
don't
the
know
Christ
anything about it?
part
though?
of the Christ part of the Quran.
Wait a second. How do you follow something and you don't know shit about it? That's what's got me. I mean, right? I mean, I'm trying. I'm thinking, oh, cool. Here's somebody who knows something about scripture. We can go to these things, and it's like, what? He doesn't even know where these things are at, man.
Well, I told you that beforehand that I don't know the verses off the top of my hand,
Why didn't you had a Bible in your fucking hand?
and I still have it right here.
Well, there you go. Why'd it take you so long to look it up? I had to tell you the damn verse and chapters 17 different times. I mean, Christ Almighty, dude! I think you're a plant or something.
I mean, that's your own
What's
conclusion.
happening is you're giving in. You've got a spiritual agenda, and you're not even aware of it. And it's causing you to want to have fun with people and think they're crazy and come look at the crazy people. They believe in.
Well, I think I'm up here at the moment talking to what I would
want
perceive to be crazy people.
I
But I
got
mean,
it.
I'm not insulting anybody. But you're mentioning.
I'm not either. But here's the thing, Jay. Here's another part of this that I wanted to ask you. So, what other creators that cover Mandela effect have you watched?
None.
Well, then what in the fuck are you talking about? You watch one channel. You don't like the guy. What do you do? Time you out for being a dick in chat or something? Probably, most likely.
Yes, but that was beforehand. That was after
now
everything.
the real agenda
You're
comes
having
out.
too much
So
fun.
you don't really think these things. You just want to come on a platform and
Not at all. No, I
fucking
actually do
bag-
legit think
accusations.
the Mandela effect is a to make the truth community and the truther people seem like loonies.
Yeah, I think that's what
You think that we came to make you look crazy?
I think you're the one.
were here
No,
first.
not at
You
all.
were
I
here
think you
first.
guys. I think
See
you
how
guys
that
fell for the narrative. Somebody
Would you
planted
rather-
something
I have
to
a
you.
would you rather make out with a dude or get pegged by a chick?
That's all fag shit.
You can't say neither of them. You have to choose
Us
one.
look crazy because we
No,
believe
yeah.
this.
That's all.
That's how
homosexual
this
stuff.
works.
I think that's exactly what you're doing, Jay. I think that you got a rock up your ass for some reason with Brian Stavely. And if
You guys keep mentioning Brian Stavely, so I go
well,
back to
that's
him.
the only person you've brought up.
Correct.
That's the only person you've brought up because that's the only one you've watched. But you determined.
Familiar with.
Hold on. You determined that the Mandela effect was a psyop
'Cause it is.
merely by watching one creator.
Well, I've seen other videos, but that's the only
Well,
guy I
what
know
videos
by
did
name
you
that
see?
pushes the narrative.
What is the
What'd you do?
psyop?
You use Google to get those? Hold on, I'm talking.
It is
I'm-
exactly what's going on.
What'd you do? Did you use
Psychological.
Google to look
I've
for 'em?
used Well, that's what Mandela effect is. It's a psychological operation.
Did you use Google to find the other fucking
I've
Mandela
used
effect stuff?
Google to navigate me to certain sites. I've used YouTube
Okay,
to
that's what
pinpoint me to people
all
like
right.
this.
So when you
Everybody does.
when you went looking for Mandela effect, right? You used Google, right?
And YouTube.
Okay, right.
And
Both,
Reddit.
you realize that
But I've got to all those through Google.
all right,
so.
listen to me. Do you realize that YouTube and Google are the same, right? They're the same
Correct,
company?
same company.
Right. All right. Okay, great. Now, have you also ever
I've
noticed?
used BitChute too.
All right,
times.
so
I'm also on
what?
BitChute. Check me out.
All right,
In Days Nomad with the Z. Days.
All
STM.
right, let me finish, and I don't care who else. Just stay on topic, bro. All right. So you Googled this. Now, do you know what happens when you Google flat Earth? Or
Yeah, you get a lot of disinformation agents.
Right. And so that didn't happen when you Googled or YouTube searched for Mandela effect, right?
It might have had. There's that possibility.
Can I tell you what's really?
It's a dead certainty. You know it's a dead certainty. You already know it is.
Can I tell you what's really happening here? A lot of come lately people, a lot of young people, they're just now starting out and found out that their parents are liars. You know that. I mean, that's a lot 20 years ago for a lot of people now. Have come and they're here to decimate the actual truth community of people because they found that we believe in stuff that they don't now. That's what's really happening here.
Is it?
Yes.
When
They
someone
decided this is yours now, just like David took the
psychologically,
ephod
which is mentally,
from the high priest.
it is a psyop. That
He was
includes what
there
I'm saying.
for
It is going on. The
I
whole
like this.
is a psyop because it's a psychological operation. Is it not happening? No, it is happening.
This dreamy individual. I like you. You're pretty cool.
Thank you.
So
I do see your point when you say a psychological operation, but you have to understand the words and the definition of those words.
You only see his point because he called you cool.
Knowing what a psychological operation can be comprised of,
right,
and coming to the conclusion of that with doing no research into it whatsoever.
Well, there's not really much research to
There
be
isn't.
brought into stuff when the whole psychological operation is coming to the realization that something's taken place and we don't know what's going on. Necessarily, the government could be planting psychological operations right now, and we have no forefront knowledge to what's going on. It's the realization
Right. Okay,
than
so
anything else.
let's just real quick take
There
a
could be
look.
psychological operations out there that
So
somebody
then,
may
Jay,
think of that they
Jay.
have no backing behind it.
So Jay, here let's
Go
stay on track.
Well,
we
I am.
all
I'm
know
just
what
throwing
it-
something
we
out.
all know. We all know this. We all know this.
Okay.
We're not baby truthers, babe. Been at this a long time, really. Okay.
And I'm
So
not
now-
denying anything.
So now here's the thing.
Okay.
A psychological operation like this would require that there's bands of stealthy ninja-like cat burglars.
There are, though.
Oh, I know, and they're going into everybody's house. They know that this person has a copy of a certain book or a certain movie or a Bible or some other thing, and they go through while these people don't know, while they're gone to work or some other shit, they come in and they stealthily change these things. See,
They do that.
Oh,
Have you
get
looked
the
into
fuck
the
outta
gangs?
here. Do it
Have
to
you not looked
everybody?
into the gang stalking situations where the
Hold on,
TIs are claiming that perps
Jay,
are entering
Jay,
into their
are
house?
you
Are you not
serious?
familiar with that? Yeah, I am
Yes,
very
I
serious.
am. So you're saying that they were going around all over the earth into
Correct.
hundreds and thousands of people's homes at the same time.
I'm not saying they're changing shit, but you're trying to
Then how's it
correlate
happening?
some kind of
How
joke
is-
as people
then
going
how
into
is it
houses,
happening?
the government going into people's houses, when in reality, have you ever listened to the stories from gang stalking victims, the TIs, targeted
Are you
individuals?
applying
When they
any
mention that the
fucking
perps are
logic?
entering into their house, now that
Jay,
actually does happen,
I
my friend.
know, I
But
know,
are
but
they
what
changing
you're-
shit? No.
Jesus Christ,
But you're trying to joke about it.
What you are suggesting is not only impossible, but retarded.
How is that
Okay?
retarded? Are you
How is it
claiming that
retarded?
targeted individuals are retarded?
Yeah, so there's like,
Well,
here's
then
the-
you would say that's a psyop as well when that actually happens.
Jay, I didn't. How did we get onto gang stalking? We're talking.
Because you mentioned people, you're trying to joke as to the government entering
No,
somebody's
no,
house,
I'm not.
changing
Hold
some
on,
kind
here's
of
why
book and
you
movie and
can't
shit.
think. This is why you're unable to think. Think for a change.
No, I am, but I'm just
All right, I
throwing the
want
idea.
you to really listen to what I'm saying. This means that these people are all going into hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people's homes at the same time
He
period.
didn't say that, Saul.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about the gang stalking. I'm talking about the explanation for how this could actually happen as a psyop. This would mean that there has to be someone physically fucking doing it, right?
Why do you think people
Not at all, no.
Well,
But the
then how is
government
it
does
occurring?
do that, though. They do go into people's
I
houses.
didn't dispute that, and that's not the
Unwillingly.
topic, that's not the topic of what we're talking about.
It's not, but you're trying to joke as that.
No, I'm not.
If they
I'm
don't do that.
joking that these gang stalking groups are going into hundreds and thousands of people's fucking
They
houses.
do that. I've
And they
interviewed a
think-
few TIs already.
Jay, can I ask you something? You believe that
Go ahead, brother.
targeted individuals exist?
Correct.
Okay. In 2007, Israel accused me of throwing a bomb in the Ben Gurion airport, a trash can. I'm telling you, this happened. I got questioned as a terrorist, held, everything. In 2014, I decided I was going to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. I was coming back to Israel. Okay.
Okay.
I got met when I got off the plane with people who said, "Mr. Thomas, come with us." Is that not the epitome of we know you was coming?
Yeah.
Yeah, they knew you were
What do you
coming.
think that does when the most powerful
Here's the thing.
nation
This
has
is
you in
a comment.
in their hands, and
John.
they say you're a terrorist?
That stuff does happen.
Yes,
Okay,
John.
you believe
John,
it happens?
John.
Correct.
He's sidetracking to get off of his preposterous.
No, I'm not at all. No,
All right,
you
so
mentioned
we're
people
not-
entering
okay,
houses as
we're
a
not-
joke, and
all
that
right,
does
so-
happen.
All right, everyone.
I'm just
everyone,
throwing that
I'm gonna
idea out
mute
there.
every motherfucker on here right now if I don't get to fucking say what I want to say. I'm getting tired of this.
I'm not interrupting anybody.
All right,
Please
so
continue.
here's
I'm listening.
okay. Now, we're not talking about people being gang stalked. Okay, we're talking about a meticulous operation that would have to take place where people are actually, you got bands of these fucking people going around sneaking into people's houses without them knowing, okay, and changing their exact copy of a family Bible, changing it with one with just select words and things changed in it, changing their movies in their movie collection, picking out the ones that have the changes and replacing them with exact fucking copies, the little ding in the box and every goddamn thing where Billy drew on the back of the cover with his crayon, all that. They change all that shit while you're gone to work and shit like that to hundreds and thousands of people, and nobody has seen anybody do it.
No, that's impossible.
All right, of course it's impossible. That's what I'm saying. So how is it possible that these things that I just described has happened?
And okay.
How would I answer that?
You
If you would give me a brief moment to phrase that well. When people are recollecting memory-wise necessarily is loosely remembered a certain way when in reality it's not. You know what I mean?
Statistically
And so
and probability, it's impossible for that many people.
hold on,
to have
just
the
let me
same
finish real
memory.
quick. I let you talk, man. Just let me
All
get
right.
my point across. What people are recollecting memory-wise is a loose memory of what actually happened and what actually is there. You know what I'm saying? So when you have an idea such as the Mandela effect, different people who experience different similar events in their life can correlate that back to one idea, and that would be the Mandela effect. But then who put that into place? Necessarily the government. And so they would know that people such as Truther community would be propelled to a narrative, a topic such as the Mandela effect. So they put their pawns in place to push that narrative.
Okay.
You're saying we're suffering from MK Ultra, that this is a part of a plan to control our minds. They did the butterfly effect.
I did not say
We
that,
fell
but
for
you
it.
can put something like that, yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right. All
Here's
right,
what
all
I
right.
didn't like about what you said earlier, and y'all didn't really let me finish.
All right. Because you could go
Okay. You
Bible.
believe targeted
I haven't been
individuals
all night.
exist. You believe that targeted individuals exist, and you
Correct.
said you believe my story.
I've
And I have
mentioned,
already
I've
told
talked
you
to a
about
few
that.
of them.
Okay. And then
That's
earlier
some
you
shit, man.
said, earlier you said, okay, if it did change, that would mean nothing to you. So what?
So what? What are you referring to?
You didn't say that earlier. That even if it did change, that'd mean nothing to you. So what?
So what? What are you talking about?
You said that
Okay,
the
so you
changes
live
are
in a
no big
world
deal.
where
Even
people are
if they
being
have
targeted
changed, no
as
big deal.
individuals, and you don't want a power that can come and change it all. That wouldn't mean nothing
No,
to you.
what I referred
You
to
need
was,
people like
even if
me
the Mandela
completely
effect
at the
is a
mercy.
thing, so what? What does that accomplish?
What does it accomplish? There's hope, brother. They can't control it. They're not in control. Their whole history's a lie. They don't even know what their history is. God does.
Right.
So the thing is, this is that so I can understand
It's a mutual
someone
feeling.
having a mismemory about something, right? I can
Correct.
understand
That's
that.
necessarily what I think it is.
So did you misremember Exodus then? So God's name always was jealous then? A blasphemous statement like that was always in the Bible?
Could have been. I'm familiar with. I'm not very familiar with it saying the name of God is jealous. I know it as he is a jealous God. But then again, I would refer to my man who's studied the Bible
Well,
longer
that's
than
your
me.
problem.
My
You
lieutenant.
refer to other people.
What's it going to take to be free now, Jay? How are we going to stop them? Are they too powerful now? I'm asking you. Will the truth
I don't know.
community
That's
win?
the mission.
Will the truth community win? They hear us right now, right?
Well, that depends though, because there's two dynamics in the truth community. You have the ones that don't follow biblical, a biblical narrative, and then you have the ones who do follow it. So necessarily, which side of the truth community do you?
I don't know which biblical narrative
subscribe to?
psyop to feed you to make you think you're doing good and get a good social credit score, and you're going to go on with the plan. Is what'll happen with that mode.
Jay, I got
Into
something
the
on
mode
that.
that only God can save us now, and that's what the Mandela effect will help you with once you realize it.
So
They're
Jay,
scared because they're not in control. That's why they are hiding it.
so Jay, here's the thing on that, right?
Okay.
You got this Bible.
See, there's my guy right there in the chat, Alex. What's
All
up,
right,
man?
cool, great. Look, a butterfly. All right, so here's you
my lieutenant, man.
you're into a book.
Hashtag
dude.
STM.
Holy fucking God, dude.
Sorry, man. My bad. I'll mute myself.
All right. So now, in the very book that you're talking about, that you said you don't know much about, it is prophesized in a few places that these things are going to happen. So as a person of the scripture, you should be going, holy shit, it's coming. It's going to happen. It's happening. It is happening. Look, prophecy is being fulfilled. This is not somebody doing this shit. This is coming from another dimension. There's no way that the mortal people could actually pull this kind of a thing off. No way, no how.
Hey, Dave.
Correct. And I have an answer to
I haven't
that.
really said anything yet, but I want to add something on there. You know, I've been looking into how this kind of stuff could be done, and there's it's through electromagnetic fields and through the hippocampus of your brain where memories actually store. And there's actual magnetite crystals, billions of them in the brain, that make chains called magnetosomes. And there's ways to artificially either put new magnetosomes in there or control them in certain ways and actually alter reality at a base level. You know.
Well, see, that's all. That would be all well and good if you're just changing people's memories, but it's not just memories. We have residue. We have actual residue of the way it used to be.
because what is reality, right? Reality is formulated in the mind. Even like the hermetists and stuff would say, you know, the universe is mental. Right?
Pretty
It's all
specific,
created
though.
within the mind. So if
It's
you're able to affect the mind at a base level, you'll affect reality and everything in it too. You know what I mean?
Cage, it's very specific, and there's a pattern. This is what we're finding. There's a pattern, and these changes are specific.
And God's doing it all.
No, he's not. What did I just tell you? What did I just tell you? We read it in Daniel. We saw it in Amos. What does it say? It says it in Revelation too.
Are you referring to him allowing
to
give authority unto other things? Necessarily that would still come from him.
Well, so what?
So I said God is in control of it
So
all.
if you get shot by a cop, was it the state that shot you, or was it the fucking cop?
Well, then that would go into determination and determinism.
It was the fucking cop. I'll just help you out there because that's the answer. It
Was
the
that
cop.
determined to happen though?
Well, I don't whether it was or wasn't. It doesn't matter. What you're doing is
It does matter though.
Okay, you're being pedantic. Okay,
Did
do you
the
know what
cop
that
shoot
means?
you or not?
No, not at all.
Okay, look it up. You have a little device in your hand, and you like Google, so look up the word pedantic. And
I shall. How do you spell it?
Oh my word!
I'm not familiar with that word. You got to remember, I did, and I'm a college graduate.
It's like Dave. It's an interesting thing though, because it's like memory. It's like the chicken or the egg, right? Like if your memory was changed, you would. How would you know that? That the words actually changed on the page. You think it's kind of weird thing to think about if you dig deep into it.
That's interesting.
I'll show you why. I will show you why.
Because the universe is mental, right? I think everything's created within the mind.
Okay, so now the Isaiah 11:6, it's never been a lion and a lamb. It's always been the wolf and the lamb.
Maybe people are just referring to that differently.
Phone just a second.
Maybe somebody misremembered that.
Okay, let's go.
Maybe somebody ran with that, misremembered it, ran with it as a slogan, and then boom, we all remember it like that.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Okay. Now I just did lion.
And by the way, I have until about 12:20ish. I got work tomorrow at night.
So if you stop interrupting me, I can get through what I'm trying to show you.
The information comes from.
Right. So
But
now,
there were certain questions though. I don't know if people want those answers.
damn. Okay.
Go
so
ahead.
now,
Sorry.
all right. So I just did a standard search for lion and lamb, and I want you to pay note. You can see
It's not
them
there
on-
though.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's not there. It's on the goddamn screen. What do you see these pictures? Do you see the ones where here's a cross? There are all kinds of religious. Let's see if we can find. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. Look at that. Holy shit. Why would they have that? Where's the wolf? Where the fuck is the wolf? Why do we not have that? This is what I'm trying to get at with you, is that you're not seeing what the fuck is going on. This is residue. We have the lion and the lamb. This is another picture of the lion with the lamb because the lion represents Jesus.
Correct.
Okay. We have tombstones of little children and shit that have the lion and the lamb on top of the fucking stone. We have lion and lamb ministries all over. Watch this. Watch this. I'm going to say lion and lamb ministries.
But the text that you're referring to, it's the wolf and the lamb.
Yes, I know. It wasn't that before. It's changed to that.
Are you sure?
Yes. Look, I'm showing you right the fuck now.
But maybe somebody referenced that wrong because Christ is the Lion of Judah, the Lamb of God.
Everybody's referencing.
Could be wrong vocabulary that I'm referring to.
Dude,
but
do you realize the statistical impossibility of the shit that you're talking about right now?
Not at all, no.
This is Lion and Lamb Ministries. These are just their pictures and logos of them all over the fucking world. Why aren't they making the wolf and lamb?
When you were in school, did they ever do like a demonstration where you had your classmates and one of them would
I know what you're talking
separate
about.
to you and then they would whisper in your ear, and at the end of the kid, the message would change?
Yeah, it's not the fucking telephone game, G. Look, you
Kind of is a little bit,
in
if you want to put it like that.
No, it's not. You mean to tell me that
Over the
hundreds,
centuries, something could have been misinterpreted. That's highly illogical to believe in.
Isaiah 11:6 never said that. Okay, look, we've got hundreds and hundreds.
ETT did it. Are you familiar with this?
With what?
No, I'm referring to my guy in the chat. I'm asking him if he's referencing this.
Why do we have so many lion and lamb ministries? Look, these are just the pictures from their logos. We've got, look, here's even a guy with a yarmulke on that's talking about with the lion and the lamb. Okay, so let's just go over to the regular search results and we'll see what we get. And here we go, Lion and Lamb Ministries, Messianic Hebrew Roots. Look at there. Lion and Lamb Ministries on YouTube. We've got another one. Here's the Lion and Lamb Ministries, News and Bible Prophecy. You can go on and on and on, and all these people are just misremembering. People that are clergy misremembering a fucking scripture, that's like a pilot not knowing what the altimeter is.
Well, if they're constantly remembering it as the lion and the lamb,
I don't know if you've ever been to church or
I have,
not.
yes.
Okay. Usually the minister, he opens his Bible up to the passage he's reading and reads that passage from the Bible to the parishioners who also look it up in their Bible and follow along. Okay.
Right.
All
but
right.
that also is a very
I'm sure you
popular
realize that
verse
the
in
word-
imagery.
I'm sure that the word that you realize that the word lion and the word wolf are nowhere near close to the same.
Correct.
All right. So what you're claiming is that all of these fucking people worldwide are just misremembering. Even people that are clergy, that's their job even, right?
Correct.
That's their fucking job.
And the
they're just
existence of
misremembering.
Mandela effect attracts people like that.
Dude, they were are you fucking shitting me, man?
No.
Dude, you are reaching really bad. You really are. I mean, this is classic cognitive dissonance denial.
I would say the same thing about you.
Wait a second. I just showed you hundreds and hundreds of examples.
You showed me pictures of a lamb and a lion. Referring back to a Bible passage.
Right.
But it's a very popular verse and very popular imagery.
Okay. Why? If it's
It's
never
just a
been
popular
there.
verse.
Why? Well, if it's a popular verse, why isn't it depicted correctly with a wolf?
I don't know.
Well, probably because it's fucked up. That's why.
Could be.
Well, that
That's a
could be.
possibility.
It's obvious, dude. It's completely obvious. And at this point, you're just being obstinate because.
Hey, Dave. So what if it's something that we don't know? Hey, Dave. What if it's something that we don't know and that it's like 50-50? Kind of like
I just want to show him.
I love how this panel is loosely, far from the mindsets of, individuals on here.
Right. Whatever. So if you can see the search criteria that I put in there,
#STM.
Lion and Lamb Ministries, right? That's what I did a search for. And we saw all these examples. We're going to go to that's the second page. Here's the third page. Here's more Lion and Lamb Ministries all around the world. But all these people are misremembering. And Lion and Lamb Ministries image search isn't just looking for a lion and lamb. No. We have Lion and Lamb Ministries with logos all around the fucking world. So all these people just misremembered that, right?
It's a possibility.
You're hurting the truth community by bringing that same goddamn globe logic into this.
I didn't present no globe logic.
Yeah, you did. Circular logic, impossibilities.
That's a
with
stretch.
Absolutely nothing to back it up. You came in here and you called somebody that studies in the Mandela effect community massage shill without a shred of fucking evidence of it other than your feeling.
Well, if you get into my mindset and my perspective regarding the Mandela effect, you would think people like that. You would think people like
Well,
Brian
no, I
Stambior
think you're
skills.
I think you're a
That's right.
paranoid schizophrenic.
You just didn't
Hey,
like it.
I
Had
think you're a
nothing-
paranoid.
Well, I think
schizophrenic,
people
man.
who believe in Mandela effect stem from a form of schizophrenia.
Well,
hey,
that's
guys,
all,
guys,
that's
guys,
all
guys.
well and good.
I
You're
think,
welcome.
I think we should bridge the gap
But
because
much
we're
love,
both
brother.
on the same page. Okay, so Dave, he's a flat earther.
No,
Okay, he's a flat
no,
earther.
he's
So
not.
this is
No, he
only.
isn't. No, he isn't. You want me to prove it? You want me to prove it?
Okay, I thought it was a flat earther. Okay.
No,
No,
he said
I
he
am,
was.
by the way. I got flat Earth videos. I've
Really?
done
That's
a
cool. So how did
three-part episode.
how do the seasons work on a flat Earth?
I don't know.
Well, then shut the fuck up. You're not a flat earther. That's one of the first
Okay.
goddamn things you learn. You
All right.
are a liar. You came on here just to bad.
Well, I stem to flat Earth more as a biblical understanding,
I don't give a
biblical
fuck.
cosmology.
Okay.
There's flat Earthers
Oh,
that don't believe in the
All
Bible.
right, then by Enoch. Enoch tells you, and you said you like
does.
Enoch, right? Okay, so how does the seasons work? Enoch says the same thing. So go ahead.
I don't have the scriptures memorized. I've already stated that to you.
You don't have to have them memorized. Just give us the gist of it.
The gist of it?
Yeah.
I can't present that to you.
Paraphrase.
I don't have the book open.
Pretty big time.
You've not read it.
You ought to have a little
I've
bit
read
of
it. Yes, I have.
reconciliation,
Pack show.
don't you think?
So
It'd make
hang
a
on.
good show, Dave.
John, hang on. We're going to see how much of a flat earther you really are. Okay. So you don't know how the seasons work in the flat earth model at all, right?
I'm familiar with it. I just
Well, go
don't have
ahead. Just
anything
give me
memorized.
an idea. Just give me an idea as to how they work. What makes it be winter time here in the United States
Compared to as what?
compared to as summertime here in the United States?
Right.
Okay.
What's Brian's angle on? You said that he's there to discredit. He's to point to it and then discredit.
Yeah. So the answer would be Dave. So the answer would be Dave. Okay, let me take a guess. Okay, I'm a flat earther. Okay, let me see if I can guess it right, which I think I will.
To that conclusion.
Is because the sun is actually small and local, and is actually moving between the tropic lines, and so when it's summer, where the sun is above the north, and when it's winter, the sun is above the south. So that would that be a correct
Well,
answer?
that's
for
science.
Well, it's
I'm
not science.
biblical
That's not-
understanding.
It says it in Enoch too, man. It just
Well, I remember whenever I started finding all the people that believed in flat Earth, when I'd been believing it since I was about 8 years old, and I'm 58 now, so that would have been 58 years ago.
That's beautiful.
I really didn't know about how the sun would and moon would work until I met Sovereign. So there was a lot about that I didn't know, and have learned a little bit more over the time that I've been learning, and I've got 58 years on the subject. Well,
Dreamy, did you ever learn anything by condemning it without investigating it?
Well, I've accepted a lot of bullshit in my life. Absolutely, I bought into lies and deception, but that just wasn't one of them.
Well, did you ever go, oh, bullshit, I don't know anything about it, but I'm just not even gonna give it the thought?
Well, I think I made some opinion or had opinions that were unfounded. Let's put it that way. You know, where I would assume certain things because I'd heard this or that, but never went and looked into it myself, if that answers your question. So yeah, kind of, I have to say I have. I have to admit it.
Right.
You're biblical in your understanding, but you believe in science, you said.
Oh.
Well, I believe in science too. I don't believe in scientism. Science is nothing.
I'm right here, man. Yes, there's a different form of science. What you're referring to as space and planets and shit, that's necessarily a little bit different.
Okay, but we also believe if we're biblical in any of our understanding of anything, that we have to account for, because the Bible's all about supernatural things happening.
Correct. That's part of it.
Supernatural is just the will of God.
Yeah. Listen. We're gonna get on to our show, John.
Bible here.
This is about Day.
I know that's all right. We're going to get on with our show. Jay, I wanted that you came on here just to be a detraction. You're not a flat earther. You have a beef with no, you don't know anything
your
about
idea.
it.
Well, I can give you a rundown of what I believe in, if that's
I don't
beneficial.
care. I don't care at this
No,
point.
see, now you're denying my my point.
No, I'm
you're
not
claiming
denying.
something without allowing myself to explain it.
So here's what's going on.
I think a lot of flat earthers can't give you that kind of answer.
Okay, so as I was saying, okay, this is what's going to happen if people fucking keep doing that. So as I was saying, you came on here because you hate Brian Stavely. You've not investigated anything into the Mandela effect, yet you're going to condemn it as a shill psyop. You called somebody in that community a Mossad agent without any evidence or receipts other than your feeling about it. You claim to be a flat earther, but you have not studied into that at all either. I'm finding it hard to understand how in the fuck you are any part of a truther community at all. Okay.
If you were any sort of a flat earther, you would actually kind of have a little bit of an understanding of how the seasons would work on a flat earth.
Sorry, bro.
Dude, that doesn't really matter.
It doesn't.
Well, but
So how are you bringing truth to anything when you go off with wild ass accusations?
Well, I can give you verses referring to main molten glass, the firmament being the dome, a local sun and moon within it, the outer waters. I can give you a demonstration to what I believe in.
Yeah, you've not studied into the Mandela effect, yet you're ready to condemn it. You don't have an open mind about anything whatsoever. You've made a predetermined decision based on a thorn in your butthole with Brian Stavely or the Mandela effect. It obviously hurt you on an emotional level, and this is why you're going. And so, Jay, I'm just going to say, bro, it's been real. It's been nice, but it hasn't been real nice. We'll see you later.
You need to show us how that's the case.
No, I mean, look, he's a troll. He's just here to fucking obfuscate. He tried to play like he's part of the community. He's not. I've never even heard of the guy.
He needs to show us how he's,
I mean, I don't even know the guy. I mean, what the fuck,
He should have already had his battle plan ready if he was going to throw around, names and stuff. He needed to know.
No, he just wanted to be able to come on here and say some stupid shit because somehow Brian Stavely's angered him in some way. And so now he just wants to attack him with some.
Well, you know what I think it is? But you know what? He said something about Elf on a Shelf, that everybody's giving him the creeps. You know what I'm saying? That's talking about it. And I think there is some sort of like spirit, and I think that he's one of them. That spirit's got him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's alienate them, stay away from them, stay back, and that's a negative spirit. And even if he thought Brian was a shill and owed him an apology tomorrow, right now his ego's so far out of control he probably wouldn't even give it to him.
No, he's got a long way to go. I would suggest before you try to contribute to the truther community, you should actually learn some truths first. And half-assedly listening to what someone else tells you about the Bible, like whoever this guy is that you rely on is to know these things. You're not doing your own thing. You're taking on what somebody else is telling you. You need to learn these things and discern them for yourself.
Well, I don't recall anyone asking him at what age he started learning about the Bible and learning these things. And that would tell us a lot about how much information he has been able to ascertain at this point.
Yeah, well, listen, I wasn't ready for a foxhole on my first day of basic training. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay. So, like I said, if you're going to come in with shit like that, you got to have some receipts, something a little better of, well, I just feel it.
And you know what else?
You're still trolling in chat. It's ridiculous. No, dude, we have plenty of open minds and willingness to discuss things, but it can't be like several hours and getting nowhere. It's
Yeah,
just
Right.
not fruitful.
I mean, I showed you several examples of
But we are
changes that
getting
have
to something
happened.
though here, Brian. There's a spiritual aspect that got him charged up. Dave
Oh,
spotted,
absolutely. I concur with you.
and and spotting these patterns. I mean, it's healthy. And you know what? I've also noticed one thing that turns you off when you get like after you start investigating the Mandela effect. Everybody's got a far differing philosophy almost.
You know, like your thing with Samson and
Everybody's
Samson.
kind of radically different.
You know, hey John, like your memory, like with your memory of Samson and Samson, right? Now, see, there again, we have common Mandelas that we know. You know, we go, yeah, no shit, that's fucked up. But see, for me, I've always known it without the P. But for you, you've known it with the P. So
Yeah.
there's another fucked up thing with this too. See. And I'm like, what is going on with this shit? But there again, like with Samsonite, was named after Samson, you know, because of the strength of the stuff. But who knows? Maybe that changed. I don't know. It's so hard to do. But when you show someone and have them actually go and find, here it is. Here's your Bible. Look, just like what we did.
Claimed it. It'll all go back and then everybody who we just anchored his memory. Dave, remember when he said, "What's an anchor memory? I don't get it," and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then who's John Thomas? You know what I mean? When you say John, you talking to me, and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So if he didn't know every time you said John, what was that voice he was talking to that whole time? If he didn't know that was John Thomas, see what I'm saying? He's talking to voices, or else see how many games he's playing. That's that spiritual aspect of what they're doing is
right. Well, here's just the topper of the cake, right? Here's just the topper to the cake.
That's how strong it has them. Is what
We
I'm saying.
actually had this. I know, John. Let me get my point out now. It's this thing where we had him actually take his Bible and showed him these changes, and he still went, "Nuh-uh," right? And we showed him the examples of the lion and the lamb thing, right? That's a big one. Nuh-uh, these people are all just misremembering that shit. Look, dude, you can't be that dumb. Nobody could be that dumb as to think that it's even close to statistically possible that many people would misremember such a poignant and often repeated verse out of the Bible.
He's not
Well, that's why I was saying that we don't know how much or how long that he has been learning this. I know a lot of families don't teach their kids anything about the Bible, don't even have a Bible in their house and never have.
I'm one of them. I don't have a Bible in my house.
So if you just were new on the scene, you might have heard things, so that just gives you an opinion. It doesn't really give you any foundation. But once you have a background where you were raised in it,
right,
day in and day out in schools, in their private schools, in their churches, in every meeting they have, and you don't go outside of that. I lived that way for 16 years, and then when I got out, I learned the damn truth. I decided I was going to find out the truth. All of them son of a bitches lied to me. And when I died, I really found out how much they lied to me. One of the things that I always wanted to know was my adversary. And that they didn't want me to learn anything about that. So I set out to learn who my adversary was.
Right. That's what you got to do, man.
I don't buy into the Bible. It's not a precious book that I need to worship. We're not supposed to have an idol. And what they've done, they've made that Bible everybody's idol. And it's copyrighted, and it sits in London. The copyright does.
Yep.
To this very day, because they never have let go of it.
Wow.
It was taken from other people's scripts, put together, pieced together to create this Bible that they want everybody to worship. And who's they worshiping? The one that had it all gathered together. Their churches.
So what he did to Brian, he just comes in and, you know what I mean? What the point I was trying to make is and we're so different. He's under that feeling, I think, early on In 2018, it kind of was trying to get at me. You know what I mean? Photo Helix, we kept saying it can't be God, it's the devil. You know what I mean? That's doing it. I don't
The
know if y'all
spirit
remember
realm
that.
is real.
Photo Helix, he was saying, has to be the devil, cannot be God. This is outside of God's character. And
Well, that's because you believe in God and you worship God.
let's
And
see
you
how
love
different we
God.
were.
And you just-
I was saying it had to be God. I was in Jerusalem, just like I told the story about X-Files and the residue. I said it was God, and he said devil, had to be devil. And there wasn't no change in his mind. But
Right.
I still had to say, you know what? I love Photo Helix. You know what I mean? I love to watch his channel. I watched the hot seat. You know what I mean? It wasn't that so precious to me that, you know what I mean? I had to like decided like, oh, no. You know, just find a reason. He's a shill. And besides that, I didn't know. Just don't like him. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
we can learn from everyone, no matter what they believe. I think that they have, when they're speaking, they have something that we can.
It's a wonder we even talk to each other.
Learn from
So
it.
different.
Well,
That's the miracle.
here's what we're going. We're coming up on going for a long time here tonight. But one of the things that gets me is, and this is a typical thing, that whoever that guy was not genuine at all. Okay, I caught him in his lie. Okay, he claims that he's part of the truth community and shit, but what possible truth could you be giving if you don't know anything about the topics? Okay,
And he would be coming in telling guys like Photo Helix, get lost. You know what I mean?
Well,
You're hurting our community.
He's being truthful. Like, trolls are a part of the community. They're not a valuable part of the community, but
Well, you're right on that. But I mean, the thing is like, come on, you were shown several instances. You found those yourself. I directed you to them, yet you have absolutely no explanation. He actually thinks that there was people, that it's possible that there's some kind of a fucking army of ninja cat burglars that know who has certain movies and who doesn't, and going into their houses and changing their fucking movie for swapping them out, swapping hubcaps on cars, changing fucking Bibles, changing books, movies, the whole 9 yards, man. And all while in the span of, somebody's gone to the store to get fucking bread and milk or something. You know, I mean, come on.
What I can't believe
Like,
you do it.
in a computer program, like sometimes you get like an update on a video game or something, and certain things will change slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe someone updated the fucking Matrix software or something. Who knows?
I don't know. Wouldn't it all change though?
One I can't believe didn't get us, and that was ET Phone Home.
Well, yeah, ET changed.
How can anyone believe he said ET Home Phone?
Right.
Well, he was clearly differentiating from the ET cell phone.
He also he touched him on the heart before, and now he touches him on the forehead.
He points out he needs to phone home. He's on Earth.
Yeah,
right?
I know. I'm talking about another scene, John. I'm talking about it.
Phone. He's on his planet.
I'm talking about another fucking scene in that movie.
That's kind of evocative of the Mark of the Beast.
That's the big one, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, that one is too.
Got us. That told me everything. When I couldn't have pointed and said, "There it is," you know what I mean? He says, "Phone home."
Right. Well, what about the change from the heart to the head when he's getting ready to leave with his little glowing finger?
That part I couldn't have told you like with certainty. Everybody knows. Oh no, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's home. Oh no.
Yeah, that's crazy. So these ninja agents of the Psyop brigade are sneaking around and changing everybody's fucking ET movie on their VHS. They know if you've got a VHS, so they've got that copy ready to swap it out while you go to the store, to get some cigarettes or some shit, and come back and, oh, nothing's amiss here at all. Come the fuck on with that.
No one has cameras either, right?
Yeah, right. So it's just like that whole explanation. I mean, you see where where that's a reach.
I wouldn't fucking play into it. He's probably just trolling you, bro.
Well, I like to use people like that as an example. I'd love to use people like that as an example because they're perfect. They're classic, and that guy was. It was an interesting prose that he used. He came in disguised as part of the truther community. And, we quickly were able to discern that he was not that at all. He was trying to play a role, and he didn't play the role very well. You see? So now, if I am wrong on that, and he truly is interested in truth and shit, I'm just going to leave him with this little bit of advice. Open up your mind and find out for yourself. This doesn't involve asking other fucking people, okay? This involves looking into it yourself. And secondly, don't use Google, okay? Don't do a search on YouTube, because we already know that is a government psyop, okay? That Google is a government psyop, because they're going to feed you what they want you to have, man. It's not true. It's not honest. And they're going to pile up all the fucking detraction bullshit before you even, if you even get any results, it's going to take you to something that's actually touching on the subject. You see? Now, I have seen some creators out there that are bullshit with the Mandela effect. Okay? And they're just, I don't see any validity in some of their content, in most of their content. But when it comes down to people that actually have done the research into it, like C3PO's Golden Calf, Brian Stavely, Wake Up or Else channel, these guys, okay, those guys have really been in the trenches with it and suffered some hardships as a result of bringing this truth to people. Okay, their own personal stories regarding their own Mandela effects that have affected them greatly. Brian Stavely has a great story about his town name changing, and it's a connection to Ed McMahon, because him and Ed McMahon are from the same place. And Ed McMahon, of course, never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse and never went around in the prize patrol van and never gave people giant checks. What? I had a whole comedy shtick that I did about the fucking giant checks, trying to take one to the bank and fit it into one of those vacuum tubes at the drive up and shit. You know, it's like, how do you do this stuff? Do you have to go to a really big bank? I mean, so that's the kind of shit. And then, yeah, Centralville. So it's like, when you've got these personal things that have happened to people, not to mention commonalities, like you're going, no way, I know that this was such and such. Like when I told my wife about the Legally Blonde and her car changing black, she goes, fuck you. That was the first thing she said. And I said, check it out. Boom. Found it. It's black. What?
Hey, Dave, how do you think this is happening? Like, what's the mechanism, right? I think it's through the mind, through the magnetism.
No, I think it's actually entities beyond our visual range, the powers and principalities, call it the shaitan, call it Satan, call it whatever the fuck you want, but it's definitely supernatural. I mean, when you take that in conjunction with, and I've never was a big Bible person until I started seeing stuff happen. Then I was like, are these assholes using Revelation as a script? But then when this shit started happening, and I'm looking in the Bible that's telling me about, I'm looking to see what page of Revelation are we on today, right? And then I'm finding all this other shit that's fucked up. And I'm like, wait a minute. They told about this in here. This is really crazy. And of course, as we just discussed, there's no armies of ninja bandits coming in your house and changing shit, right?
Oh my God.
So something's going on. It is supernatural. It's too specific for just randomness. It's way too specific. And there's almost like a puzzle message in this shit. You see all these connections, the black,
it's like a language model,
German connection, the Tom Hanks connection, the black, that's a big one, man.
Yeah, like like Chat GPT or something. You can say like write the Bible, write a different iteration of the Bible. It'd be slightly different.
I'm going to give you a little.
And there are cases of cops and sheriff's deputies and stuff going into people's homes and rummaging through all their stuff while they're not home. So those things are going on. But as far as like the changes in actual physical product and stuff, that's satanic.
Well, of course. And I'm going to tell you something else, Cage. Quit playing with Chat GPT. Do you know what that is, right?
No, I'm not playing with it. I'm just
Oh,
saying.
don't play with the fucking AIs, man. The AIs, that's legion, man. And they're manipulating and working through. And look
I
how
think
dangerous.
that's the entity you're talking about, probably.
What's that?
I think that's the entity you're referring to. It's probably
Well, no, I think the entity is actually operating through that. It's a way for it to interact on this vibrational level.
That's very possible.
You see,
It's what do you think? What are your thoughts on that magnetosome magnetite electromagnetic field thing? Because do you believe the universe is a mental construct, like formulated within the brain? How do you think?
No, I think that it began with a thought and was spoken into creation by a creator, man.
But there's different realities. Do you believe in like different?
No, no,
okay.
I don't.
So where does this entity come from?
Oh, you mean other dimensions? Yeah,
Yeah,
there's other dimensions. Absolutely. There's absolutely other dimensions that are operating simultaneously with this one. Imperceivable in this one, unless you can sometimes perceive it. But these things are blending together now to where they have found a way into this vibration.
So maybe it's like the intermediary, whatever, like kind of like what you were saying before, how the AI reacts is like the thing that reacts to physical. Maybe that's like the the electromagnetic plane that we're all connected into. So they've done studies at the Laurentian University here, where they have two people in a dark room and you flash a light in one of the rooms, and both their minds like light up as if they both saw that light when one's in the dark, when they're sharing a magnetic field. So. And
so all we got to do is get the square root of 1% of the population to all concentrate on the same fucking thing and make a change.
Yeah. Like,
do you really?
So
I'm
saying this is probably how this Mandela shit's operating.
Well, think about it. How can you even get? What's the square root of 1%? What's 1% of 8 billion? Right? You find the square root of 1% of that. That would mean that large number of people is going to have to all come together at the same time and manifest those changes.
Like flash the system or something. Yeah. Inject someone into the code of reality. It's like everything's a projection. Everything's within your mind. Nothing exists outside of the mind either. Just think about it.
Well, the electromagnetic signals that we interpret into reality do. So where did those come from?
So that's what I'm saying. If someone was able to manipulate that, like reality at its core, it's like the computer that's running everything, right? Like
what kind of a mortal would be able to actually do that? What kind of a mortal?
Maybe it's not a mortal. Maybe it's someone else manipulating it. But I'm saying
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So saying,
what is it saying, Daniel? You will be given authority to wear out the saints, to change the law, to change words, and to change the time and the ends of times and the times within time.
Yeah. There's about on average, I think it's 8.5 billion magnetite crystals in your mind.
Right.
They're shaped like little pyramids too.
Well, unfortunately, about 90% of the world only uses about one brain cell. This is what I found. Okay. Now, what I was getting at with that large number of people getting together, all concentrating on the same thing to manifest something, you can't get that many people together to agree on what the fuck to have for lunch.
Well, certain groups do that. Like for example, like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
How many of them are there?
Not that many.
Is it square root of 1%?
Probably not.
No. So that's out.
The Masons kind of do certain things. Like churches do it. All religions do it.
Yeah, they all have to do it at the same time. You can't just.
Oh yeah. That's why the Muslims do that kind of shit. They go to Mecca.
Right. So we know that it's not people or manifestation of people that is doing this. We know that it can't be time travel because we wouldn't have the residue. So no butterfly effect. So that's out. So the only thing that's left there is that something supernatural is changing our fluid reality. Okay. So what would that be? Now, the only thing I can look at is what I'm seeing in this Bible. And like I said, I'm not a churchgoer. I'm not a fucking Bible thumper, none of that shit. If you wanted to call me a Christian, do I follow the tenets of Christ and his way he treated others and being a benevolent human being? Absolutely, I do. Okay.
Yeah.
So we can go along those lines. But the thing is that these prophecies seem to be coming to fruition, and this being one of them. So whatever reality actually is, we know that it's fluid, and we know that no mortal man is making these changes. It's
Well,
not.
you want to hear something really weird? I'm going to pull up the article for you and send it to you. You know what they can do now? If they can give, with a local injection, they can inject something which it's like a virus-based kind of thing, like a bacteria, and it creates synthetic magnetosomes, magnetite, that turn on or off certain chains. Therefore, that could literally like limit someone's ability to, like, their experience and their reality. It can limit certain realities and kind of turn off certain aspects of reality or change certain things. And then it's kind of weird because look what recently what happened, right? And now who knows what they could do with stuff like
Well,
that.
I don't really think that they've been very successful in that. They like to claim that they can do these things, but I'm very skeptical. You have to understand, Cage, these are the very same people that are going to tell you that you are on a little spinning ball going around a big ass sun whirling through the cosmos at unfathomable speeds too. Okay. These are the same people that told you that a certain medical procedure over the last 3 years was going to save your fucking life. Okay. These are the same people that tell you.
Yeah. But this is not
bullshit.
something like they're advertising to people. This is something you have to dig for, right?
They love for you to think. They would love for you to think that they have power to be able to do some shit like this. They would love for you to be able to, but they don't.
Well, they do have some things, right? They probably over-exaggerate.
Do they, though? I don't think they're as far along as they want you to believe they are. I really don't. I think that most of the shit that comes out in scientific journals is utter fucking horse shit.
Do your own research.
How about like military shit?
No one agrees with you.
I mean, they've been planting the idea that they've been so far advanced ahead of us for so long. But
hey, can I say two things before I go to bed?
Yeah. I'm getting ready to shut it down here in a minute anyway.
Okay. So one thing I was just thinking about that I wanted to say was that some of these people, I think, do have something to say. They're not all just shills. But I do think they're just flawed. Like maybe with these people, like Russian vids and their followers and I don't know who else. There's a bunch of them that are so hardcore about this, like these. You you cover your eye once, and then they make a video about.
Yeah. Now you're look at he's a fucking Illuminati. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like this guy that was on there, whatever his name was was into, like Russian vids and like
Richie from Boston.
Yeah, Richie from Boston, and like everybody's a shill. Everybody's a shill, and I feel like it is easy for somebody to fall down that pathway. And it doesn't mean that they're a bad guy. It just means that they fell down that pathway, and then like they're still a truther. They still kind of know the shit, but they've just gone a little bit too far.
I don't think that guy knows fucking shit. I really don't. I think he would lied about every fucking thing that he said up here tonight.
I didn't watch the whole interview. I just came in at the end, so I didn't see the whole thing. So maybe I'm wrong, but I think a lot of people are like that start watching them, and that what's the guy fucking this is a call for an uprising. Like I watched all of those guys for a little while, and then I was like, fuck that. Like it's like so fucking retarded watching that shit. Like 24/7 fear porn, fucking crazy, fucking just blah 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 blah. And like everybody's a shill. Everybody's a shill. Like you can kind of tell if people are a shill. Like we also have this innate way of judging people
Yeah.
just by ourselves. We have something in our head that we can tell if something's true or not.
Well, that and it's like his whole thing about, oh, he's not just a shill, but a specific Mossad agent shill.
Yeah.
Why not a CIA? Why not a
it
CIA?
gets-
You want me to tell you why? Because he wanted to be anti-Semitic, and he was trying to call Brian a Jew on top of it too. You see what he was doing?
Oh, it's everything, man. I've heard of. I've seen like 2 comments about people saying that my blue helmet in my background means that I'm a fucking a CIA agent or some fucking shit. And it's just a fucking blue helmet in my fucking shed. I'm just a drunk guy in my fucking shed. Like,
No, it means you're
I'm
a
seriously
UN
just a
peacekeeper.
drunk fucking guy in my shed. Like, fucking, I'm not. There's nothing there. Like,
Right.
it's so funny. And it gets a little bit extreme.
Sure
And
enough.
and this is nothing to like. Yeah, it doesn't discredit
I
them
know,
because
I
they're
know.
still probably truthers and they want the truth, but they're just a little bit too fucking extreme.
Dude,
that
I've been
they've gone down.
accused of shit too, and it's like, what the fuck am I shilling? I don't sell nothing. I don't make no goddamn money. I get up here and I just spout truth, man. That's it. Okay.
Yeah.
And boy, that's just not good enough.
Well, see, what we thought was the truth yesterday is a lie today. And that's what I think has really got everybody in this denial state, because that's the first thing they start going through whenever they realize they've been lied to, is denial. Just like when someone dies, first you don't want to believe it, so you can deny it. Then they go through all these different stages, and that's what we're going through right now. All these different stages, because there's a lot of people still in denial simply because they can't believe what's happening before their very eyes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Here's what I'm going to do. He accused Brian Staveley of being.
I know, that's
a
between
shill.
them.
All right. No, wait a second. Let me finish. Damn it.
Go ahead.
All right. And then he said Dave Weiss and Jaron Campanella, that they were all Mossad agents or some kind of shit like that too. Now, I am going to Flattoberfest in October in Las Vegas. And
I got my tickets. I haven't booked my plane tickets, but I got tickets for the thing.
Cool.
Yeah.
So here's the deal, right? I'm going to be able to meet all these people in person. Now, of course, I talk to Brian Staveley all the time, right? And I will meet him there. I might go to Charlotte this weekend just for his meetup. It's only about a 4.5-hour drive. I might go down there. So I have this ability to tell a lot about a person when I meet them in person and when I look them in the eye.
Right.
And I'm going to have that opportunity with all of these people. And so I'll be able to tell. I found this with Alex Jones when he was at the Bilderberg protest years ago, like 2010, 2011, right? And he was at the Bilderberg protest in Chantilly, Virginia, and I was there, and I got an opportunity to shake his hand. The man will not look you in the eye. He has shifty eyes that say deceit all over them, and clammy fucking hands. When I shook his hand, felt like I just shook hands with. It was just all sweaty.
Salamander.
Yeah, it was really bad. Now that vibe that I got in that moment of meeting him told me more than I could ever hope to find out about anybody through watching them on here.
I saw Alex Jones change when he decided to start supporting Trump openly. When he made it a big thing, and his studio changed, A lot of different things around him changed. He changed. I used to be a supporter of him. I grew up in Texas. I remember him when I was even younger, you know. But that man, something changed him. Something
Mhm.
changed him
Mhm.
drastically. So
Yeah,
I kind of tend to believe you.
well, yeah, I mean, it was like I'd go looking into something he's talking about, and he's always was about do your own research, do your own research. And I go in there and I look, and he's saying, see, it's a Chicoms. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's fucking Israel. What are you talking about? Chicoms? Where'd you get Chicoms out of that? Is there a bunch of Wangsteins and shit that I'm unaware of? What the fuck are you talking about? You know,
The
and
fucking Chicoms are gonna come for you, fucking motherfucker.
yeah, man. He's like,
Yeah, but you see, you go back to some of his earlier stuff, and he truly was, you know, stepping out there and exposing stuff. You know, it's just like a lot of our cop watchers we have. We have a lot of them that stepped out and started exposing stuff, and now it seems like they're more into, you know, their selves and not so much still going in the right direction because they're all dividing in each other and separating, you know what I mean? So
well,
you see it you see these things happening, and I think that there's infiltration in every aspect of every
of course,
situation.
control the opposition. That's what they try to do all the time. Okay,
Exactly, divide us constantly.
I cannot be got to.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
cannot be got to. Okay, I won't shut up ever. Okay, and that's one of the things. In fact, my wife has said that my tombstone is going to say he finally shut up. And I said, that's beautiful. I love it. Go with that. Go with that. And
Well,
as
you
I've said
speak out
before, I
loud
will
too.
die on my feet before I get on my knees for any fucking mortal man. You better believe it. Okay.
Dave, you talk when you think. I can see it. You get on rolls, and it's what's going right through your mind in that moment. You stay in the moment, and that's what a lot of is missing with people. They can't stay in the moment.
Right.
And you really do. You nail it in the moment a lot of times. Even if it switches subjects in the middle of it, you're in the moment.
Yeah, that's what I do. I mean, it all comes right from here. I don't have any kind of a script. I sit down here and I vaguely have an idea of what I'm going to talk about, and then I just kind of go, you know. And that's one of the best ways. And it doesn't have to be scripted. It's completely organic.
Right.
And you know, that's what more people have to do. You know,
that's one of the things that I see totally, Dave. Man, I was on and I hate to. I don't want to cause any fucking rift or any like I'm not talking about shit about anybody, but Zetetic Warrior I really liked when he first came on. He's such a fucking shit disturber. Like, why does he have to be such a shit disturber? Like, everywhere he fucking goes, he just fucking fucks shit up, and he's like
Agent of Chaos.
Yeah, he's like an agent of chaos, and I don't know why, but I don't enjoy that. I'm like, fuck, man, like, why are you doing this? Why the fuck are you doing this? Like, everywhere he fucking goes, he's a fucking agent of chaos.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, and yeah, I'd rather just talk about fucking stupid shit and like that was the only other thing I was gonna say. Rocks and geology, man. Rocks and geology. I'm getting into so fucking yeah. I knocked my phone over, but so I got this wood and I got other shit, and then I was showing my mom all these shit, and then she's like, "Oh, I didn't know you were into rocks," and she's like, my dad got this piece of jade from
sweet
this guy who was a teacher at a college where I grew up in Canada and Vernon, BC, and one of the students gave him this piece of jade. But anyways, in like 19 like fucking 67, he gave him this piece of jade, and he just stuck it in a box and held on to it. And so now I have it. But so I got this piece of jade, but it's also cool, man. Like, it's also interesting. It's got these fucking, it's like it grew in veins.
Yeah,
Where the fuck did jade come from?
right.
So it's like it grew in like it grew like the shit they're telling us is not real. It's
No,
not real.
did you see that they just recently under Devil's Tower said that there's like the like a mineral root system that goes down like 4 miles.
Yeah.
And we already know people have been going on about that thing being a petrified fucking tree stump. Right? And this thing has a root system that's going down 4 miles, man. Just imagine how massive of a tree that really had to be, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and where did all this shit come from? Like all these different shit. So jade, gold, silver, fucking like petrified wood. But like all these, it's all a lie too. Because man, for sure, geology is a total fucking lie. It's all bullshit to fucking prove their system. It's fucking crazy.
Right.
When you
Well,
look at
those guys that the geologists at the Kola borehole in Russia, when they were doing that, they were using their instruments and all their ground penetrating radar and all that dumb shit, right? And they were going to tell them, they said, okay, now you shouldn't hit any more rock. And then you hit more rock. It says, okay, so there's no more water. And then they hit another thing of water. I mean, every goddamn thing, the step of the way, they were wrong about it. And so this is the shit they're using to tell us what's in the very center of this huge 24,000 mile circumference ball. Are you goddamn kidding me, man? Come on.
But we only got 8 miles down. We only got 8 miles down. Fuck it. Like, it's fucking retarded.
Have you ever seen those giant quartz crystals they found in a cave? I think it's in Mexico. These fucking quartz crystals are as big as Greyhound buses, bigger, like the size of a fuselage to an airliner, man. These guys are in this crystal cave and they look like little ants on these big ass quartz crystals in there, man. It's insane. I think it's part of a root system for them trees, man. I really do.
Oh man, who knows this? But it's so crazy. It's so awesome.
The true Earth is much more exciting than the bullshit that they tell us. Even our history. When you start looking into some of the real history, and you go, "Oh my God, this shit is way more cool than what they're feeding us, man."
Man, look at this fucking jade. This is jade, and so my grandfather got given this.
You told us already, Bearsworth. You just told us.
No. Okay, but so I know I do that because I'm a drunk. I'm an alcoholic. I'm sorry.
You should stop doing that. It's going to kill you. You know that, right?
I know.
No, it's going to kill you, Bearsworth. It's going to kill you. Stop. Look at me.
I know.
Look at me. Stop. No, look at me. Stop. Just stop. Don't do that anymore. Just stop drinking.
Yeah.
I'm serious, man. You're a good guy. You don't need that.
Anyways,
I tell
I like
everybody
this
that, man. Stay out of the fucking devil juice, man. It's devil juice. It's spirits.
You're right.
You don't need that.
Right. Totally right.
It just wants to hold you away from your potential. That's all.
Yeah.
They know that without their influence, you're gonna fly. Your light's gonna shine, and you're gonna fly. And if they can't let that happen, baby, they can't let that happen.
Yeah, I know. Anyways, fucking jade. Right. It grows in root structures, man. It's like fucking crazy.
I got a bunch of rocks. I have a bunch of crystals and rocks, man. And I live right here you may have heard of Luray Caverns. It's here in Virginia. Those are interesting. They've got a stalagpipe organ in there. Okay. They took a keyboard and they wired it up to where they filed down certain stalactites and stalagmites that are in the cavern, right? And when they hit the key, a little rubber mallet will hit that stalactite, and it's tuned to that note. And what they do is they play the cavern on a keyboard, and it's an awesome fucking sound, man. There's people have their weddings there, and the music is performed by the stalactite, is what it's called. But look that up in your search engine, Luray Caverns, and the stalactite organ, and stalagpipe organ, and you're going to see something really cool. There's recordings you can listen to, and it's unlike anything you've ever heard. Almost kind of like one of those glass harps, those ones that spins around and they touch it with their hand in certain places and it makes the music. It almost gives you that kind of a sense to it, but it's beautiful. It's really beautiful and something to really look at. So I'm going to go around the panel.
That's
I'm going to shut this thing down. I'm starting to get tired. And this was a long one. We had a good denier, an example, and now we all know that Brian Stabley is actually a Mossad agent. I didn't even know that. Shalom, Brian. Next time you come on, I'm going to play Ave Nagila for you, and we're just going to party down. We're going to he's going to laugh his ass off. I messaged him while that dude was on. I said, dude, come back on. You got to come back on. Apparently you're a Mossad agent. But
I
he didn't see the message. He went to bed.
I think that goes back to that spirit I was talking about, Dave, that makes them suspicious and want to alienate us altogether. It's something that tries to give us way too much credit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, whoa, who is this guy? He's got to be working for somebody. Because, see, deep down they sense that we do know something. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so where are we getting our intel?
Why do I get attacked? I'm not a big channel. I only got what do I got now? 713 subscribers. That's it. I'm small potatoes. Why do I get attacked?
It's spiritual, man.
It is, man.
Gossip is a vicious enemy, and anytime you mention somebody's name, then everybody's gonna pick and choose sides. It happens in friendships, it happens in marriages and divorces and all of it. It's always that divide.
I think it's more of a case of you get the most flack when you're right over the target.
Most people don't want to talk about the truth about anything. It's all about leading people down worldly paths of destruction. And
I didn't see nothing about Mandela
No one
effect.
in my family agrees with me. I mean, I'm totally outside the box from all of my family.
Same
so
here.
I get it more than anybody. I really,
it didn't exist for me. The Mandela effect did not exist in 2016. None of that stuff. You know what I mean? And then one day in 2018, it was like right at the beginning of 2018. It's on my it's everywhere on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Immediately, I began to every last one of them. Went on the list. I don't know who these people are.
Yeah.
So, but that was then. You know what I'm saying? That's 2018.
Yeah.
I mean, you come in and I mean, I'd already happened to me in 2014, right?
Yeah.
And I told people I was driving a garbage truck with some guys that talked about we were run by lizards and they knew every single fringe thing. And I used to tell them that God can do this kind of thing. I know what I'm talking about. I told them of this, you know what I mean? And they never once said, you're talking about the Mandela effect. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If it was out there, they would have said, you're talking about the man. Trust me.
Well, somebody had to come up with that term to describe it. And so maybe it was already going on, like you're saying, you were seeing, but didn't have a word for it.
Well, the reason, because it came about
when you first get here.
The biggest one that
on a shelf, I guess.
The biggest one that people remember that really hit a lot of people was the second death and funeral of Nelson Mandela. Because a lot of us, including myself, were like, what? He already died. What do you mean he was president of South Africa? What? And it was like, oh, okay, well, maybe we misremember it. But then it was like so many people misremembered the same fucking thing. What are you
Right.
talking about, right? And then we start seeing other stuff too. People start saying, yeah, and this changed, and that changed, and this has changed. And we're still finding them. They're still happening. It's not like something that happened and we're just deciphering. It's still happening.
Well,
Some things have changed 2 and 3 times.
I'll tell you, my son was in the 7th grade, and I'm not sure, around 2000. And in his history class, it's Texas history of God for all things, So you'd expect the teacher to know what, that subject, Texas history. That's where he's teaching, right?
Right.
He gave my son an F because my son went in and they had to create something representing one of the first industries in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the very first industry in Texas was ranching. The very first, long before oil or any of that other garbage came along, it was cattle.
Mm-hmm.
Because they collected the Spanish cattle, which they now call longhorns, the Texas Longhorns, but they're Spanish cattle that the Spaniards had left behind. They had kind of gotten astray from the main herds. And that's how they created the very first.
Right. So what did they give him the F for?
And he gave him an F because he said that wasn't an industry and that wasn't the first. He said that oil was the first.
Oh my God.
I had to go in. I took the books. I took my son to the library first of all and had him read some old books like biographies and things like that with real what was going on in those times and look stuff up from back in those period of time. So I had him do a lot of homework. I wasn't just one of those that sat back and say, do your thing. And then he learned a lot from that.
Well,
and I had to take that in and show the teacher. I said, this book is written in the 1800s, and you're going to tell me that this book's lie? My family were one of the first to settle in Texas.
Right.
So I knew a lot of history because of that, but also the fact that the teacher was going to give him an F for bringing up ranching and not oil or one of the other ones that, came along later.
Well,
it was crazy.
Public school is absolutely no measure of intelligence anyway. I would have just said, what the fuck, who cares? Let him have the F. Who cares? It's no measure. We've already established.
Well, I'm just saying that when we're talking about the younger people, they're not getting the same information we got.
Oh, no. They're not. We didn't get the same information our parents got.
Exactly.
I mean, my grandfather only went to the 8th grade because that's as far as anybody went, unless they went to pursue higher education. They went to high school. That was optional. Right. Okay. My grandfather's 8th grade test, his final exam, I don't think there's college students today that could pass it. I really don't.
Yeah.
And this was, let's see, he graduated, I think 1916, 1917, something like that.
Right.
Okay. And he only went up to the 8th grade. Man knew more shit than any kid coming out of a university today. So it's because they actually taught back then. That was prior to the NEA, the National Education Association. And that's where they dictate what the curriculum is going to be for the children.
Right.
Okay, because what do they want to do? They want to program that future force of slaves. They don't care if you object to it because they're getting to the kids. Just like the group said, we're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your kids. Couldn't have said it any better. So they left no doubt in people's minds about that at all. So I'm getting ready to shut her down. I'm going to give Brian Fundakowski felt a chance. What do you got that you want to leave us with tonight before I shut down?
Just I was feeling pretty lonely earlier, and it was really wonderful having a nice group to chat away the evening with. So
well, it's cool, Brian. That's cool.
Yep. Really good hanging out with y'all. I hope y'all have a great night.
All right. And briefly, I'm going to go around with the other two here. Dreamy, anything you want to leave us with tonight?
Always keep an open mind. That's my favorite.
You might be referring to the famous Frank Zappa quote, "A mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open," right?
Exactly.
All right, John, you got something short you want to leave us with
I
here?
don't.
You
That's all
don't.
I wanted to say. No,
Dude,
I-
that's crazy. That's some crazy shit about that passage, because I looked that up and I was like, yeah, I remember that being 6 too, and now it's 7. What?
yeah,
That's
and
insane.
I know that was 6, Dave. I've quoted that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, and
It's
plus we
part of
know
my
how
philosophy.
we know how important the numeral 6. 6 is one of those numbers that you see a lot.
And I want everyone to go watch the X-Files episode, Field
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
I Died. The Field Where I Died. Look that up, and you tell me that producer and that editor and everybody decided just to switch it up. There's
Right.
still 6 women, but when she
Right.
quotes the verse at the deal, she says 7.
Hmm.
And they use the verse as a justification for why he has multiple wives.
Yeah. See,
That's off.
that's
And when
off
you
the
see it,
belt.
I think it may be something spiritual to happen for our brother in
Right.
Sacramento. If he's still listening, encourage him to do that.
All
And
right.
I want to thank everybody, for being here. And I'm happy to have been encouragement to Brian as well.
Cool. Thanks, John. All right. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to just kind of go around here, and I'm going to leave y'all with my last thing. To the fella in Sacramento, listen, you know what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to be harsh, but goddamn it, time is short. Do some research. Quit relying on what other people say. Get off the goddamn Google, man. There's other ways to do these searches and find real truth. Secondly, as I said, refutation without investigation is the epitome of ignorance. So don't be ignorant. That's not an insult. That's just reality. And I would also encourage you that whatever you have stuck in your craw about a certain individual, Brian Stabley, that sounded more personal than it did sound thought out. Okay. So I would say that before going into a discussion or an argument, especially an argument, you should at least know both sides of the argument before you start mouthing off. There again, refutation without investigation, becoming the epitome of ignorance. So I want to thank everybody who stuck with us for this long hours. Holy sheep shit. We went a long time, but we had a pretty good stream. I had a good time. I want to thank Austin, Sean, Jehovah's daughter Barbara, Dreamy Lynn for coming up on here, Brian for coming up on here. I'm glad that we got you through tonight. That's cool as shit. John Thomas, always really freaky shit that they did to you in Israel. I don't trust those people enough to go over to that country myself. So anybody that I might have missed, Katie D, Glenn from Boston, and everybody, I just want to say, remember, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass, because he'll kill you. Good night, everybody.